just redeemed Elf Champ of the day. A Pog Champ is me.
Good morning, my Americans. Good morning. Or good afternoon, actually. I streamed an hour later. Good morning, everyone. Are you ready to grub it out today on this lovely Tuesday? I can't believe I thought my appointment was yesterday. I am a silly Billy. Good morning, everyone. Alright, let's go start the stream. Hello. Ow, don't mind me. Do you know that one image of a Baki? Where the guy lost his body from the neck down? That's me right now. Sorry, guys. I'm standing using my neck stub. Just kidding. This is an awful imagery. President Avi about to address the nation. Short. I'm not short. Actually, oh my god, this is actually the perspective. She's muted again. No, I'm not. Shut up. I'm not muted. I actively see the green bar going green. I see it. You can't do that. Anyways, hello everyone. Oh my god. Actual accurate POV of talking to Avi. Anyways, welcome everyone. Welcome my Americans. Welcome non-Americans alike. Welcome. And welcome Americans, non-Americans who have infiltrated America. Not saying anyone in particular. Shout out to PogChamp of the Day. Outlawed Max, welcome. If I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Without Silent Hill, I feel empty. We've been playing Silent Hill for 3 streams straight. One of them doing the UFO ending, the other one doing the rebirth ending. And now I feel empty inside. I feel so empty. I know in Silent Hill 2 there's a dog ending, but I have to unlock all the other endings, and that's so much. I think. Fuck, I don't even know anymore. It's always me! Yeah! It's always you, Max. I'm proud of you. And I'm happy for you, bro. I'm happy for you, bruv. Don't even joke about it, lad. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. I realize how strange I am towards little children, you guys. I realize I don't know how to act towards them. And by that, I mean I have a little sibling. They're sick right now with the flu. I know it's tragic. My condolences to them. They're not in school right now. And I didn't know how to act, so I don't want to hug them because they're sickly and disgusting. So I just petted them in the head. Like a dog. Hello, Rogue. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming in. Avi is strange. Yeah, but not for that reason. I mean, for only that reason. Hi, guys. I'm here before I gotta go to work. Ooh, I love watching streams before I gotta go to work. Something about it is so fun. Like, something about, like, getting ready, putting on clothes, brushing your teeth, and then having a streamer there. Thank you for the $5. It says, hello. Have money while I'm at work. You're so nice, Rogue. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. How much money have you given to me? I don't even want to know. We'll find out at the end of their paycheck. We'll find out. We'll find out later. I must go now. My people need me. That's so funny. Does anyone else have, like, a need to brush their teeth after they eat food? I shouldn't because it's bad to overbrush your teeth. But I just ate the driest meal because we don't have any water in our house. We only have 1 water left in our house. And I have it. Back to what I was saying. I don't know how to act around children. And it's really funny because if you hang around children for a long time, and then you see an animal again, I don't know how to behave towards animals. It kind of flip-flops towards, okay, what are the kids like these days that are under the age of 5? I'll pet them on the head, mess up their hair. I don't know, what else do you do? Approach them like they're like an animal with rabies. It's bad to brush your teeth right after you eat. It is bad, that's why I'm like, I shouldn't do it, but I need to. I think I just need to hydrate. My steamer is waterless in America. It's more likely than you think. Don't you think it's so funny, too? I don't know if anyone else has these, like, not epiphanies per se, but they think about it for a second, and it's so weird. I've talked about this before, but it's crazy how, like, you can't drink orange juice and then milk. Because that upsets your stomach a lot. Like, who thought about that? And who was the first person to realize that? I'm glad that we no longer have deaths where you can die by toilet. How did Elvis die by toilet? Someone was talking about this before. Oh god. Here goes the rabbit hole. I always come into stream being like, damn, I don't know what to do today. We're not gonna do Silent Hill. And I could just yap. How did Elvis die? Anyways, let me go hydrate real quick. There you go. He overdosed and happened to be on the toilet when he died. Wait, that's embarrassing. Wait, that is really funny. I need to look that up because I just heard he died in the toilet, and I just assumed that it was bathroom related. Oh, he had declining health. That's really sad. How old is he? 42? How old did people usually die in the 70s? Because I know, like, back then, if you died, like, way back then in the 1700s, if you died in your 20s, that's normal. And then somewhere between the 1700s and 2025, medicine advanced, so we don't really have that anymore. Hello, Khaled Venik. There you go. Hold on. His untimely death was mourned by fans. Oh, okay, I don't care about that. I want to know how he died. I'm reading an article, and it's so funny. Oh, there it is. Elvis's blood had high levels of the opiates Dialidid, Percodan, Demerol, and codeine, as well as Quaalude. That's some crazy shit that I don't even know about. Hey man, has anyone got Quaaludes? I don't know anything about drugs. He was eating extremely unhealthy, and he was also abusing his meds. Oh god, wait, that sounds like me. How extremely unhealthy are we talking about? Are we talking like Jack Daniels as a drink and cigarettes as food for breakfast every day? Oh, he was actually found unconscious on the floor of the master suite bathroom. Everyone just told me he's on the toilet, but he's on the floor. What was I gonna say? His medicine chest was filled with amber-colored, white-topped vials of medication in doses no responsible doctor would have prescribed. Oh, rip. I don't know, man. They also did a freaking, opiate prescription back then, so who knows? He was on Quaaludes? That's what it says. Do you know about Quaaludes? You were in the military. What do you know about them? Lies. He died from shitting himself to death. That's dumb. Were you there, chicken? He died in 1970, so I don't think you were there. Makes sense. What does that mean? I mean, yeah, he's like a rock star. It's so funny. I love hearing, like, not controversial opinions about, Elvis Presley, but it's interesting, like, to look in retrospect about his fame. Quaaludes. What does that mean? Oh, Quaaludes. I'm a musician. I know everything about music and musicians. Oh, yeah? Tell me one cool fact about the Beatles. You can tell me anything and I'll believe it because I don't know anything about the Beatles. I'm reaching the age where I'm like, maybe I should listen to them once so that I can make fun of them even better. Therefore, I get retroactive truths about it all. Oh my god, that's so true. Alright. If that's true, is there an artist I care about that much? Not really. I'm not parasocial towards artists. Not really. But VTubers, that one's fun. YouTubers, sure, why not? But artists? I don't know. I'm just like, I don't know how they make music. And they're always so like, I'm gonna write mysterious messages in my lyrics, and I'm not gonna explain them. And that makes me mad. Fun Beatles fact. Ringo hated being in the Beatles and was the one who ordered the hit on John Lennon. I'm glad that you did that. Thank you, Ringo. Whatever happened to Ringo? I feel like he's such a beam in itself in the Beatles community. They were an antidepressant, if I'm not mistaken. Oh! Well, why was he sad? He's rich. He also died in his, like, multi-million-dollar mansion. Unpopular opinion. Just kidding. Howdy, everybody. Welcome. It's a brand name for the hypnotic sedative methylquolin. It was a part of a combination drugs. Huh. And it was more tightly regulated in 1973, so probably, like, after he died. He's alive still. Fuck knows if he's doing anything. He's alive? Wait. Which Beatle member is alive? Dude, if you're alive now from back then, Paul McCartney and Ringo are the only two. Wait, okay, I know Paul was a... That's weird, they're walking amongst us. I don't know why. Oh, hold on. What the hell is freaking Ringo doing? Why do people... God. Who is still alive from the Beatles, and why? And why is it Ringo walking amongst us, like Among Us? Shut up, I wanted to say that. Not like they're aliens, bro. I don't know, they were just like, they're so talked about for so long, and it feels like they've been alive, like, they've been around for centuries. It says that their music released in 1980. Oh, okay, so... 20 years old, 1960s, 20. Let's say they were like 20 in 1980. So they'd be 40 in the 2000s. They're 60 now, so they're not that old. The remaining beetles are cryptids. We should study them. What the fuck did Ringo do? I don't even know what he did, like, in the band itself. John Lennon was killed in 1980. Alright, good for him. McCartney is 81 years old. Never mind, I was 20 years wrong. Jesus. Ringo, let me see what he does. He's very much alive. In October, the 83-year-old former Beatles drummer released a solo EP. Wow, that's so awesome. Wow, do you guys know about Ringo's solo EP? He sings? Does he sing in it, or is he just like drumming in it? Let me show you what the album looks like. Good for him, you know. Good for him. He looks surprisingly full of hair for someone that's 80 years old. Maybe that's just me. Ringo was the drummer, and he was pretty good at it. Yeah, so I've heard. Though the drummer was kind of insane. You ever read Catcher in the Rye and start thinking you want to kill John Lennon? It's just that South Park sound effect where it was like, kill John Lennon, or am I horribly wrong? Never mind, he just looked like youthful because he had glasses. He has very tiny shoulders. He kind of looks like me. If I were to describe what my body looks like, it's this. Imagine this with like obvious head. This is my body. My shoulders are too tiny. Maybe this angle is just horrible. Yeah, that's from South Park. I knew it. I don't even remember that part. And I watched like up to season 19 of it. Why is he built like that? I don't know. What is he wearing? But at least he's still alive. Sure, maybe it's like someone else like controlling his account, but still, that's what happens when you are super old. But like, his shoulders are so tiny. You could like twirl him in a 180-degree way, not a vertical way. Avi has a drummer's body. You shrink. I guess you're right. Hello, Gear. Ugh, thank you for the hydration. Who the hell is George? Oh yeah, George. I forgot. He's like one of the members. 2001. Oh wait, no, never mind. He died from lung cancer and brain tumor. Oh, that's so sad. Wow. I'm so glad we learned a lot today in this stream. I never watched South Park. I just know the guy that killed John Lennon said something about reading Catcher. Oh yeah, huh? Yeah, I remember that. It just made him so angry or something like that. That's so funny. Because I think I reread that book. I used to have like a hate thing for it. But then I read it again. I was like, okay, this book isn't too bad. The guy hires like a stripper and then like, no, not a stripper. The guy hires like a sex worker and then kind of cries. He has like insane woman issues, but it's so funny. He's just like, hey, I know like I hired you so we can do stuff together, but like I really need someone to talk to. And then this older lady is like, okay, sure, or something like that. Yeah, I don't know who here has read Catcher in the Rye, but I did. Hold on. Catcher, oh god. Catcher in the Rye, sex worker. Either it was in that book or I'm making it up. Oh, she was a teenage prostitute. What? I don't remember that. And apparently she's only $5? Oh wait, $15 for a night, for inflation's sake. Sam, shut up! Stop! Stop! That is the worst use of that emote ever! I hate all of you. I hate all of you, and I regret this decision so much. Oh god, oh dear lord. Oh god. Let's see. Oh my god, okay. Oh god. Yeah, I'm reading it again. Oh my god. Sorry, okay, never mind. Oh no, I'm reading the analysis of it, and like that makes me really sad. Police? Yeah, she's in the stream. No, don't call the police for me, please. I was just reading facts. I was just reading facts about the book. I don't remember her being a teenager. I thought it was an older lady. Was that another book I'm thinking of then? There's lots of books, honestly. And you know what? Does Holden lose his virginity? No, he does not lose it. He hires a prostitute, but he doesn't go with the act, and he just talks to her. It's really funny. 15 for a lady of the night or a Happy Meal. Does she come with a toy? I can't say anything about this now that I know it was a teenage sex worker, which is really sad. What the hell? I guess it's more common back then. What was I gonna say? Oh god. I'm reading a little bit more about it. Oh god. His name is Sim Steel. I forgot he pretended to have like a fake name with that. Okay. Maybe I need to like think about the book I read before I go ahead and say it on stream. You were gonna say that I'm so cool and awesome. Hello, Modern. Welcome. Hi. It's nice to see you, Modern. I'm so sorry. I'm just like now getting used to you and Wichao being different people. And it's so funny because the way when I told everyone about this, they're like, they're so different people. Modern is like the more smarter one, the more holds his words back or something like that. But like every time I see Modern and she is chat, he's so funny and hilarious and cool and awesome, I guess. And then I just found out that Wichao was Hispanic and you're not. So yeah. When the fuck did this happen? What? I thought I told you. Was it just Wichao then? Are those the good old days everyone is talking about? Doesn't sound very good to me. Yeah, I know, right? Dude, back then. It still happens now. I say this every single time, but like, I hate reading older books because they're just like, how do I describe this perfectly normal 12-year-old? And then they don't describe the normally, and I'm just like, this disgusts me so much. Wait, what about Hispanics? Oh, I found out one of my viewers was Hispanic that I didn't think was Hispanic. Oh, wait! Now that you guys are here. I'm sorry, I'm not Hispanic. Whoa, I didn't say you should apologize for it. I was just like realizing you two are different people. I am also Hispanic. Hell yeah, I figured. Not I figured, but if you're watching Avi, there's a likelihood you are also a Hispanic member of the community. Hold on. Viewer doxing list. Now that you guys are here, Modern, can you add to the list? I figured, lol. Dude, it'd be funny as fuck, though, if, like, there was only one Hispanic as a viewer. How would I feel towards that? Be like, oh, there's only one of you guys. That would actually be really funny. Always remember, the Virgin Mary from the Bible is 13 when she had Jesus. Oh, wait, that's so sad. How did she live? How did she live through it? Anyways, Modern, can you tell me where you live? I know you're French Canadian, so you're somewhere over there. Where do you work? You said you were like a programming nerd or something, right? And then Oshi, Chia. Listen, you set up the Hispanic bat signal. Wait, you're not Hispanic, you're Italian? Really, dude? I didn't know. I don't know what I assumed you were. I just assumed you were that little blue orb that you are. You were assuming so much about me. What do you mean? I was just like, wow, modern, do you know how to speak French? And then you were like, duh, think about it for 2 seconds. Also, one time I was talking about accounting and like coding and stuff, and then you mentioned something about programming. You don't remember? Also, you said the only VTuber you watch is Chia, so that makes sense. She keeps a spreadsheet. Now I do. I was like, you know what? Let me actually make this a real thing. Really quick, Avi. Hispanic Danish in Oklahoma artist thinks Avi is pretty. I like that. Alright, thank you for adding more information. Geographic. Oklahoma? That's strange to me. Wait, a Hispanic Danish? What kind of Hispanic? Wait, hold on. What kind of Hispanic are you, if you don't mind me asking? Are you Spanish? Imagine being on that list. You're next. Avi, ask for everyone's hide. Wait, that's a good idea. That's actually a good idea, Becco. That's so smart. Hold on, let me insert the column so I can have it more organized. Name, location, job, occupation. I'm putting occupation because some people don't have jobs, but they have things to occupy them. Oshi. Also 6'3". All right, bro. You no need to lie. No need to lie. You're Hispanic and you're 6'3". How dare you? That is not true. I don't believe you. My mom is Mexican Hispanic. Got ties to the mainland. My dad is Danish. Okay, that I can maybe believe. Okay, maybe that's why. I will send pictures. No need. You're gonna like go to the playground where they have like those hides in the those rulers for children, and then you're just gonna stand there. Also, hello, Calvi, welcome. Oh my god, I'm so sorry you came in here. Welcome to the Always Fish stream. We were just in the middle of grubbing it out together. Welcome, Calvi. Now that you're here, let me go add you to the list as well. I know it says viewer doxing list, but why not? Where do you live again? The UK. Occupation? Sap nerd. Welcome, Calvi. I wonder what game you were playing today. Lenka has my hide spreadsheet of my community. Oh yeah, huh? Oshi, he doesn't watch VTubers. Loser. Stop grubbing it on stream, Abby. This is such a dumb joke. I hate it. I was playing just to impress today. I am lying. Wow, Roblox really looked different from the last time I played it. Also, hello, Pause. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so this sheet isn't too weird then. Hi, Arby. Hi, Arby. Hello, Swanee. Can you tell me where you live and what you work at? Obviously, this is all a funny bit. Don't tell me your real location or your real job. Don't spread information about yourself on the internet. How tall are you? Oh shit, yeah, Kelby, how tall are you? That's a really good question. Also, why do I keep having British people? I am 6 foot tall. Aggie, is this true? Aggie, I'm calling the bat signal. Is this true? But you're doing that right now. No? What are you, a cop? I gotta go. If you need the info later, hit me up. Oh, no, thank you. No, thank you. He is 6 foot. Damn it. That's not fair. No, thank you. I don't need your credit card information now, but that's okay. Avi, you forgot to ask people their credit card number and the number on the back of the card. That's too many numbers, and I'd have to, like, pause and wait for them to... Or I guess since it's a text message, it's easier. I met him at Disney. God damn it, I forgot you guys did meet him at Disney. 42, Wallaby Way, Sydney, Australia. I'm a dentist. You wouldn't have to have a little young daughter, would you? Can confirm. How do you confirm that? You've never been to Australia, have you? My egg merch t-shirt and PJ bottoms are for sure putting me on to impress. Are for sure put on to impress. There you go. I'd ask for blood type, but no one knows their blood types. Yeah, what I was gonna say. Yeah, honestly, I had a chance. Oh god, actually that's TMI. I'll keep that to myself. Let me just say that every single time that I remember that I should donate, but I have a moment biologically where I should not be donating blood because I would lose too much blood that week. I'll just say that much. Shut up! Shut up! Don't play that. Don't play that audio. Like one time out, I think the index for how much blood you're supposed to have before they take it out is like 36. Let's say like 35.5. And me was barely 35.4, and I was like, damn it, I would have lost, I would have gotten money or a credit, gift card after this.
You need to log off.
My blood type is cute, tall, makes 100k a year. I don't know what kind of blood cells you're having them, Kelby. Shark Week? Most likely. I'm 6'1", and I can throw Avi easily. Okay, I don't think you have to be 6'1" to do that. Becca could do that for me for sure. What was I gonna say? Anyways, back to more locations. Swanee, where do you live? Just kidding. Zombie Fox, where do you live? So I can avoid it. I'm sorry for the fellow who's getting Avi's blood. What the hell?
You're ugly.
Why?
You're disgusting. I'm gonna
Blood
kill
isn't gonna
you.
do anything
Give me
for them.
$200.
I mean, does it actually? I know when you have an organ transplant. I don't know which organ it was, but someone had it. Oh my god.
You need to log off.
I live in the state of depression. Lol, that's a good answer, Lula. I like that, but also, oh my god. Oh lord, what the fuck is this? What do you mean, what is this? Stop playing parasocial in my chat! This is perfectly normal information, you guys. I'm gonna sell this to Google. I'll make like $20 off of you guys. If I get enough viewers, maybe 25. Anyways, what was I gonna say? I'm 5'6" and I can throw Avi. Yeah, exactly, see? Anyways, Kelby, if you need to run off, eat some food, take a shower. Especially that part. You're free to go on ahead. If you got a raid and run, understandable, buddy. Go piss, girl. Hell yeah, Google grinds that. Girl can't read. Oh wait, I really can't read, you're right. You're 5'6" and you cannot throw Avi. Me neither, dude. I can't even, like, bench press my own weight, and that's so sad. Sorry. It's gonna come up again. There you go. I weigh just over 110 pounds. What the fuck? You're 5'6" and 110? That's so weird. Ugh, there you go. Nah, you're stuck with me for a little bit. Dang it. I can't, like, babysit you right now? Just kidding. Gym subscription wasting away. Hush. Listen. I'll get there soon. I just need to sleep. and then wake up on time. Speaking of which, I did have to take melatonin last night. Wait, what is it? I'm waiting. Go on. Speak. Yeah, weird. I don't mean to call you weird. I'm just not used to it. Wait, the UK? Saf nerd? Loser? Yeah, what do you think is wrong with this spreadsheet? Everything is accurate. The truth. Dang, can we ban Kelby until his mom picks him up? Yeah, sorry, Kelby. I'm not really comfortable having someone under the age of 18 in my stream. How do you know so much about me? And I don't know. Other than this, you're kind of a mystery, Kelby. You're kind of an enigma. I was gonna say a sigma. What was I gonna say? I'm 6 foot and like 160 pounds. Okay, this is a weird thing about me. I don't really know weight, like, when it comes to men. So some people are like, I'm 6 foot and I need to weigh like 200 pounds to be healthy and full of muscle. And I'm like, I don't get that. I can't imagine that in my head. As someone that was in wrestling, I could only know figures when it comes to women's weight and height. And that makes sense, right? Like, if someone told me, like, they're 5 foot and, 100 pounds, that's a little cause for concern. But if they're healthy or their body is just like that, then sure. If they're 5'3" and 100 pounds, then that's cause for concern. What was I gonna say? I know people that are like 4'8", 9. No, 4'11" and like 90 pounds. But that was because that was in high school. Who knows what happened since then? Under 18, Kelby is 38. Oh shit, you're right, huh? He's still coping with that cap, isn't he? With that wig. No one tell him that we know it's a wig. My mom says she has to work late tonight. Please don't kick me out. Oh yeah, BMI. Yeah, BMI is also true. It's an okay measurement. Hold on. It's an okay measurement, but for women, it's a little bit more skewed because women can hold weight in like different part of their body, like their boobs, or their legs, or yeah, that stuff. I live in New York and work as an internet tech, but I won't tell you that because I'm so cool and mysterious. Yeah, you really are, Swanee. I think you only texted like a couple times in my chat. Hold on. Oh wait, never mind. 294. You're a yapper. Mostly just you saying hi, RV. Yeah, it's literally just hi, RV. Wait, hold on. No, you are a yapper. You do. RV. Hold on. Hold on. Let's all look at the chat logs. Hold on. Let me get to the really funny one. We can skip. This is it. RV. There, RV. Turn up the brightness. RV. Glad. RV. Whomp. RV. Glad. Hi, RV. RV. Hot chip and deceit. Oh, that's so funny. Exposed. It's not so much exposed, but it's so funny. Bob's mention. Oh my god. BMI is also funky if you lift weights a bunch. That too as well. I was talking to my dad about BMI and he was like, yeah, it doesn't work for me. If I try to do the BMI, they would say I'm morbidly obese. But he's just really full of muscle. Oh my god, Becco. I'm funny, so it's okay. This is true. Personally, I keep all my weight up in... What the fuck? That thing's gotta look like a worm there. Isn't it supposed to be muscle? Shat myself. Oh. You're right, you should ask for bust size too. Alright guys, get out your measurement tape. I know you all have it. My favorite streamer, RV. Yeah, I think Toop also says RV. Hold on, let me look at your messages. You're also kind of a yapper. Yeah, no, you yap regularly. Yeah, you're not like a Swanee that just says RV. Also, I love your banner, by the way, Swanee. Oh, I see Tublu's using a lot of the eggy hamster. RV, aren't you glad you live in an RV? No, I need to get out of here to get a house. Big penis havers and then shut up! Why do you have to do this to your viewers? I'll do it to you too, hold on. I don't know why you said thank you. Oh wait, no, it's him. Okay. RVs. Ha ha, all of a sudden everyone wants to be a comedian. Anyways, Becco and Lula is a good match. Wait, why do you say that, ladies? Oh, that's why, because she finishes. Okay, I missed the message. That's my bad. How do I skip messages? Also, ladies, good morning. collect to avoid overweight. Gotcha. Okay, what was I gonna say? I feel perceived. No, don't worry, I'll just not perceive you anymore. Also, good morning, Abo. Good morning. Oh, okay. And then a little medicine update in case some of you care. Just kidding. That's what I mean. No one's gonna care about it, but I'll say it for my good consciousness. I went to the psychiatrist this morning. That's why I streamed a little bit late. And I was like, "Hello, these meds aren't working." And then she's like, "Okay, we're gonna take you off the meds." And I'm like, "Okay, but also I just don't think they're doing anything for me." And then she looked at it again. She's like, "Let's give you 150 milligrams, mg, whatever it stands for." And I was like, "Okay." So I'm just gonna take a higher dose of the meds. So let's just say that if some of you guys disappear and I can't read your messages, don't worry, it's the meds. Is that a good thing? Yeah, it's a good thing. You guys completed each other's sentences. What was I gonna say? Hopefully that helped. Ziptarino! What does that mean? Oh, is that what you're calling Zepter? Oh my god, that's so cute, actually. We said you need the double time. Oh, we said it, you need the double a long time ago. That's true. You guys said I should up my dose. Uh-oh, the meds are talking again. Oh my god. Wait. Speaking of medication. When I first wanted to take the meds, I was a little worried about the side effects, but they're antidepressants, so they're nothing crazy. But there was this one meme I want to show you guys. If you guys don't know me, if you guys are new here, I am someone that is a little bit of a cycle. I get really excited about things and stuff like that. So there's this one thing I saw that reminded me of it when I saw the meds, when I was getting my medical stuff ready. Look at this. Sorry I haven't been posting on here a lot, guys. I started taking a mood stabilizer and now I'm not obsessed with BTS anymore. I remember seeing this and I was just like, God damn, what if like I stop liking things too? We were all in her head all along. I knew it. There's no way I could talk to other people. It's all about the Mets. It's all the Mets, baby. What do you mean your pills are gonna make me disappear? It's okay, Pythagorean. If I can make up you guys, that means that I must be really funny in my head then. My meds consist of dumb bitch juice. I don't know why your doctor would just prescribe you for that. Are you just too smart for this world? More meds equals less chat. Shit, are we all obvious delusion? No, actually my viewer count says that I have like about 7 of you guys here, which is awesome. Me with my McDonald's Happy Meal. Man, Avi should totally go back to Instagram. Yeah, I should. Now that TikTok is going down. Oh, Avi is making a list of all her imaginary viewers. Oh shit, that's right, huh? Imagine being excited about things. It couldn't be me. Not ever. No, that's crazy, right? Who would be so parasocial about things? Wow. I think they should, like, check themselves out to a hospital or something. No, don't big juice is just water, but it changes once it reaches my lips. That's so funny. I love that, Swanee. We are just 7 people with... Oh my god.
You need to log off.
Oh my god. I'm gonna... That's so funny. I love that audio so much, you guys. Anyways, on the bright side, one of the side effects for the medication is it helps me stay up. It keeps me energized, allegedly. So who knows, guys? Maybe I'll stop being a sleepy little person with the higher dose, which is gonna be awesome. What was I gonna say? It's funny because we're all living in a simulation and free will is a lie. Oh, that is a Splatoon quote. I remember that too. Sub 100 hours. Yay! I'm glad that the timer has reached the 2-hour digit. The 2-digit hours. There you go. Heck yeah! No sleep, just more productivity. Hell yeah, I need to be a working cog in the machine. I don't know, man. I just feel so tired like all the time and I'm just like, doctor, please. Also, my mom was the one to take me to the psychiatrist today and it was really funny. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to get my driver's license, because I'm like, dude, I can't have my mom drive me because she's gonna say the same thing as always. The average mother will say, Avi, you just need to go exercise. You don't need all these meds. What's wrong with you? Just make sure you go to sleep. Duh. And I'm like, thanks, Mom. Thanks. I know you care, Mother. Thank you. Anyways, yeah. She's probably gonna say this like every time I come out of the appointment. But yeah. I love that audio, guys, she says as she grits her teeth and knife in hand. The more you guys, like, put that audio on me, the more I'm gonna track how many times each person used it. And the more of what do you call them? More points go into which person am I gonna find their location first. Avi, energy drinks don't count as meds. Hell no, they don't. That's why I'm trying to take real meds. Not even Starbucks coffee gets me up anymore. Not even cold brew does. Not even, like, actually, I haven't tried Red Bull, but I don't want to. That's scary. I'm also scared of Monster, the drink. The drink. Just something about the Monster energy drink looks menacing, and it looks like it tastes like battery acid. No hate to Kelby, though. I know he's on those things like crack. What was I gonna say? You just need a gamble board. That's true. If I do have $1 million, that would fix a lot of issues. I thought you never played Splatoon. I saw screenshots. Can someone put 5,000,009 hours on that thing? Brother, I can't. Still 100 more to go. You really are screwed off, though. But that's okay. I can relate with your mom. I would tell you the same. You do tell me the same, Pythagorean. That makes me so sad. You're just like my mom. You're just like, Avi, don't take the meds down. Please, you're too pretty. Mom just said to walk it off. You know what? I'll put my mother in the street sheet. Just kidding. If you start to play Balatro now, you could get like 1/3 of all the achievements. Wait, why? Why now? But also, you're so right. I've been off of Balatro because I got bad at it. Whoa. I've used it 0 times. Stay away from me. You're scared of the monster drink? I am. It looks menacing. Monster doesn't even taste good. Yeah, it doesn't look like it tastes good. Kelby is a cat's man, Avi. You know this. That's true. He's not on it like crack. He is on crack. And by that I mean ketamine, which is not crack. I don't know anything about drugs, you guys. Look, if you plan on finding where I live and kidnapping me into your basement, at least take me out to dinner first. I don't got a basement, Kaijin, because that is against the California OSHA violation or something like that. OSHA rules, just OSHA. Yeah, OSHA. What does OSHA stand for? Monster tastes good. Yucky. Wait, ladies, you also drink water? I mean, Monster? For real, you don't need brain baths when you can just watch tubers. I think they're making me worse. I think they're actively making me worse. Tee, listen to your mom. Don't Thanos snap us all, Avi. You guys act like parasites in my stomach. You're like, please put down the drink. You don't need that antibacterial bed. I can't go into work today since the roads are so bad. I'll crash, so I'm here now. Oh, that's so good, Poltergeist.
Jesus Christ, parasocial! You need to log off!
Oh my god. What was gonna say? Yeah, that's really good, Poltergeist. I'm glad that you decided to choose to live. Because I had my appointment today, but it's super windy. And you guys know that driving in the highway when there's like trash bags flowing everywhere is really dangerous. So I'm happy we're alive. I am very car sick though. I will say I should order meds for my car sickness. Monster smells like fruity gasoline. God, I already hate the smell of gasoline. Don't even remind me. Pretty sure Kelb's blood is like 90% monster by now. Yeah, because he's got that beast inside of him. Wow, this fake bee is still stalking her fan. I am lifting, dude. Oh yeah, you already told me your stuff. You just lift. That's all I know you for. And you know what? That's good for you. Why are you pointing at me and laughing? That's how people describe me too. Fruity gasoline is so funny. Okay, but gas actually smells good though. No.
Jesus Christ, parasocial!
Another set of pills?
You
Jeez,
need
what's
to
for
log
real?
off!
No, but this one actually would help me, like, physically, because I get car sick so badly. Like, real badly. You guys have no idea. Yes, I still do want to be on the road, because that's how I'm gonna live in America. I have no choice. Occupational Safety and Health Administration. How do you know more things about American stuff than I do, Nolinka? That's so funny. If you're gonna track me down, Avi, at least let me insult you in chat one more time. That's fair. Avi, I'm a trans woman. Yes, I drink Monster. I didn't want to assume, alright? There's lots of things people say about this people, and that kind of people, and that people. Listen, I had to break down my walls of prejudice once I realized that Kelby actually isn't weak to spices. This is a joke, by the way. Yummy stomach lining. This is the part where I talk about parasite in my stomach. Can you put that on from Mexico? Because I'm literally watch out. Shut up, Modern. Tell me your location. And well, actually no. What was I doing? No, I already have everything down for you. I don't need any more. Also, I probably did. Wait, I already wrote down Wachao. Resident weirdo. Who did I say your Oshi was, Wachao? It's probably Chia. I don't see you in any other chat. Don't call it a basement. Just call it a flood drainage system below your home. Yeah, of course. When I'm in nowhere near the ocean, where there's no way I can have floods up here. And if I don't conceal it right, it's just gonna hold water under my house, and that's scary. It's time for me to go shovel snow again. I'm like the frost variant of E-Man. That's so funny. It's like in Pokemon when like you go to a different island and there's like an Alola version of that. What was I gonna say? Spare child storage area. This is the punishment area. This ballot hand is over an hour just to calculate. God damn, Lula. Can you like record it one of these days? I want to see it. Also, when's my Oshi on this list? Oh, where's my Oshi on this list? She's not a viewer, which is why I don't have Becco and Chia's location here. I mean, I have Kelby's. Alright. But that was just because he was here, so I decided it'd be funny. I'll delete it now. I don't want to dox him. Alright, guys. Speaking of which, I don't want to leave Eggy out of this joke. US? A real big girl, a real job? She's probably like one of the only people here with a real job. That's so funny. Chia. That's her Oshi. A lot of people Oshi Chia in this chat. That's okay. Can't you get a horse that should work better than pills? I swear. You think a horse would fix me? I mean, I do live in an area where I could theoretically get a horse. I just don't have the land for it. Or the money. I'm literally, watch out. Hablas español. Alright, Modern. Alright, Modern. You're getting crazy over here. You're so silly. I have a master's degree in this shit. My Oshi is Vinny Vine Sauce. Don't listen to him. Which one of you is the real Wachao? And then I go ahead and shoot the real one. I'm Galarian, E-Man. I don't know what Galarian means. Wachao, stop using your Modern alt account. You're confusing people. Hold on, let me take out the Modern chat logs. And then compare them to Wachao. And then decide which one I should ban forever. Let me see, actually. I kinda wanna see. Wow, Avi Emprag. What the fuck? I vaguely remember when this happened. Vaguely. Oh my god. Oh my god. And then he got timed out? Wow. He's an absolute fiend in my chat. I'm a freak. I'm a weirdo. You guys are all, how can you confuse Modern with Wachao? And he goes and says Avi Emprag. Let me see. Oh yeah, this is also the one where was it? I have no idea what context is this thing. Hold on, let me keep scrolling. Let me find more dirt. Oh my god, he's using an Eggy emote. Stupid bug! What the fuck? What was the context of this? Oh my god! Becca is viewing you right now. She is viewing me. Alright, now let's go look at Wachao's log. Big penis! Alright. Oh my god, he speaks more Spanish than I do. That's what I'm saying, Wachao. Avi Impreg is pretty base. It's not. Probably deserve. What the hell? Nugs banned me once. He did. He loves using his powers. Dr. Professor Nuggets went scorched earth. He really does. He loves using that power. Actually, Snag, I see you a lot in this community, but I kind of want to look in your chat logs. No, I don't. I'm normal. I say you're 60 years old with how big that cursor is. Sam! This is the first time I've seen that freaking image used, or that emote used, to refer to an older woman.
Jesus Christ, parasocial!
Snag is not normal? Okay, Avi Impreg Modern. Sorry, Snag. What's wrong with you? How could you be mean to him? Snag is a Calvin. Oh! Okay, thank you. Thank you, ladies. I'm learning the lore of everyone. I like learning where you guys come from. Gulp. Sorry, Snag. She's 13. Stop. Anyways, hey, Abby in chat. How are y'all doing? Oh, I see that she's doxing again. Yeah, we are. Also, hello, TJ. Hello. I'm sorry if I'm scaring you, by opening up everyone's logs. I won't open up your log, though. You're a first-time chatter. I am the most normal. I feel like I've seen you from Chia's chat. Alright, you said you're normal. Let's go see your chat logs. Let's look at the chat logs, shall we? Call me Chris Hansen the way I'm pulling up all these chat logs. Slay. What is this? Hope you have a codecasting stream? I think that was a Chia raid. Yeah, most of these are from Chia raids. Huge, Chia. You're probably the only one, Snag, here, where I can scroll up to see your first chat. Not a single MPreg message. Fake fan. I'm super normal. I'm not looking at your logs, Lynn. Can you look at my Zam log? Okay, fine, but only because you asked. Oh my god, you've only sent 42 messages in this chat. And you've been following since 2022. Holy shit. Her raid message or something else. Haktua. Oh my god, I'm surprised you didn't get banned. This is when I did the Slay the Princess stream. Stinky. Very cute and adorable and sometimes stinky woman. You're my favorite moderately sized VTuber. Haktua. Baklava is a sweet delicacy. Freaky to blow through $100 in a day. $100 a day in my country. Wait, Philip, where are you from? $2004? You're 20 years old. You're a baby. I'm gonna be real. I've almost banned this guy. That's true. You're from Serbia? I don't know whether that's real or not. Also, hello, Hexagoner. I see that you're here. I feel like the fucking Jigsaw guy. Sounds like a Philippine. Oh, never mind. See, Wichow? What are we doing assuming things now? What's wrong with you? Have you ever almost banned me, chicken? Yeah. For some people here, it has been a close call, but most of you guys are normal. Chicken has a weirdo detector radar. Hold on, let me close the other tabs before I get overwhelmed. This is still so funny. I'm taking mood stabilizer, and now I'm not obsessed with BTS anymore. That's so funny to me. You put the country for the wrong person. Shit. I'm sorry, Swanee. Where do you work? Anyways, hold on. Let me look at their Zam. Hello, Sigma. How's your day, Sigma? Peanuts? George Bush. Okay, this is the Zam log. She came back, Sam! Avi is already screwing up the doxing list. I'm sorry, I can't be perfect. Penis? Cock? Even what the fuck's wrong with you? Good catch. What was I gonna say? I'm a student. Got you. Oh my god, what's wrong with you, Wichow? What was the context of that message? What was even the point of that saying? Hold on, some of you guys need this for real. You guys, some of you guys might know exactly what I'm pulling up. Some of you guys need this. Before you speak, think. Wichow. Is it true? Is it helpful? Is it inspiring? Is it necessary? And most of all, for most of you guys here, is it kind to me? I'm not a kid! Stop this! Avi, are you ticklish? It's for science. Yeah, unfortunately. If you reach your hand out and pet me, yeah. I love the Zam emote so much you can't even comprehend. I know you do. It's so funny. I'm gonna start banning based on this. Which one? Think before you act. Sorry, I don't think. Only thunk. Add it to the spreadsheet. Oh goddamn. K, is it a kink? Yeah. If it's K, don't say it at all. Just don't say it at all. Unlocked some memories. Oh god, Elefante, did you get in trouble and got this pulled up for you? I don't think 99.9% of chat messages can fulfill all 5 conditions. You're right. Some of you guys can barely make it for the first one, for the first letter. Is it Tua? Okay, I hate how bad that joke is. It circles around to being good. I fucking hate that. Did you know? I'm gonna kill you. Is it Hawk? Stop! What was gonna say? Isn't that why you take pills so we don't have to run down the list? I'm sorry that's the unfunniest joke ever, and it's already 2025, and I'm laughing at it still. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What is it? What is it? Speak. I don't have a brain or a central nervous system. This is fucked up. Oh, I'm so sorry, ladies. It's okay. We'll make an exception for you. Nugs, go ballistic. You know what? Maybe you should swing the banhammer more. Just kidding. Tease, smiles. Also, Modern, who are you to order chicken around? Chicken ban him. Ban Modern. I'm thinking about it. I'm sorry! Anyways, what was I gonna say? Kill that guy. Yeah, kill Modern. Now. Modern's kind of like backseating your modding power. Fuck you, Mod is a homie. What the fuck? You banned him a couple other times. I boss him around, he bosses me around. Is it parasocial? You need to log off. That's a good one. That's a really good one. Yowie! Before you speak, pink. Okay, protect the Canadian, but ban the Mexican. I see how it is. Okay, watch out. Let me pull up your chat log. Alright, let's pull it up again. I know I had it in a previous tag, but I'm gonna pull it up again. Also, thank you for the follow. Yeah, there you go. I tried. You won't see shit. I'm perfect. Hold on, let me do this. What the fuck is this? Rope, mirror, reap, roam, mirror. Are you okay, Witch Out? What's wrong with you? Seeds, bees, leave, thief, seal. Got him. It's not lesbians, you freaking Yuri fanatics. What? That was word on stream, woman. Yeah, sounds likely. Form, great message. Wait, where? Oh my god. God forbid a chatter play word on stream. Which out? What the hell is for? Remember what I said about monkeys on a typewriter? Prom is an actual word, and Wichow just chose not to use it. Oh, I'm crying. Wait, why did Nayu time out Wichow? That's so funny. I should have just spanned rope. Wait, Nayu, why did you time out Wichow? You're justified, but why? Bro had a whole week of timeouts. Yeah, what the fuck? Wait, I want to see this. No! Alright. What is this? Someone asked for it, that's true. Why do you question the bans? It sounds reasonable. Yeah, that's true. What is this? What is 11? Okay, 11 warnings, 12 timeouts, and 4 bans. Only 4? Why do you question the ban? Sounds reasonable. You're right, hold on. Let me go keep scrolling. Stop typing Wichow. Oh my god, Wasp. Oh yeah, this is when you guys asked me if I was dyslexic. You timed him out again, chicken, and then I had to scroll down. Look. Wah, 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 wah.
Jesus Christ, parasocial!
You're right, this is parasocial. Let's log off today. Let's stop talking about viewer logs. That's really bad. You all said what you said. I was there. Now let's get to the real issue. Where's my spreadsheet? There it is. Let's get back to the real issue now. 4 are surprisingly few. Mods, I'm a little disappointed in you. That's true. Also, Toof, hello. No, not the coffee bot. We don't need the coffee bot. Why are the bots fighting each other? I'm too lazy to disable coffee to send that message, so I just decided it'd be funnier if Nightbot just, like, did that for me. Okay, back to Doxic Hexagoner. Yeah, Hexagoner, where are you? More blackmail talk! If I knew I was gonna do that. You know what? If you take a screenshot of any of the messages that we opened today in the chat logs, you should like post it on the
Extra
Discord
Fuzzy just subscribed for
hashtag
38
Twitch
months.
screen caps.
I
Hello,
just
Extra
got
Fuzzy!
here to hear mods. I'm disappointed in you.
No, Fuzzy! I totally didn't sense you. Hello, Fuzzy. How are you doing today? Hi. Where do you live? You're a viewer. We're having a viewer doxing sheet. New York. Okay. Oh yeah, hi, I forgot. The greedy wasp needs 3 yippies. Okay, hold on. Oh. No, I'm right. Extra wait, what the fuck? Oh, wait, I was right. Extra Fuzzy. He lives in New York. His job, landlord. Derogatory. And, Oshi? I don't know. Ew, kill him. What the fuck? No, he owes me a house. I can't kill him. Giga. Does he look like a geek? Oh, I mean, I guess he does use emotes from Giga a lot. Was gonna say Gwimmy. That's my guess. G people. That sounds like I'm trying to say gay people. I just own property. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure, you own property. And then you let other people stay in that property for a certain amount each. Just kidding, Fuzzy. Just kidding, Fuzzy. I think I heard someone call you a landlord once, and I was like, you know what? That's really funny. I'm gonna call him that, even if he's not. Get him! Eat the 1%! What? And they pay me a certain amount. Yeah, right. But you know, they tip you as well, right? No, but it's all jokes and giggles. He's not really a landlord, technically. Kind of, ish. Whatever. He owes me a house. And by he owes me a house, I mean, I'm sure he has a wasp mansion. Just kidding. I'm not gonna tell Fuzzy what to do. Unpause. No tube! It's all joke and fun today. Just kidding, Fuzzy. I love you. I'm sorry. Also, I'm going to Off-Kai this year. How about you? We respect landlords, just not you. Mods, raise the rent on the single mother. That's so bad. As long as he pays off his med addictions, we're cool. I mean, I am one, but I also do medical work, design, and editing. Yeah, you do a lot of stuff, Fuzzy, but I just think it's really funny to say landlord. What do I put you as? Your full-time job is Avimod, of course. Even though it's really funny. I love hearing Fuzzy come in because he's like, hey, Avi, I just finished, like, exercising, and it's so silly. He's, like, one of 5 people to do that in my streams. Have you tried going outside? Exercise? What the fuck? No, why would I do that? Shut up. What did Wichow say? She doesn't even consider me worth doxing. Gia, welcome back! By the way, I don't know if you noticed the name of the sheet. It says viewer doxing. You are a streamer. If they want your info, they're gonna have to, they can ask you politely. Doxing? Sniff it. Hello, Eggy. Welcome. Yeah, that's why we're trying to find the people's locations. Time to blackmail Chia. Wichow is slowly getting erased. Wait, I kind of want to see Wichow's chat logs. Why would you enter chat like that, Eggy? Also, hello. I mean, what am I doing right now, boobas? I'm viewing with my eyes? I think you're viewing with your boobs. Eggy Oshi. Yeah, honestly, I put like 3 people as having you as your Oshi, Chia. What the fuck? Stop thinking about that. You're the one that called me boobas. It's okay, a Finnish streamer doxed me so hard he spawned into my apartment. You made it sound like he set up your house as like a spawning point in his Minecraft game. Like, how's Eggy's job a real... Wait, hold on. Like how Eggy's job is a real job. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. I included Eggy because I didn't want her left out of the joke. But I guess since Chia's here, I guess I'll add Chia. Your location? The wrong side of Canada. Job? Hamster. Oshi? I could find like 5 people that are not VTubers. Flesh. White guys. I was thinking Germa, and then I thought of NL, and then I thought Vinny, and I'm like, those could be any one of those. The girl reading this is my Oshi. Damn, I didn't know I was a white dude. Just kidding. Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, that scared me. Yeah, sure. Sure, got it. Okay, that's fine. Okay, this is fine. Northern Lion and Jima, you are bald and white. Assigned white by Chia. Okay, I don't like this because they won't let me add a different column until I press this funny button. What does Oshi mean? Damn! I'm not telling you. Oh my god, an Excel table jump scare. I just pressed on the diamond thing accidentally. The wrong side of Canada? What's the right? Ice caps? The right side of Canada would be the one that's bordering on Washington, America, because then that means Chia would be closer to me. And then that means she would be able to go to conventions in the correct side of America. Excel, taking me back to corporate. Sorry, no, I didn't mean to. I just meant to put Google Sheets. So the right side is the left side. Yeah. That's exactly it, chicken. Eggy, I feel with you. Corporate PTSD. That's why I'm using Google Sheets, so we can have some silly moments. I'd be able to show up at Avi's house at night and stare her into the window. But alas, land separates both of us. And also, we have the ocean here as well, Chia, so... I don't know what you're doing over there. The right side is Newfoundland. Hold on, I gotta throw up. What if we take Avi and shove her to the right side of America? Alright, Pythagorean, the non-American. Which side is that one? Go on, point to me on the map. Pythagorean? I need Pythagorean to answer this only. Delaware. Hold on, I want Pythagorean to answer this. He cracks under pressure. I don't know what you are, Pythagorean, actually. I don't know what any of you guys are. I just assume most of you guys are bald. And white. Chia's Oshi. Mine's Chia Moose VTuber. The one closer to Chia, duh! Which one is that? Do you want to put me here? Do you want to put me here? There? Just put Avi in Florida. Fuck no! That means I'm in the same state as freaking Sea Dog. I don't want to be near him. He's gonna stink up all the Florida places. Your entire viewer base are Northern Lions clones. That's so funny. What was I gonna say? But then you're in the same state as Moist Critical. Is it really worth the trade-off, though? There's alligators, there's NCD, there's... I mean, I guess I get to be near Disney World. Like, I'm just near the area. I can't enter it because I can't afford it, but I'll be there. Most guys in my family don't go bald, and I show no signs of balding either. Fuck yeah, Fuzzy! Whoa! Virginia sounds like where Avi belongs to for real. Pythagorean, I'm going to... Ugh. Yeah. I can't say it. NCD is gonna send his alligators after your ass. That's true. He can, like, order them around or something. Low blow. Wait, what the hell is Cowtown? Where did you say Cowtown, Elefante? Actually, it's a maternal gene for men only. Oh! I mean, you say that, Chia, but the men in his life still have hair. Hair check. Avi puts the virgin in Virginia. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill you. Texas Cowtown Stockyards. I don't see Cowtown. I think you just said that for a meme, huh? Don't they have chicken police in Florida? Wait, they do? That's kind of swag. Most guys in my family go bald almost as soon as they hit their 20s. My brother has the Vegeta hairline, but I'm still going strong. Jesus Christ, not the Vegeta hairline. That is a nightmare to have. My uncle has the Vegeta hairline. My dad doesn't? My dad's probably going to be making a trip to Turkey very soon. Add a bald category to the black male dog. That's true! Male pattern baldness. No, not male. Max. No. Max said his hair was thick, so I assume not. Cold blood, blank. Kyneton. His beard is nice, but I didn't look at his hair. He's too tall for me to stare at his hairline. Chicken. I'm gonna put an ominous not yet. Scepter. I don't know what you are. Witch out? Yeah. Dude? No, I don't think so. KJ? I don't know enough. Alice? I don't know enough. Modern? He seems bald. No! Yeah, I'm actually cursing you guys. This is actually the bald note. My hair is thick as fuck. I'm safe, bro. I'm never coming back. Eggy is bald 100%. Hold on, I'm not there yet. Gear, he's nice to me, so he's not bald. Can I cancel my sub? No, you can't because you forgot to cancel it for 3 months. Get a refund. There's no baldness in my family, just gray hair. That's interesting. Modern sounds bald. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. He just seems bald. Can you put me down as bald too? Yeah, sure. Hold on, you're like way down on the list. Nayu? No. I was gonna say something really bad, and then I thought about it, and then I was like, no. I got that receding hairline. Can't wait to go full bald soon. Yippee! You're letting You're letting nature take its place. Of course, Eggy is bald and 40 and works in IT. Yeah, I believe that. I have hair, I swear. I believe that, Eggy, because Kelby mentioned using your hair shampoo and conditioner, and he still has hair, so he wouldn't use the hair shampoo and conditioner of a bald guy. They don't even use that, do they? If I go bald before the right time, just remember you can re-implant your ass hair. You would do that, Nair. You would. Anyways, what was gonna say? Eggy, bald. Bald as an egg. Swanee. I'm gonna put a smiley face. Philip? I hope so. Hexagon? If he doesn't tell me his look... Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Hexagon, I confuse them with Hopper sometimes, and I don't know why. I'm so sorry, Hexagon. It's because both of you have H in your names. I'm sorry. Listen, if it makes you feel any better, at least I don't confuse you for Witch Owl. Cancel her. Wow, cancel her. Shut up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They both have B in their name. I mean, H in their name. Cancel her. Cancel her. Stop. I'm so sorry. And... Wait, can you pin Snack's messages? I'm sorry. Gen Z. Gen Z is trying to cancel who? Would Avi feel the difference between an... I'm not gonna read that. I'm not gonna read that. Eminem... Fucking... Eminem is being cancelled by Gen Z.
You need to log on.
Gen Z's canceling who? I'm already writing the tweet longer. I love that. Hexagon, if you're here, I'm so sorry I confused her for Hopper, even though you two are so opposite. Actually, let me put face Hopper. He told me... Well, actually, I think I already did.
You're ugly. You're disgusting.
Oh, no, I didn't yet.
Kill you. Give me $200.
Where does Hopper live? His Oshi's like... What's... Sully. Hold on, I have to spell his name. I'm sorry! Complaining to my Facebook group right now. Nah. Wait, Fuzzy, how's your hairline looking? Are you gonna stand for this? No, don't tell Hexagoner. I'm sorry. I just confused them with Hopper because they both have an _H. I'm dual autoing sourcing right now. What? Nothing? Mine is pretty good. That's good. Okay, Tia is bald like her Oshi. Hopper? Probably. How's your hairline looking is a crazy statement. You know what? The best part is I've trained my chat to be used to things like this. I actually need a haircut. God, me too. I actually do. Oh my god, Becco, I cut my hair short. Not bald short yet. Wait, I had a buzz cut. Maybe that's why Chia likes me so much. I hate having a haircut. Me too, dude. I don't like the hairdressers in my area. Because, The way they do it is I get a low taper fade every single time, and I don't ask for it. They just give it to me, but like unironically before it became a meme. I love ladies with buzz cuts. I knew it. I remember. Were you there when I went bald? You probably were. Are you ninja? BRB buzzing my hair right now. Your username Eggy just reminds Chia of just a bald state of being. Yeah, I was with you holding your hand. Ladies have so many gorgeous cuts to have. That's true. You're so right. They get to have like a cool layered cut. They get to have like a wolf cut. They get to have like the Becca, what do you call it? Jelly cut? No. Becca, what do you call it? The one you showed me and you told me it was like jellyfish cut? No. Jellyfish cut. Okay, so it is a jellyfish cut. Okay. I gotta do it. My wife won't love me. The jellyfish cut. Ooh. Yeah, the thing that makes you look like that woman in Cyberpunk 2077. I just trim my own hair because I don't care as long as it isn't too long. Tomboy side bangs. What the hell is a side bang? Tomboy side bang. I've never heard of that. Can you send me images? But yeah, women do have a lot of haircut. They have a lot of fashion choices. They have makeup to consider. And what do men have? They can wear really, really cool pants. No, that's it. My hair right now is tomboy side tails. What the hell do any of these words mean? What's a side tail? They charge so much for a lady haircut, though. Oh, that's true. When I asked my hair to go from like the middle of my back to my to boy short hair, they charged me $70. Just to chop it off, and I was a little salty, but that means that next time it'll be $30. Evil Avi in the chat. Oh yeah, men also have beards too, if they can grow it. Okay, Kitan, you say that, but I'm Hispanic. If I was a dude, I would not be able to grow any facial hair, unfortunately. What are y'all talking about? I only know short. I only know short and bald and buzz cut. We also get to bury our emotions. Yippee! So then when the hairdresser gives you like a really bad cut, you go, this is great, thank you. And then you leave and you pay them like a $10 tip. Who the fuck? What? Sea-Dog, is that you? Sea-Dog, we know that's you. You tip $10? I do. I tip $10. Insert blame on NCD. Who is Sea-Dog? Shut up, Sea-Dog. We know it's you. You banned them! That's funny. Google it. Okay, but I'm not gonna search it up on screen because, what am I Googling? Tomboy side hair. I don't think that's gonna get me the results you think it will. Tomboys. Yeah. I'm gonna go. Oh! Scott Pilgrim girl. Yeah, if you Google tomboy on Google, this is what I got. This is what I had for the longest time. This is why I switched barbers, because they would give me like a tongue for a haircut, and I hated it. But you mean this one. I think I have Abi Universe B hair. I love that one. A tongue. That's what I call it because I hated how it goes, and I just looked really bad with it. She looks fine, but I just had a tongue for hair. Do you know how little it narrows it down? This one. No, not knives. This one. Ramona Flowers? Yeah. Also, I like how blue this is, actually. I'm kind of getting hungry. Oh, this is cool. This is probably a wig. If it's real hair, I'd be really surprised. It probably is. No, it's not. It's a wig. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't know the difference between a wig and hair. I'm really bad at that. Like, people are like, oh my god, you can see the wig and from that actor. I'm just like, I can't see it. Even from that Dear Evan Hansen movie. Bro gave you the Skrillex cut. Yeah, I had that for all of middle school. That shit looks like a chug. What does that even mean? The hair? You're just jealous. Okay, next search. Tomboy. No, we're not doing this. I just dream of having cool colored hair. Fuck, I just dreamt of having colored hair. Really, Aggie? What color was it? And Kelby, what color do you think would look really funny on Eggie? Generational message. Modern. That shit looks like a chug jug. That's so funny. Same oomph? Which part? The dreamt about different colored hairs? I love how blue it is. I'm getting kind of hungry is the most insane transition. You gotta understand, Snake. We are in a generation where, we have red 40 in our food and other different colored variations of candy and stuff. So, is that really out of the ordinary? Where we have Big Gulp in America, and that shit's like massive. I don't buy Big Gulp, but they exist. Time for Fortnite! Oh god, you guys fall for anything. Oh, tomboy side tails. Got you. Oh, I'm seeing a really cute, like, little Gyaru TikTok right now, and I'm just like, oh, they're cute. Time for Silent Hill 3. I'm done. I'm done with Silent Hill for a while. Let me breathe. Avi got the Jade-like beauty. Who the hell is Jade? Who is she? What do you mean I have her like beauty? That's why you drink paint cleaner to live a healthy life. Yeah, it's gonna thin you out from the inside. What was I gonna say? Foo, please. Chicken, I played Silent Hill for more than 12 hours, please. That D-pad hurting my thumb. Tomboy Balat. What the what? A jade is also a rock. I actually never watched the Jackie Chan movies. What's 12 more, please? No. Babe, it's time for 12 more hours of Silent Hill. No. Not even Rush Hour? Nope, nothing. Nothing of Jackie Chan. I was just born during the movie's creation. Kind of like how, I was, like, 3 years old when Brokeback Mountain came out. 99 more hours of Silent Hill? No. I'm good. Let me detox. If I play it too... Okay, I'm gonna be honest. But dog ending! Okay, I'll do it later. Okay, I'll be honest, you guys. Kelby was just talking about, this one YouTuber, Eddie Burback, that watched, Morbius for, like, 100 times or, like, 10 times in theaters. And let me tell you, why do YouTubers do that to themselves? They'd be like, I played Sonic for a full week. Every single 3D Sonic game. I watched the same movie. No, I saw the entire Barbie series in 1 week. And it's like, why? I think you'd come with a more conclusive feeling about the franchise if you space things out. Duh, dumb YouTuber. I know you have to make a video in 1 month in order to get the sponsorship money. But still, you should let things simmer. I love Eddie Burback. Okay, I do love his videos. So what's the plan for the next 99 hours? The next 99 hours, we ball, we roll. Yeah, that's it. I yap for all those times. I'll be sure I'll do Silent Hill like once we hit 90 hours. Motherfucker be living on gas station sushi for a month and call it as content. Yeah, they did. They'd be like, I went on and ate this one meal for 1 month. Like, what are you doing, bruv? Don't even joke, lad. Well, you can lie. Oh yeah, people can do that too. Well, you can't lie. You can take 6 months to watch all of the MCU and said you did it in a week. You're right. You're actually right, Fuzzy. You're so right. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I forgot people could lie for content. Yeah, nice switch up, Oshi. What was I saying? What was I gonna say? I love Luck Be a Landlord! Oh god. Luck Be a Landlord, Balatro, Billionaire, Balatro 3. I played the entire Balatro series for a full year. And then you're like broke as hell. Season's beatings? Oh god. I haven't touched Season's beatings since last year. Except /SRS. I spent 1 hour talking to my peers. Here's what happens. And then it's most of them being like, what are you doing? You're still doing YouTube? That's cool. So when are you gonna get like a girlfriend? Are you gonna go back to college? You dropped out for this. Anyways, Hex understands me. Oh God. Charge the phone, twerk, eat hot chips, and lie. I forget YouTubers do all those things. Avi's so innocent, she can't even lie for content. I'm not even good at lying. Okay. Like, for example, what's an idea of a content that I could lie about doing? I played Silent Hill with my foot for a whole week. Okay, I'm starting to think Kiten and I are sharing the same brain cell. Oh no. Oh, the fucking... You really think people would do that? You guys said the same thing! That's so funny. Eating nothing but honey for 3 days. Oh yeah, I could pretend to do something. I ate nothing but gummy worms. And then, like, I actually do that for a week and die from insulin overdose or what the fuck have you. I do have a high risk of diabetes in my family, so I should not do that. Unless I really want to see some funny colors. Lots to consider. But your Silent Hill gameplay feel like you play with your foot. I'm not that bad. Bro, what? Apparently if you're, diabetic, there's, like, a way where your vision also gets impaired, which is fucked. I also don't know how diabetes works. Like, I know how it works, but I don't know how it works. I know that it has something to do with insulin, but I don't know how, because there's 2 versions of it. The craziest one is beating Dark Souls with your feet without dying. Oh yeah, that one too. I've heard about that one. You just cut out all the parts when you die, and if someone questions why your gears change, you don't say anything. Oh, you can save scum! You can also save scum as well. I played all of Silent Hill without dying. Oh, I know. I drink water whenever someone redeems a fish paw. You could do that. That sounds impossible, honey paws. You're right, I did lie about a fish paw. For those of you who don't know, I told Chad that sometimes when I don't have water, I just pretend I'm drinking something because I'm too lazy to get up. And then when I told Chad that, they all turned on me and got really upset. We will never forget. It was really funny. Hold on. I know how it works, but I don't know how it works. Like, I could theoretically bullshit my way to understanding it, but I don't understand it fundamentally. Diabetes affected my dad's eye, and they had to cut it open. That's horrendous. I'm so sorry, but I'm glad it worked. No wonder Avi is so dry. Hey, I'm sorry. I only have 1 water in my household right now. Why aren't you in the center? You're looking at us with such disdain. You're right, I should be here right now. I just wanted to back up from you because you guys kind of smelled, if I'm gonna be honest. I didn't want to tell you, but I guess I have to. Did you brush your teeth? You're fake drinking water to avoid actually getting some? I'd be mad if I wasn't so proud. Why would you be proud of that? Uh-oh, stinky. Imaginary has 0 calories. But won't tell what the fuck are you saying, MacLinky? Take a sip up for all the redeems you scammed chat with for English. Wait, what do you mean for English? What do you mean for English? Why the lack of water? You live near an ocean. Okay, but that's not drinkable water either. Oh god, did anyone else also have like a existential crisis when you saw like a documentary in school about like how there's a lack of drinking water in the world? Like, you can't access it all willy-nilly. It has to go through a bunch of stuff in order to be drinkable. Did you guys also watch that when you were in school? Because that freaked me out even more than the sun exploding. Because that could happen to us now. Oxygoner! Our children will die in the war for water! If it were me, I'd just figure out how to make pee turn into water. I labeled the water cooler as liquid dirt at my grad party after high school. As an adult, I drink it out of necessity, not enjoyment. Liquid dirt. That's a pretty funny joke. That's my offspring's problem. Ooh, you're gonna have offsprings? Are you sure? You think you're gonna find a girl that likes you? Good luck. Why would you think that we make you drink drinkable water? What the fuck is wrong with you, Paws? You wouldn't do that, right? Nah, I already knew about that before school, so I didn't really pay attention to it. I didn't know about it because I was like in 4th grade. How did you know about it? You can drink almost anything. Once. I'm gonna go sip again because I am hydrating. I mean... What? Go on. No! No, you wouldn't! You wouldn't! I have running water, I have sink water, and I have toilet water, and I have shower water. But I'm not drinking any of those. Let me go hydrate. When I was a kid, I watched the science and history channels because I couldn't stand kids shows. I can relate to not standing kids shows. But I don't know if I would rather watch the science and history channels. That's so funny to me, Kaiten. It's true though. Some kids shows are just so stupid. Running water? Well, you better hurry up and catch it. Alright, thank you, Spastastic, for your comment. When I was a kid, I watched Tom and Jerry. Yeah, you did? That's so great. I'm happy for you, buddy. Where did it go wrong? Hope you're only gonna be left with toilet water for the next month. Brother, no! There may be more water trapped in Earth's mantle than all of the oceans combined. Likely story sounds. That's what they all say to try to justify fracking. Wow, fuck you, Avispa. That might be the strongest thing you've ever said, Wichow. Throughout all the cursed things you said, this might be the most hurtful. What the fuck? Apologize. Language, what's wrong with you? That's going way too far, buddy. Wow. Wow, that's so mean. That is so mean. What the? Based! We fracking for water now. I choose my fuck yous wisely. There also may be giant hollow areas that if we open up, we can cause massive sinkholes. Yippee! I love living on a planet with finite resources. That's so fun. I don't. Fuck you. I hate this so much. You guys are so silly. By the way, I don't know if you guys were there. This might be crazy for some of you guys listening to this for the first time. We just got word in the Discord. I have to update you guys on this story. Yesterday, AK Aurora Kaiju. I don't know if he's here right now. Are you here right now? Well, I'm gonna say it anyways. Kaiju lied to us. He also lied to us yesterday. He said that... Maybe I twisted the story in my head, but I could have sworn that he said, like, he was all, I think I know Outlawed Mechs way too well. And I was like, what do you mean? And AK came to us forward, acting like he was, like, a victim in a crime show. He was like, well, the other day, Outlawed Mech showed me a video of him pulling out his pee-pee next to a sausage, to a chorizo. And I was like, what? Do we get to name the kid? No. And then, like, he kept going on. He's like, yeah, that really happened. I didn't send an image back because it was cold. And I was like, what are you talking about? And then he was like, cold-blooded by sent a banana. And I was confused. And then Damon confronted Max because he heard the whole thing in the Discord. And apparently, AK was just being dramatic as hell. Max just showed them a picture of a chorizo in a package. That's it. Do we get to name the kid? No! You guys are gonna be terrible at naming children. Wow, what the fuck? Yeah, I think this is important for you guys to know. Huh? Hello, Fuzzy. Welcome. I know you're still here, but still. Cold, lol. Understandable. It was a video, but all the Discord got was a pic. Yeah, so who's to say that Max isn't covering up, but still. New Discord rule. No chorizo staring. Yeah, you know what? Because of you, which out, that's gonna be a rule. Bro is so gullible. Oh, dude! AK, Max, and Coldblood are always doing some freaky shit in the channel. If they're not saying fuck you to each other, they're like sending that curvy gif, that curvy gif of that him like, you know, that gif. We would be great at naming children. No, you would not. Also, ladies can name it. Ladies would probably be better at it. Ladies, what should you name the kid? What's wrong with naming my child Optimus Prime? So many things wrong with it. First of all, what was I gonna say? First of all, oh my god, wait, you can name children with like 2 names as their first name. That's so rude. Alright, fine. Show me some names you would give to a baby of another chatter. Oh god. I always hear those stories of like, oh my god, I found my wife because I modded for you, Avi, and we're both moderators and then we're married and stuff. But no one has ever heard the story of, hello viewers, can you name my child? Please hurry up, I'm at the hospital and we're gonna leave very soon. The Spanish do it all the time. That's true, you're right, you're so right, Fuzzy. It just never occurred to me. Can't believe Max was slinging his chorizo around in Discord. Yeah, he was crazy. Federico? Okay, that's not too bad. Bobathon? Heinrich? Elizabeth? Insert last name. Okay, I kind of like Elizabeth. It kind of goes hard. Typical Avi. Picking her biggest simp to be trustworthy. What? I'm marrying Mayoshi. I need names, chat. Oh, God. The chat would go like, you should name that child. You stole my Oshi. Whore. Fuzzy. That's what I would be if I was that chat. Jonathan Chatter. That's so silly. Better parents' name, Spare Parts, and Bob. What the hell? Break up! Oh, that's a really good one. I like that, chicken. Let me wrap my eyes for a second. I'm not tired. I'm a little bit sleepy, but I'm not tired. Oh god, how did my sleep go last night? I, slept at around 9 p.m., 10 p.m., and then I woke up at 2. And then I was like, damn, I can't go back to sleep now. And then I ate a melatonin gummy at 4 because I realized too late. I was like, damn, I should have taken these gummies early. And then I woke up at 10. And I had 1 hour to get ready to... No, at 9:40. And I had 1 hour to get ready for my appointment. Some absolute incel 100% would say that in full seriousness. I think that'd be really funny. Name that child Happy for You, bro. I love that. I love petty names. This is great. Is it a boy or a girl? Oh god, if it's a boy, it's just, oh no. This is even harder, dude. That's why you come up with gender neutral names. She's gonna take a 40-hour nap again. No, I'm not. I'm not sleepy. Just go with senior so it can reset the lineage. That's so funny. Calling a child senior. Some apps... Oh, I read that. Bro, my sleep schedule is funky. Name your first child Jack Broadcaster. What if I named my first child Grubby after you guys? I went to sleep at 1 a.m. and woke up at 2:30 p.m. God damn. You know what, chicken? I think I know what's going on. You're becoming American. You're getting used to American time zone. You know what this means, right? You gotta come to the States. If Kelby can do it, you can do it. Just host a donathon and raise like up to $5,000. Don't look at me. Was it really 5,000? I think it was more. Pay me money and I will. Hey, I'm not gonna host you living in my apartment. I don't even have my own room. My tummy feels tight. I forget that I like that. Oh my god, I should get back to my workouts. You should. No, I totally understand that, honestly. One time, what was I doing? I don't know. I did an exercise-related thing, and I was like, I should really go back to that. Obvious feature kid. First name Soy, middle name Jack, last name Nectarina. Why Jack? Why are you guys sticking with Jack? That's such an ugly name. Naming my firstborn with Chow to make sure he's getting bullied in school. Bro is not finishing school with that name. I did so much work today. My body feels numb. I'm proud of you, bro. I'm so proud of you, ladies, for going ahead and shoveling that snow. You made that snow, you bitch. Give me temporary health insurance. Brother, I can't even get myself temporary. Actually, that's a lie. I have state insurance because I'm in California, and it is the best thing ever. I was tempted when my mom was like, why are you on drugs? Just go exercise. To go, because the drugs are free, mother. But I didn't say that because I was really mad. Rip to the grubbies named Jack. No one's named Jack in here. Hello, Ozzy, welcome. I almost called you Fuzzy, yes. Happy New Year's, Ozzy in chat. Hello, Happy New Year's. Gonna get silly with it and call my son James and then get him to name his son James. God. I would actually hate that. I think I would call you Chicken. What the fuck would I name your child? Not James. I'd call him the other one. My dad wanted to name me Jack too, but my mom said no. See? Okay, it's not just me. Girls, I guess maybe girls just don't like the name Jack. Juan, basic. Name him Super, so his name would be Super Fuzzy. That's kind of funny. Exercise is free too, and you're paying for a gym sub, girl. Shut up. I'm not talking to you. Just kidding, Nayu. Just kidding, Nayu. Why is Avi so funny looking? Yeah? Well, Bugs, why are you so obsessed with me? Got him. I had to pull away all 5 Christmas trees too. Team lift for your safety. Well, yeah, I'm okay. Well, I'm the only bitch here, so I guess we ball. No! Really? You had to lift it all by yourself? I'm so sorry. The Thing. You haven't played MGS2 then. Wait, I did! I can name them Solid and oh wait, no, you meant Jack because Raiden. Oh, I even said back then, I was like, Jack is kind of it's an okay name because I know it's a reference to Jack and Rose Titanic, but then they made it like a reference to Jack the Ripper in the later games, which is kind of epic. Bug love. I'm gonna go hydrate real quick. I'm gonna be honest. I was just joking about not being sleepy, but I would love to take another nap. I would love to take a 7-hour nap. You didn't hear me say that. If I'm honest, the team lift warning was kind of dumb. They aren't really that crazy, but still, ladies, it's so that you don't sue them. Chicken's kids could be named for. That's dumb. When I hear the name Jack, I think of Jack Sparrow. Oh yeah, huh? I never watched the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. 7-hour nap. It's just napping is so addicting. I love it so much. It makes my brain happy. I mean, it makes my body feel like shit, but I feel happy. When I get like deathly sick where I have to like miss school as a kid, I would enjoy it because I just get to sleep more. It's like when someone talks about leaving their child home because the parents have to work or whatever, it's like, oh, but what if the child does something scary while they're home? And it's like, brother, I am going to bed and taking my nappy wappy when I'm sick. I'm not doing shit. Go run a leap around your house. That does sound really smart. What a time. Shimmer care is important. If I took a lap around my house, what would you guys do? What would you guys do? Maybe it's because I don't see the sun enough because of the donathon. Wait, never mind. Somebody already translated. Yeah, pollo means chicken in Spanish. Gee. Hold on. What did you say? Don't sleep. Take more pills. I already took 1 pill. You would wait? But what else would you do? Would you guys like play cards together in the chat? I pace around my house a lot. That's good. No sleep till Hammerfest. What's a Hammerfest? Talk the chat. Ethan does regenerate the brain for real. I feel like if I keep sleeping in the middle of the day, I'm gonna actively lose gray matter. So I should not do that. But it's so addicting. Why? As a kid, I was always like, why do parents and adults sleep so much? And now I get it. Preying on you, slipping and falling. What the hell, not you? Luckily, I live in a sunny okay, actually, it's windy right now. I live in a sunny place with very nice temperatures, so I think you're just jealous. Entertain the other chatters? Nothing new, to be honest. What the hell? Nuh-uh. If I'm gone for like 10 minutes, you guys are gonna cry. You guys are gonna be like, she hates us. Maybe I'll come back with a burger, too, and you'll be like, what about for me? Why didn't you buy a burger for me as well, Avi? And I'll go, sorry, I didn't know you wanted some. I don't know why I'm creating fanfiction. Don't go. Ooh. I'll have to because I'm getting sleepy and I need sun. Just graduate at that point. No!
You need to log off.
She's being parasocial. No, I'm not, because this is all things you guys have said. Let me look at Snake's chat logs. I'm sure he's gone, did you buy me some? Or can I have some? Or can I take a bite? Something of that sort. Only chatters are allowed to leave. That's a fucked up thing to say. I'm sure that Snake has said that once. I'm not gonna pull up the chat logs. She's doing fan fictions again. Go hunt down your truth, Avi. What does that even mean? Hold on. Avi actually lives in the North Pole. That's all I said. That's all I found. That's so funny. Get burger, please. Burger does sound nice. I really like Carl's Jr.'s burgers. I don't know about you guys, but I do. Oh god. I'm getting freaking memes about Wade and Sonic. And I don't know what that's about, and I'm scared. Oh no! Sorry, I just saw an image. Running around the house, howling at the moon. Sounds about right. You think I would howl in public? Why would I do that? I'm not tired. You howl at the stream. Shut up, that wasn't an example. I was yawning. I opened Twitter and I was like, wow. I'm kind of hot for burgers, but it's almost midnight, so I gotta wait till sunrise. Dude, I hate that. Get your nap, Sleepy. I'm not gonna nap. Yeah, why would I think you'd ever do that? I could yawn even louder. Anyways, I do howl in stream though. I will say that. I do like doing funny dog noises because I think it's silly. I think you guys are just jealous because I'm free. Take a nap, Sleepy. I do need to take a nap. Fake ass Legoshi fan, I swear, dude. I feel really embarrassed because I don't know how we got to the topic of Beastars, but Chia mentioned it. Oh yeah, because I think season 2 released. No, season 3 released. And it's really embarrassing because she is the only other person to actually watch the show, so she gave an honest review about it, and I'm really embarrassed. Because I can tell you guys stuff about Beastars, and you guys are like, whatever, we're getting like a skewed view of it. And then Chia says something honest about it, and I'm like, shut up, they're not supposed to know this. No one reads past like the first chapter anyways. I mean, they already kind of knew, but now they get it confirmed. Avi version B Wolf Toggle. Good alt outfit. And it'd be cute because it's like a bug wolf. I watched Beastars and ranted to my community. Don't tell me! When was this? Did you watch the new season? I haven't watched the new season because I read the manga. I really liked the manga. I fucking hate the last arc though, which is what the current season is about. Wasp Wolf Hybrid maybe? Okay, that sounds kind of cool. I didn't even think about that, bruv. Like December, I think. Yeah, so the recent season. Oh god, I didn't even know you were aware about it, Becco. Honestly, I don't remember the last arc. I did. Pause gave you summer outfit with furry toggles, and we stayed out of it. I'm sorry! I was mostly angry that it said final, but wasn't. Yeah, anime is starting to do that now, Becco. You should see freaking Attack on Titan. That shit has been going on for like, what, a decade? Maybe like 7 years? Almost a decade, and it's still it wasn't finished until like last year. AOT has like fucking 5 seasons when it went the end. Bro, I hated that there were 3 final seasons. Exactly. AOT did that so much. I never got into it when it was popular. Last time I watched it was when before Aaron Yeager had all those like e-boy edits of him. Avi, I read the manga. I did, so I know where it's going, and it's like my first anime where I read the manga first through, besides Chainsaw Man. It's so funny. So when is Avi playing Silent Hill? Oh my god, Pythagorean, that's really funny you ask that. Ooh. Not tired, by the way. I should get a coffee, though. I should order a coffee. No. Final season, part 1, final season, part 2, final season, finale. Yeah, that shit was annoying. It was so bad. Yeah, I've had enough. Start the game. Bro, we're not playing a game today. We're not playing a game. We're just yapping. You know what? Fine. I'll find a game to play. I'll find a game to play. Yeah, you want to play a game so bad? Want to play a game so bad? What if we played, Balatro? Just kidding. I'm done with Balatro. Balatro is really fun, but none of you peeps know what's going on, and I feel bad about that. Place word on stream? No. Drink some more Monster to get your inner furry raging. I'm not drinking Monster. Monster is scary. I'm sorry, guys. I fell... Oh my god, why is Devour updating right now? I didn't say you should. Oh, I can't play Balatro because it needs an update, so... Wait, I can't play it, actually. Never mind. Oh, yesterday Nuggets had an achievement. Discover every spectral card. That's funny as fuck, bro. Don't forget final season finale part 2. That's true. Mods, refund Linka his points now. No, because we're gonna play a real game like we're gonna play a real game like I don't have Apex Legends, but if I did, I'd love. Oh god, Fortnite. I could play Fortnite. I don't want to play Fortnite. I have so many games, you guys. I have Entered the Gungeon, and that's like the game I love. Starts up the Minesweeper. Wait, what if we do Solitaire? No. Shit, I gotta go soon. Bye! Avi, stay strong. Don't play Apex. I won't. I will never play Apex ever again. Wait, Avi, what is it? The game of life. Time to find a job in a family streamer. Oh, who wants to hire me? What the? 4 friends have played previously. 1 friend has played previously. 6 friends has Balatro on the wish list. Who has it on the wish list? Uh-oh. Anyways, did you ask Mex about the thing in chat? You! AK. Yeah, Damon did, actually. Damon did. It wasn't me that started it. It was actually freaking Damon, yeah. I didn't ask it. Because you talked about it on a stream yesterday, and he had to listen, so he had to ask. I forgot about it until that morning. Avi's way too high maintenance for my budget. What do you mean high maintenance? I'm so regular maintenance. All I need is a house with 4 walls, a roof, a floor, a bed, a TV, internet, and my phone. Oh, and outlets. At least 4. Most 4. BRB gonna go with honor real quick. Yeah, what the hell? You lied to us, AK. We thought he took out a schlong. Hold on, let me take out the logs. Let me take out the logs real quick. Let me take out the log. I know goddamn well what you said. You were all, he took out his schlong. He showed us everything. He showed us his knob. Lost all the chatter creds. You did. I believed you. That's on me though. I will say. I should have known because you'd use this emote a lot, but I just believed you. You were all, he put a chorizo next to his penis. I mean, I guess you weren't wrong. It was next to him because it was in his pants or something. Well, technically I didn't lie. Shut up. You know what you said. You know what you said exactly. And I hate you for that. Clown job ain't gonna cover that, wasp. This is my clown job, you guys. You guys do make me feel silly. Not silly like funny silly. Silly like... Also, I heard there's a winter update from my side. Anyways, Avi doesn't trust me no more. No, I know you're a liar. Chatters are the kings, and Obvious are jesters. That's a lot of kings I have then. How do I play chess so I can get all of you guys eaten? Oh, I was gonna say, hello, Hexagoner! I like your little flower you used. Also, Hexagoner, I'm sorry. I will say this to your face. I keep confusing you with Hopper, and I feel really bad. I love both of you guys. Don't tell Hopper. But I don't know why I confused you guys together. Okay, I can play either Monster Hunter or I could play freaking Enter the Gungeon. I'm not gonna finish the dungeon though, I will say. You know what? No. Let's use Enter the Gungeon as a backdrop. There you go. Found a game to play. There. You don't eat chess figures, Avi. Damn it, that was my one strat. Drink your lies. Enter the Hunter. Is that a real game? No. Bro, filter non-played ones. Wait, what do you mean? Play Sap? No. Also, Snake, why did you say what's the girl version of a king that isn't a queen? What does that mean? Play these. What the hell with y'all? You're so unhinged. Also, why did you say kill me now, ladies? You just wanted to do a funny. I respect that. Wow, it's a Toriso guy. What the hell? The Legacy Library sharing feature will be retired in early 2025? I have to create or join a Steam family to keep sharing. Oh shit. Okay, so context. I have an alternate account with my IRL stuff, and I used the library sharing feature, but to hold some of the games that I have from that account to this account. I don't want to do Steam family because you guys are gonna find my second account. You guys are never gonna guess the password for it, I mean the username for it, by the way. Wait, I'm not even friends with my alternate account. Monarch? No. But queens are the like. Oh, you're thinking of words. Okay. Ladies hate when programs have the Spanish dub option. What? Oh, you hate SAP. Oh, I see what joke you're making now. I get it. That's funny. +2 AK. Alright, be right back. I'm gonna full screen the shit. What the fuck? OBS! 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 Distract them by eating their chess pieces while actually poisoning their drink. Oh god, that's really smart. Pause, but what the hell? Okay, there you go, there you go. Sorry. The game hiccuped a little bit. Also, you're not supposed to be here. Cancelled her. Yeah, wait, Nayu. Do all mods have that ability? Perhaps the world would be yeah. Okay, got you. Don't tell Chicken that. Toro is killed. Toro is killed. Anyways, I hate it when the subtitles just say speaking Spanish. Like, motherfucker, what are you saying? That's happened. Oh, I keep forgetting which show that happened to me exactly. Anyways, we're gonna play Into the Gungeon because, my life is a mess. I'm excited, but dead. Chicken use exclamation panic. What the fuck? Okay, you know what? Fuck it. This time we ball. I love this game a lot. It's like a comfort game to me. I don't know how to explain it. It's a comfort game. That's not Silent Hill! We're not playing Silent Hill anymore, Pythagorean. Let me have a break, okay? I don't want to be those... Shut up! No, I'll never say that to you. I'm sorry, King. No, we're not playing Silent Hill because I want to play it. I want to make sure I enjoy Silent Hill by not playing it every single day. That's how you go to hating it, duh. Speak Spanish, insults you in Spanish, hugs you in Spanish. I love that so much, honestly. His name's Marine. Stop booing me. Anyways. Are we going for Gunslinger? Yes, I love him so much. Hold on, I forgot how to shoot. Okay, never mind, I remember. I forgot how to reload. Okay, never mind. I remember now. I don't know, Calby's played the same game every day and he loves it. I mean, to be... Oh, fuck. Oh my god, I haven't played this game in a Hold on, guys. I'm kind of doo-doo at this. Okay, hold on. I got this. I got this now. Hold on. She is not American. What do you mean by that? You should have a cheer you up redeem to counterbalance. Wait, what do you mean by cheer you up redeem? What do you mean by that? I'm actually considering that. Wait, that's funny. Also, there's gonna be an ad. Comfort game? How do the controls work? Looked away for a second. Avi doing Enter the Gungeon? Hell yeah. Yeah, I love Enter the Gungeon. I just haven't played it in a fat minute. Soon Avi will play another Toho. Wait, I should! Wait, how did I forget about that? Has she finished the game? No, Becco, I'm kind of doo-doo at it. I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of garbage at Enter the Gungeon, but I love it a lot. Hold on, let me Google Toho Mountain of Faith. I used to play Mountain of Faith a lot. Let me download it. Hold on, I know a way to download it. I just don't remember how. Was it this one? I don't know. I think I might download a virus. Oh god. Oh, should I download the virus? Oh wait, it's on scene? If you are bad at the game, Toho has even more to dodge. Yeah, but there's also a way. Okay. I'll need to relearn how to play it. I do want to finish Mountain of... Does it cost money? It probably does, right? Yeah, it's $15. English language is not supported? Okay, never mind then. 2HU Brokeback Mountain. What do you... Oh, Toho. Pfft. That's funny. Subterranean was my jam. I only know Mountain of Faith because my friend hooked me up with it. What was I gonna say? Mountain of Faith translation. There is a website I had. It was like my resource to play Toho, but it was from an old friend's Discord, and I don't remember how to find it. Was it Shrine Maiden? No. Was it Moria Shrine? I hate it when a motherfucker calls it Tuhu, because that's not how to pronounce it. Boo-hoo, it's Tuhu. I'll pronounce it Toho. I don't care. I should care. But I don't. Hold on, let me see. Was it this one? Is it okay to download it? I have an incentive for Avi. If she can beat Enter the Gungeon before the end of her subathon, I will gift her 20 Enter the Gungeon keys to her community. Wait, guys, do you want to play Enter the Gungeon too? It has a really fun multiplayer. You can play up to 2 people. Actually, it's not really good at multiplayer, but it's fun. Imagine typing out to... Okay, hold on. They're arguing. They're arguing in my chat right now. Hold on. Give them a minute to assemble themselves. Guys, you're embarrassing me! Yeah, I think my chat are out for blood today. Hold on. Maybe it's in one of the downloads of the YouTube videos. Dang it. I love Enter the Gungeon. My favorite character ending is the Cultist, aka Player 2. I need to finish the Cultist. I've only played him a couple times because I only have one friend to play it with, and they're the only ones I can play Enter the Gungeon. Everyone else kind of interesting. Wait, what the fuck did I press? Mountain of Faith. English. There you go. Where is the goddamn website I used? Avi hiring random chatters to clear ETG. Wait, I could play a multiplayer with you guys, huh? Lots to consider. In another life, I worked on merch for ETG. I remember you telling me this. I was like, ah! I was really like starstruck. I was like, whoa, I loved Enter the Gungeon. Actually, fun fact, if you play Balatro, you can have, I think they're published by the same company because you have the little bullets as a card for, I think it's spade or clubs. Left 4 Dead with chat. Wait, I've actually never played Left 4 Dead. Now you do pull if it's Tuhu or Toho. I don't care what you guys say. I'm not calling it Tuhu. I'm not calling it that. I'm just not. I'm sorry. Hold on, let me look for the website. Fuck, it's not that one. The ads are almost over. Was it... Dojin style? It was not that website. Luadis? No. Spell it to say Toho. Faced Goshi Oded. Oh, fuck. Faced goaded Oshi. There you go. Is you a Tuhu enjoyer or Toho Jack? What the hell? Tao How. Oh god. Hexagon are coming in with a steel chair. Okay. Now that the ads are over, let me go see how to. It's not that one. Okay, I can't find my website for Toho, and I'm not gonna pay $14 for a non-English one. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm coming. It's coming back to me. I keep playing with a stupid D-pad because of Silent Hill. I'm so silly. Okay, this is also to dodge. See, this is what I mean. If I play Silent Hill too long, I keep thinking about the D-pad. I have to use the controller. Ga ga ga. Just on the tab. Fuck. Hold on, my phone's covering part of the screen. I can't see. Ah! But yeah, I love Toho. Sorry, I love Toho. I need to play it again. Hold on, I need to find the website. I used to have it bookmarked. Shit, yeah. Fake ass VTuber not even knowing her cultural language. Listen, I'm a no Sabo kid. Are you really surprised? Yeah, that's why you need to finish Silent Hill first. Okay, the tank controls are so beloved to me. I love tank controls. It's fun. It's a challenge. But what was I gonna say? There, I did it. I cleared the room. What was I gonna say? But yeah, I would like to learn Japanese, but through Toho would be really funny. I wouldn't be the first person to have that motivation. Hold on, but there you go. If you're a VTuber and you know Japanese, bro, you're getting such delicious art from crazy artists on Japanese Twitter. It's insane. What was I gonna say? I love to learn JP through JAV like the real ones. Alright, buddy. Oh no, it's this enemy. I mean, he's not the worst enemy. I think I've only gone to the second level of Enter the Gungeon once on stream. I'm still garbage after so many years, but you know what? I'm having fun. So true, so true. Anyways, what was I gonna say? Stupid. Hold on. There it is. Got you! No, he's still alive! What the fuck? I get mad playing Gungeon. I like the rage. I'm a little bit better of a gamer every time I play this. Oh, I love this guy. And I like the stupid little AI thing with them going behind the building. It's so cute. Oh, there's more! I'm not even good at this game. It's just, I can turn my stupid brain off. I simply love democracy. Oh no, what is it? Tuhu enjoyer? What the hell? I'm sorry. I'm an American. I'm showing my American side, but I like calling it Toho. I'm sorry. Ladies is the lost. Ladies, I'm so sorry. You and me both. Oh, it's just these guys. I'm putting Toho into the permitted list. Toho did allow me to be 10 times better at the game than I should have. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by that, Snake? I need an OD run or I cannot run. What the hell is an OD run? Is it overdose run? Are you on crack when you're playing this? I wonder. No, don't do it. What was I gonna say? I'm not sleepy. I feel energized now that I'm playing this. Oh fuck, I forgot about the guns. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. What the fuck? No, 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 no. Okay. You get a Narcon in the end and you survive. That's dumb. Okay, there it is. That's how you change weapons. There you go. No, no, shit. I didn't mean to do that, Queen. Overdone or overpowered? Oh, I never heard of that before. Spice only run. That's so dumb. I only lost 1 heart in here. Not the... This is fun. This is fun. Speaking of which... These guys can't hurt me. They're so cute. Hold on. Easy. Too easy. Too easy. Save for later. Also for the Toho thing, I was able to read the bullet trajectory and dodge in between bullets, which is this game needs as well. Oh, that's what you mean. Toho made you better at ECG. Yeah, this game is tough as nails. It made me into a man. It's like the Dark Souls of gaming for baby Avi. Alright, gotta go for real now. See you later, Avi. Bye, ladies. See you later. Oh shit, sorry. I didn't mean to press pause. Or unpause. Let me move my, phone so I can see the game. Hold on. I'm gonna look weird. I'm gonna look silly for a couple seconds. Let me adjust it so I can, change position for my fucking phone. Why is my sock on my table? I think it might have fallen down. Oh. I didn't mean to activate my emote. You know what? I'll keep this sweaty one. Sure, why not? Also, when did I move to the left? Right. What the hell? There you go. Vibrate the mic. I'm sorry. No, I'm not gonna do that. No, don't leave us. No, because then the right side obviously is gonna be looking in the left, and you guys are gonna complain about that too. Okay, hold on. There's not even a shop here. Wrong button. Which one is the map button? I pressed it accidentally. Hold on. Oh. Okay, got you. Hold on. Who are you? What did you do to— There it is. Found it. Tab or M. D. I'm playing on controller. Wait, you don't play on controller, Snake? Oh, okay. There is one more room. I knew it. I knew it. Oh, fuck. I keep dropping my stupid— Not stupid. My silly little walkie-talkie. There you go. Oh, then select. And actually, it's a left tab. What are you doing? What do you mean? What am I doing? I'm playing video games. No, I do, but most people here on PC play with mouse and keyboard. Oh, okay, okay. No, not me though. Fuck, I'm full. There it is, the shop, the shop. Maybe I can find a better gun. Hopefully. Oh, you're still alive. Okay, what's this thing? Ruby bracelet. What's this guy? Yeah, why not? Thrown guns explode. What does this do? Any guns thrown while wearing this bracelet will— Oh. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Anyways. I think there's one more room in here with the... There you go. Easy. Yeah. I like these guys with guns. What are these guns called? I don't know shit about guns. No. Oh, I read that. Sawed off shoddy. What the hell? I don't know what you're saying, Nayu. You worry me sometimes. Have you called your mother recently? Actually, I shouldn't ask that. What the hell are you? Oh. Damn it. Oh, I only had one key. Wow. Well, at least this one was free, so... I'm high on so much pain meds. I'm drooling. Wait, why are you on pain meds? Wait, what the hell happened to you? Or are you doing a bit? I can't even tell when you're serious or not. I just assume you're serious. No! No! I thought I dodged in time! Get away from me, whore! Shit! Put on a shirt! Ah! I thought I dodged! Ah! Oh, that was a close one. I almost saw the end of my life. Ew, ew, ew. No! Ah, I thought he was gonna shoot his stupid eggs! Okay. Fuck. I went the wrong way. That's okay. We only got one life. We're good. Oh, I'm an idiot. Wait, hold on. I had a second gun. Tonsil swapped places with my balls. They're like balls. What the hell are you on about, not you? Damn, Ami is bad at this game. No! I was just warming up. No! You're gonna say killer gameplay soon, I promise! I'm gonna be so cool at this game, and you're gonna be like, wow, Ami, you're so amazing. And I'll be like, yeah, I know. Ami kinda sucked. You're so mean! There you go. See? I killed everyone with... What do you call it? Strat. Well, I got some endgame cold, so I'm dying. No! Oh, fuck! I dodged funny. Gee. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. I suggest not dying. Thanks, gamer. But yeah, my condolences, not you. But that's okay, because, see for later. I'm sure you'll get better soon. I don't know if I translated Enter the Gungeon into Spanish. It'll be Entra la pistola smora. Wait, how do you say dungeon in Spanish? Oh, fuck, they're bombs. Oh, please. Oh, I didn't know that one went down like that. That's so cool. Masmora's dungeon. Pistolas mora. I like that. That's really smart. Thank you. Wow, the way you got hit by that easy to dodge attack. I was looking at chat. Also, I didn't know he did that. I haven't played the game in a fat minute. Pythagorean. Yes, I know. These are all easy to read, but have you considered I don't know how to read? No, because you only think about yourself. With the number of puns in Enter the Gungeon, I'm pretty sure some just plain won't translate well to some other languages. I know! They're missing out. But it's okay because sometimes we consume media and we're missing out on something by not consuming the original content. Or the original language. Like, I know, Monogatari has... that one has a lot of really fun jokes. But we just won't know about it. Nothing left to watch on YouTube. Guess I need to watch this. What the fuck? You know what? I just wish you to get better. Oh. Watch this. failed. Stun locked. Monotagari, thank you. I think I confused it with like oh fuck. No, never mind. Let me not say it. Oh, the misery. Morbagatari. Thank you, Nayu. Thank you. Actually, I think it's really funny. Now you reminded me of something. I was like thinking about how not a lot of VTubers are into anime. That's fine. I'm okay with it or whatever. I can't control the weather. But I just think that's so funny to me. I'm a Zoomer and I've never watched Clanad. Nor have I watched that one thing with the girl with the school uniform and black hair. The school uniform with like the blue and white and the blue skirt. And they have that dance. Ha something with an H. Monogatari is sick, so I've heard. Avi, quick, speak Italian. I thought you said spell Italian. Bro, at least keep your gaslight, even if it was a spelling mistake. Monogatari. Got you. Okay, so you were misinforming me. You're right. Why did I believe you so easily? I used to think this guy was Death Wish, or like a hard boss, even though he wasn't even the boss. Shit, who's this guy? Now he's like whatever to me. He's like a friend. Because of how easy as shit he is. Hold on, I got scared of that guy. The Melancholy of Haruhi... Yeah, Haruhi Suzumiya is the show you were talking about. Yeah, that one, thank you. Avi, fun fact, we are now in Generation Beta for newborns. So I've heard. Congratulations. This is the worst time to have children. I'm so sad what we've done with the word beta. It used to mean something sacred. It used to mean something to the Omegaverse or whatever. And now men have tainted it to mean man who is worked hard and podcast. I don't know, the toothbrush part in Guitari got me the ick and dropped it. That's fair. I never watched it. I've only heard about it. I legit haven't watched it for years and I forgot how to spell it. Likely story, AK. Do you lie to your brother too with that mouth? There it is. Flame men, typical. What do you mean? They say alpha male. Explicitly for that term. Pythagorean, I don't know why you're defending them. They wouldn't consider you an alpha. Not that I would know. No, my mother lies to me instead. Like what? Is there any you would like to share with the class? Don't talk to me. There you go. Easy. The entire show was that horny the entire... Oh god. Yeah? Are you an alpha, Avi? You only howling at chips, eat hot chips and cry? Hey, I didn't say I was an alpha. I'm just saying that you wouldn't be one. I want one, please. Thank you. Hello, sir. You're either dodging or you're dying. So true. What about you guys? Are you dodging or are you dying? Did you bring something? No, sorry. Why is Drop got you? She said I was Sigma, but I'm not even a Gamma male. Oh no, it's the brothers. I don't even have another gun, bro. I'm just gonna... Fuck. Shit. I'm gonna try to kill them both evenly so that they don't get mad at me and go into super ultra alpha mode. Ugh! My plan is not working so far. Spare me. Hiya! Hiya! See, chat, I'm learning. Yeah. Now I gotta shoot this guy. Otherwise, I'm gonna fuck up and kill his brother first. I will only become an alpha for my special. Okay, buddy. Have you watched Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann? Is that the name of the full show? Avi is so bad at dodging balls. I am bad, okay? Sometimes I play and then I land on one. It just happens to fall down on me. They catch me off guard, bro. I'm sorry. Like she chill. Oh my god. You shouldn't have to be picky with your targets, Avi. Wait, what do you mean picky with my targets? Yes, I do, because they super get mad at me and then I die. Did you see that? I almost ran into that, but I didn't because I'm smart. But yeah, Owie! I remember being told that if I want to dodge things, I have to not look at the thing that is about to kill me and look at where I want to dodge instead, which should make sense. But I like looking at shiny things. In the first room, what are you... I can't even enter chat without y'all talking about weird things. Oh fuck, sorry, I was looking at chat. Hello, Sea-Dog. Why did you use your alt account? We saw you using your alt account earlier. Not funny, no one laughed, by the way. You like looking at tiny things? We've got a chance. Oh my god. Hold on, okay, there you go. How heaven-piercing Gurren Lagann fan feels when they call it Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. Wait, are there... I don't know shit about Gurren Lagann. I know people really love it for this one dude. But that's all I know. What other anime do I not know? I don't know about Tokyo Mew Mew. I know there's a lot of bad bitches on the internet that love Tokyo Mew Mew. Some of them even say it being better than Madoka, but I saw Madoka first, so... Avi is 1 gazillion wasp tall? You know, I'm glad you used the word tall as well. Thank you, Hexagoner. Wait, but actually, what is this about an alt account? We know it was you, Sea-Dog. Table Tech Money. Oh, goddammit. No clue about Tokyo Mew Mew. Never saw that one myself. Oh, I heard it was good. I'm /SRS. Who was it? We know it was you. We were surprised you didn't use the not version of it. Avi, NCD is talking down about my libido. What do I do? What do you mean, what do you do? Don't... No! He's correct. I hate to say it, but he's correct. I'm actually confused. Can y'all name them? I want to know who it was. It was someone that was literally called La Avispa _VT, and he was like, "Yo, guys, who's Sea-Dog?" And it's like everyone knows who Sea-Dog is. But yeah, the alt shit was so cringe, bro. I don't think it was Sea-Dog since he looked confused. You know what? Maybe it wasn't Sea-Dog. I'm glad that Becco didn't give me a time frame I had to complete the spot because I'm dog shit. I'm so dog shit. Hop on your alt, Sea-Dog. Don't do it. But yeah, chicken banned them anyways. My opinion, it was probably like a ban evader. If you were to ask me. Why have an alt when I can just be unhinged on main? Still's true. At least don't be a coward about it. I was actually going to do that exact bit with Chia's old name, but Twitch didn't allow me. Really? Oh yeah, because actually I'm not gonna tell you why it didn't allow you. I'll just let you think you can't do it ever. I'm glad Chia thought ahead for sure. Tee tee tee. How are you still alive? Ooh, I'm stupid. I was too busy looking at the bomb. Oh, these guys are easy. Ah! Imagine if it was him. I don't think so. I don't think Sea-Dog would stoop that low, because that joke is so unfunny. Right, Sea-Dog? And you're better than that joke. You're way better than that joke. She's hiding information. No, I'm not hiding information. I just think it'd be best if you didn't know about it. Anyways, let me get the key real quick. I don't know why I didn't pick up the key. Get some pills, chatter. You need better. I think it was original for real. The alt account? Yeah, I think it was probably a ban evader. People that get banned in here. Who the fuck is this guy? Oh yeah, this guy. Fuck, wrong way. Wrong way! Alright. Oh shit, I needed to okay. In my defense, I'm learning. You know what? Fuck this. I'll speedrun the first floor. I heard King of Fighters. Bro, dude, no one said King of Fighters. No one said it. King of Fighters 1 obby? I don't have Street Fighter 6 installed. I don't have King of Fighters. I don't have Tekken 7 or 8. Are we on 7 or 8? I don't even know anymore. I love the fact that we can't see Obby's HP until she's one hit away. Oh shit, you're right! So we can't question her skill until then. I didn't even realize that. No one said anything. Mark's talked about it above. What do you mean? Oh, I just saw his message. My bad. Look at him hiding. He's so cute. Okay, good. I went the opposite way. Yay! We're on 8? Okay, got you. Up or down. Ha, 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 ha. But yeah, I didn't even mean to hide my oh! Stupid obby! Okay. Yeah. You can call me a gamer, I guess. Ooh, I hate these guys so much. Oh! Oh! Oh, that was a close one. I might actually be low IQ. Because IQ actually doesn't measure how smart you are, duh. Did you know Einstein actually had a average brain size anyways? Avi is selling her... What the hell? Yeah, you're right. This is a say-so strain. What the hell? The fact that not Sea-Dog is telling you to calm down your freak should say something about you, chatters. Should really consider your lifestyle. Nerd! How could you? Just kidding. Oh. Okay, good. I was scared. Look at this goober. Why does he look like that? Gross, disgusting human being. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's right. Explode. not selling any bones on light, officer. Upside down. Now you turn me inside out. La 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 la. Upside down. Sorry, I don't know why that song's stuck in my head. Oh. I could go in there right now, or I can find the shop somewhere. Fuck, wrong way. I was looking the wrong way. Yeah, get fucked, loser. Stop gooning in my chat, all of you. Who's they? AK, who's they? What do you mean they're out there? Yeah, guys, stop gooning. This is a no goon zone. Okay, finally, we're in the shop. Poison vial. Aw, they don't have the good shit here. I installed Gungeon and now I'm gonna play along. Fuck yeah! I hope you get higher than I do. You don't have to play all the levels, but I do because I'm a psychopath. And I love this game so much. I love this game so much. Owie, owie, owie. I killed myself. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. We can't all be winners. I was looking at chat real quick, and then I died. That's fine. That's right. A full run of Gungeon is like 30 minutes to an hour. Yeah, and I'm gonna complete it. I didn't mean to use my key like that, but that's okay. I don't care. Since I already have a key that I used, I might as well get a... Ooh, I only got money for one thing. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. It was a big, cool chest. Why not use a key? Yeah, it looked really cool. And you know what? I got a cute gun out of it. Oh, I can't wait to see the bullets. I'm so excited. I think I'll use it for heart. No. Armor. Oh, okay. Alright, guys. Place your bets. This is the second VTuber I watch who has been goon keeping today. What do you mean goon keeping? Buy a new keep. Oh, but I don't have money. Unless I do. Oh, I don't. Ooh, Gungeon! Yeah, I love Gungeon. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's this guy. Never mind. I hate his stupid assistant, though. Bullet King. I hate you. I love the old. I love the style of this game, I will say. Oh, jeez, what the fuck is rats? Yeah. I like that he doesn't give a shit about his assistant. The other guy does. The other guy cares about like if his brother dies, and then like he does a cool. Ooh, I wasn't gonna survive that. But I will for this. Ugh, I lost 2 hearts. Rats! It's like gatekeeping, but gooning. Got you. Yeah, you guys are not allowed to do that here. What the hell? Okay, we got half a heart. We got this thing. We got another even cooler gun. Exactly what you think. I love when some of the descriptions are so funny. Also, there's so many rats here. What do I do? I feel kind of bad. What are these things? Cheese? Eevees? They don't look like Eevee. Oh, that one's sleeping. Oh, they're kind of cute though. Anyways. But see, I made it past the first boss just with the gun. Not this time. I won't save and quit because we only finished like a good hour of this game. But that's okay. We'll play this one. I've only gone to the 3rd floor once by myself with chat. Oh, that's so cool. I got the what do you call this guy? The betrothed? What do you call these guys? They have a name. Something. Oven. NCD will die for all your gooning sins, so feel free, Gubbies. No, he will not die because he will die. Bazinga. No! Beholder! That's his name. But you wouldn't know that. Because you're not cool. But yeah, I'm the second VTuber because there's too much gooning happening in the community. And I know I'm not the influence of it. Got you. I'm missing all my shots. What the fuck is that? Are you? That's on me. No, please goon for little of me. Old me. If I'm dead, I can get away from these even bigger freaks. No, Sea-Dog, don't leave me alone with these guys. What the fuck is they? Die! There you go. Oh. What the fuck is this? I did it. Got it, Avi. You said to goon for you, so I guess I'll have to. No. Not at all. You shouldn't be talking, streamer. You're the biggest enablers to these guys. Nuh-uh. I look at them and I go, stop that. That's so cringe. Ooh, there's a little pineapple. Aw, but it's $110. I don't have that kind of dough. I'll come back for it, maybe. What the fuck are you? He looks a little too joyous. I don't like that. Ooh, so close! Oh! You guys didn't think I'd survive that, huh? Also, I know I can jump over these things, but I'm scared. Doubters! Doubters! I got nothing but doubters in my chat. You all speak mad. I will never stop gooning till the special one frees my... Oh my god. A little too joyous. You heard the wasp, guys. We need to be more miserable. That guy looked like guilty, full of guilt and joy. And it looked disgusting to me. What the hell is that guy? Where's the other one? If you point with your big laser, I know where you are. Jesus Christ, that guy's scary. Then do something believable once. Yeah, I am. I'm gonna win this dungeon. Oh no, he's got the fucking... Ah, he died. Oh. Fuck. I might die here. Boom. Yeah, if you fumble at the boss, what will be the punishment? Good question. I forgot I had turbo mode on. What the hell is turbo mode? Okay, easy boss. Easy room. Easy room. Okay. I have one heart left. You can't see it, but I have one heart left. Oh no, these things have the spiky things to the floor. Oh, oh, oh. Heartless? No. Yes, I am. Oh, wrong button. Where's the stupid guy? I believe, Avi. Enter the Gungeon may not be one of those roguelikes that let you hop full on break the game, but I'm sure you'll get a good run soon. I believe in you. Thank you. What the hell is this guy? And what the hell are you? Oh. Do the chests give hearts? Do they give hearts? They don't. I got the judge. Paid shattered. What is this? The altar is empty. It's a little spooky. I like that these bullets all have little graves because this implies that they have little oh dang it, it has nothing, so I can't pick up anything, huh? They usually have some cool shit, huh? But I am so lucky that I didn't get anything. Fun. Or it could be lore stuff. I gotta find the boss soon. If you destroy a chest, there's a small chance they give a heart. Huh. No. They sound so happy when they die. Oh shit, I'm using my good gun. I want to save it for the boss. I'm just a little guy. I'm gonna make a test screen. If you want something mod action, I can probably not gonna respond. No, that's okay, that's okay. What are you gonna put? Avi is a bad gamer. Boo-hoo, baby. Yuck, his yum. Mods. Just kidding. Ooh, it's these stupid guys. Low IQ having motherfuckers. I did it. Did you see that? That was so scary. Oh, wait a minute. I have these stupid blue things, huh? Okay. Ah! Ah! Why did you guys tell me I was gonna fall down? I was looking at Chad. Why didn't you say anything? That's embarrassing. Don't look at me. Ha ha! Alright. Chamber 1. Run 1. Don't lose the shield. Don't lose the stupid shield. I am not a betting man. That was not a good play. That was so bad. I was doing so good too, even with 1 health. Would I have made it? We'll never know now. Wow, I mean, that was such an original way to end it. You've never seen anyone fall out like that before? Got you. That was good. Did you see that? I did that. I did that. That was so cool. Abby, I still believe in you, but man, my faith has been shaken. No! I'm so good. I stumbled. I just fell down. I stumbled. It's okay. We all have bad days. Am I not allowed to have a single bad day ever? Do I get it for free? I have a heart holster. Want a hint about keys of it? Yes, please. I know so little about this game. As 1 heart container. That's good. Oh, busier day than I thought. No worries. I totally get that, Scribs. Oh my goodness. How have you been? How have you been more busy? Why are you fighting Marge Simpsons? I think of that too when I see that big bullet with the blue hair. Blue hair and pronouns, probably. I wouldn't have fallen. There. I'm too tall to fall into a toilet. Wait, what are you saying about me then? I'm like 5'1", which is really tiny, I know. Hold on, watch this. No, it's too much to risk it.
Jesus Christ, parasocial!
Holding
You
off
need to
until
log
Thursday to go
off.
back to work. Was doing chores around the house. Got you. How many times have Avi fallen for chat? 0. Bystanders are too high for a mere mortal to reach. Fuck. It's okay, I still have my shield. I mean, I still have my heart, and that's a good call. You're a short stack. Not really. If you say those words, I know what you are. Fuck, not these guys. For a long time, I didn't know that you could hold the bumper to keep shooting. Avi is just plain small. I am. I'm just tiny. Nothing fun about it. Just tiny. Oh, killing. Look at that little guy dancing. He's so cute. I love him. That was close. Nah, you're still fun, Avi. Oh, thank you! Tomorrow, helping take the cats to the vets and getting an updated health and driver's license for photo card. Hell yeah! Oh god, wait, is it already that time for you already? Oh god. How does your last ID look? Avi ain't a short stack. She got big stacks of cash she waves around at her chat all the time. Ooh, yes, I love it. I love having so much, like, regular dollars and dimes at any given day, for sure. You know me. That's me. How does a cat get a driver's license? You know what? You're asking the real questions. Fuck. It's this guy. I thought I could find the shop. There you go. My health card expired on my BA and my driver's license a little while ago. It was only the first level 1 for passing the written test. Oh, okay. I didn't know you can get a permit. An ID. Driver's license just for passing the writing test. You have to do kind of the writing test and the driving test to get it. To get an updated one for your driver's license. I don't fucking know. Do I look like I have a license? I don't know anything. I could be making up facts. That's what I assume, but you know, I could be wrong too. Oh, Jesus. There you go, the shop. Look, bud, it's okay. It just means I have a better excuse to rob your house, Miss 1%. Ooh, half a heart. Ooh, this guy's only selling full hearts, not shields. Ooh, M191. Ooh, I have no other gun, but I do have one chest I can punch. What the hell are you? Ring of ethereal form. Temporary incorporeality. This mysterious ring briefly allows one to traverse the ethereal planes. This bestows flight. Oh, I can fly? What the? Huh. Then what did this thing do? Calls in an ammo drop. I'm good on ammo. I think I want to do this thing. Wrong button. Gungeon. Hello, Damon. How do you activate the blue bullets? My province is 3-tier. G1 for passing the written, where you can only drive on the road, no highways. And you have to have a full G driver in the passenger seat. Wait. Does that mean you have to do the highway like you have to drive on the highway for the behind the wheel test? Are those your bombs? Maybe. G2 is after you pass the driving test. Lets you go on more roads, carry people in the back, later driving test past 10 p.m. And I don't think you need a passenger for regular driving. Full G is a full license. I've never heard this before, ever. Scribs, this is like all new to me. What does Chia have? Or at least in her province. Let me go take a sip. Actually, I rebound blanks to side mouse button. Another side mouse button is to dodge from me. Oh, you're also a mouse player. I'm a controller player, if you can't tell. It's really fun. I love it. Where's Discord? Oh, I got pinged. Hold on. Hold on, let me respond back. And then why did I get a ping in general? Oh, Kelby. Anyways, I rebound blanks to... Oh, I reread that. It's like she wants to know every single detail of a person. I know she's your sister wife and all, but this should be jail-worthy. Well, yes, of course I love Chia. I think you're jealous. I think you're jealous because when you share things about your life, everyone goes, okay, weirdo. You didn't need to share us what your kinks were, but okay. Oh, blanks are both sticks. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's an interesting bind. Also, it's this guy again. Patooey! Fuck, I almost died. Okay, I gotta kill the other guy. Oh, when did you babies come out? Fuck. Get out of my way! Fuck! They're cornering me! Ah! 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 He bumped into me! What did that do to me? Am I dead? Hiya! Hiya! Shit. Hold on. Hold on, time out, guys. Time out, time out, time out, time out. Fuck! I walked into that. Oh! Oh! JC had to do it 2 times in... Hold on, what were you guys talking about? Ooh, that sucked. That was the worst play I've ever done. Let me move the timer thing right here. Hold on. Also, Avi, don't forget to pause the timer at the end. JC had to do it 2 times in a row. Oh shit, I'm sorry. I realized I forgot about that. Thank you. I'm so sorry, JC. I had to add myself to the list of users who could the first time. Oh, got you. No one needs to know about a has-been like Chia anyways. And guys, this screenshotting this. Someone send that to Chia right away. Simply give the list, the command to me. No. Hey, when I share some of my kinks, chat often the streamer too goes, fuck yeah. Not me, bro. I go, what the hell? This is a Chili's. And again, it's most of the time, it's just me saying I like bugs and bug-centric channels that happens. What the hell? He's watching? Yeah, hello, JC. Oh, what was I gonna say? I was deep in the ragu myself. I was not paying attention. See? Like, when you play the game, it's so addicting. You just stop paying attention to everything. Hello, Pudding! Oh, fuck, I forgot I could go to the ethereal plane. Oh, how could I forget that? That's okay. Oh, did I press save and quit? That's okay. Hello, Pudding, I died. It's time to play the game. Hello, Pudding, I died. I died horrendously. It was embarrassing. I had a really good run, and then I fell into the pit. Also, there's going to be an ad soon. Oh my god, I love Enter the Gungeon. I love it too. Multiplayer mode is so fun to me. Ooh, take cover! I really feel like I'm at war. This game, I both love this game and hate it so much. I'm both overstimulated, and this is the perfect amount of stimulation. It's the perfect amount of stimulation up until I lose. Then I go, time out, you guys! Damn it. They killed themselves. I didn't even do anything. Imagine having attention to things. Couldn't be... Is that a squirrel? Every roguelike, man. Oh, there's another guy at the bottom. I didn't even see that. Meefy! A timeout? Yeah, what happened? Oh yeah, my coffee. This guy. Oh, it's the books. Luckily, there's a wall of text over here. Die! There you go. Wait, hold on. What was given a timeout? Was coffee given a timeout? Who knows? Anyways, the ads are gonna start right now. So I'm gonna stretch, bro. My body is in pain from rotting and sitting down. And hello, how are you doing, Pudding? What were you doing recently? You moved. How was the holidays? Take a sip, nerd. All right, thank you. I'll take a sip. Yummy, yummy. And you heard me zip. That was actually my bag, so I can do my crochet like in 10 seconds real quick. I had to redo my crochet stuff. Sometimes when I can't sleep, I just crochet. I think it was acted. Acted? Anyways, no, it's not acted. I did drink water. My chat doesn't believe me anymore. I did drink water. That was water. Yummy, I'm so hydrated. You didn't choke on it. Because I'm a full-grown adult. And I don't do that every time. Imagine being able to eat. Couldn't be me. Yeah, I wasn't able to that night. I would sleep for like 4 hours and then I'd wake up and I'd be like, wow, it's 2 a.m. My body is terrible. What was I saying? Yeah, ooh, I can't get it into the last chain. No. But yeah, I had to redo it a couple times because like the length would be too short or too long, and I'm like, dang it. Well, now you need to do water tricks, so we'll believe. All right, fine. I'll learn how to do what's a cool water trick? I'll like blow through my teeth some water like a fountain. Four hours is not much. Shorter than I get in a night, and then head to my 10-hour work shift. God, that's painful. I want a refund. Want a refund gear graphic? Cause that sounded fake. No, that was real. I took real water into my system. You should have seen me when I drank like something else other than water. Listen, I'm probably the only tuba that doesn't drink soda instead of water for hydration checks. All right. You go, hydrate, shaver, and they go, oh yeah, I get to sip my Red Bull. Thank you for reminding me. It's lukewarm now, alright? Alright? Teehee? Your streamer is afraid of Red Bull and also doesn't really like soda that much. I bet she's not even a wasp. I so am. But yeah, water, not eggnog spa. we need a refund. Oh my god. And oh, what's that? The ads are resumed now. Guess I gotta go back to my game and not answer any questions. She can't be believed after admitting to not doing the water routine for years. I didn't say for years. I just said that one stream. And some other times. But most of the time I do drink water. I'll airdrop the Canadian dry ginger ale. I think I have those in America. I never was adventurous enough to drink it. The wasp ain't the adventurous type. No! I'll change. Just watch. As soon as I get my brain... I don't have the fun kind of brain where you do fun stuff. I don't have the brain that makes you go, wow, I think I'm gonna go skydiving today. I have the brain that goes, what if I die from salmonella from not cooking my salmon enough? Or I go, wait, hold on, what's another? I go, I can't clean my room because I'm overwhelmed, but I'm overwhelmed because my room isn't clean. That's the kind of stupid brain stuff I have. Also, I forget to do laundry and then it stinks and I have to wash it again and then I forget to put it in the dryer. That's the boring one I have. It sucks so hard, dude. It sucks balls. What if I get pregnant? Well, that's a you problem. The wasp stinks. Didn't you serve undercooked salmon? Yeah, I realized that was a bad example because someone was gonna bring that up. I knew it was gonna be you. Yeah, I did serve undercooked salmon because that was the one time I decided to be adventurous. It went horribly wrong. The one time I decided, hey, let's cook today. No. Horrible. Horrible. Never doing that again. Now the lesson I learned, never touch any sort of kitchen appliance. Just kidding. Salmon was expensive as fuck. Only to waste it having it raw. Oh, what the? Got it. Don't let Ozzy cook. Hold on. Sea Dog says something and I want to read it. I'll read it after this battle. There! Oh, I thought that was an enemy. I was scared. I wouldn't serve undercooked salmon to any liquor looking at this. I'm worth it. I am the kitchen nightmare. I was gonna say, you did not say that. I should be given like 1,000,000 points as compensation. No, do not refund this man. If you want to cook something for someone, you should probably practice first, eh? Yeah, you'd think so, huh? You think that'd be the lesson I took away from it? I'm not that afraid of... Oh, fuck. Save for later. Table tech shotgun. Flip out. This ancient technique will fire a vicious shotgun blast when a table is flipped. Oh. No, they are the practice. Exactly. How much salmonella can you get from heating it this much? Exactly. You get me, Scribs. Does it do friendly fire? Can I die from it? Oh, it just broke the table. Okay, no. No friendly fire. That's awesome! And I made too much hecking food. No! You can give some to the grubs. Drop your location so any nearby Avi watchers can have your food. You're fine with that, right? I'm sure no one in my chat's a murderer, so honestly, you guys are like... I flashed my address once. And I'm alive. So we're good. Address? Where? Wouldn't you like to know? Were you there? Wait, Sea Dog, were you there for that? I don't think I could do that at V-Spucks. That's okay. Thank you for not doing that. Watch this. This guy's gonna get so overkilled. Oh. Okay, watch this. I feel bad. There for what? Oh, you weren't there for it, huh? Tragic. Maybe the guy who posted the peen salmonella Reddit was tasted Avi's cooking somehow. No! That guy fucked the chicken. He did. Ha ha ha, loser. If you're talking about the flashbang, then we shouldn't talk about that. Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right, Sea Dog. I mean, nothing happened, actually. Thank you, Sea Dog. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm saying thank you. But thank you. Oh, look. The map is only for this floor, huh? So it's not really useful. There's 2 more areas, but do I have another gun? I should grab a gun. Let me look for another chest. This gun isn't that good. Maybe there's another key over here. I love that peen salmonella thing so much. It's so funny. It wasn't Reddit, but it was funny. Ooh, I hate this layout so much. I was there. Ah! Ooh, I thought I would find a chest or something. Good, I'm locked. Hold on. I was there, but I'm amazing and awesome and an empath to know things about people's well-being. Wait, what do you mean by that? Hold on, hold on. Did you see that, chat? I avoided that. This might be my run. I haven't even lost my shield yet. This might be my run. God, I'm looking at myself in the mirror right now. Pfft, dumb. We didn't actually. I shouldn't have ate that spice. Oh no, what happened? This game is so good. Hello, Gusting Ray. Yes, this game is good. I agree. Wait, Nolenka, what did you guys not do again? See, saying thank you to NCD. Who are you and what have you done to Abby? It's still me, guys. See? Skip. How do I skip? There you go. Whatever button it was. Oh my god. Hold on, this boss fight is easy now. I'm pretty sure I'm landing all my shots. I don't even know. Wait, I have a stupid table thing! My spit! We didn't see you do that awesome evade thing because it happened behind you. That's so funny. About the bullet hell rogue likes. Oh my god, wait, the second Parna Boy is about that? I haven't thought about Onion Boy, whatever his name is, in so long. Ooh. Refill. Ooh, knife. Ooh, key. Ring of fire resistance. Let's read about that one. Google how to ban a mod. Do you hate that joke too, Kaijin? I think it's funny because it's unfunny, and it goes back to being funny. But the way Nayu said it was unfunny. You have a 50-50 chance of making it either funny or unfunny. Sorry about that. Anyways, prevents damage from fire. Okay, I need that. I don't like that I need it, but I need it. I need it. Fuck you, Austin. No! Wait, no. You know what? No, you're right. Get better material. And then I'll laugh. Exit. No, not you. I'm just training you to be funny. I'm training you to be funnier. You got this. You can make funny jokes, not you. This is how you get bitches and hoes. You think bitches like talk to a podcast? Wait, not you. How much can I pay you? See, actually, no. I was gonna say, how much should I pay a viewer to listen to the Talk to a podcast unironically? But then I thought, no, because that's a miserable experience. And I wouldn't know what to do with it, with the knowledge. I'm missing all my shots. Holy lord. Bro, bitches like Lizzo, what am I supposed to say? What kind of bitches are you hanging out with? these guys are not. Oh, these guys were silly, but now they're serious. Look at the way they run, too. They're so cute. I thought they were not serious. Oh, I'm gonna die really badly. Wait, what did she say? I was typing. Am I getting paid? I'm not gonna repeat myself again. No. Don't get trapped. Don't get trapped. Fuck. There you go. I might die. I know you guys might laugh at me because I used that on a level. What the fuck is that? That's scary. Ha! You can do it, Abby. I'm sorry, Wolf. I let you down. After the early party, hold on. I suggest not missing your shots. Could hurt you in the long run. Yeah, early floor bullet guys that launch themselves are rubber, so they only push you around. After the early part, they hurt though. I didn't realize that. I thought it was my first time seeing it. Don't cry, Tungsten. Don't cry. Pixel game. But yeah, I didn't know that the Turnip Boy had a roguelike thing. That's fun. Am I a roguelike liker? Maybe. I'm a roguelike liker. No, the key, the stupid key. Oh, I missed out on the key. I'm so salty. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm gonna take my anger out on you guys. Grrr! Why didn't you guys unload the dishes? Grrr! Beats you up. Oh, there's still a monster here. Oh, motherfuckers. Alright, time to listen to all the talk to us so I can educate the wasp about funny. No, you're not needed. I thought about it and then I was like, no. I think that will actually lower your IQ. I don't think you need it, Nayu. I don't think you need to. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, Nayu. It was a funny tee-hee ha-ha. There you go. I did it. I don't know. Who knows if she'll actually pay you. That's you. Nayu, I won't pay you if you do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Do you think Chia has listened to the podcast? Out of curiosity? I'm not curious enough to care about the podcast. Not about Chia. I love Chia so much. Wanna watch NCD? Do you want to watch Togtua in VC instead of this? What the fuck? Watching 15 bugs at the same time should lower my IQ too, but I still don't mess up what bug I'm talking to unless I'm sleepy. That's fair. Oh my god, imagine you got the wrong bitch. That's so funny. The wrong bug. It's just like Bellatro. Hello. Hello, chicken. Welcome back. I'm losing so badly. Wait, this game? Yeah, this is just like Bellatro, dude. Don't you remember? Oh, it's this egg guy. Hello. Hello, chicken. Hello, chicken. Hello, chicken. Hello, chicken. Me calling Vari Avi sometimes. Who's Vari?
You're ugly. You're disgusting.
I want to know so I can laugh at them. I mean, I'll laugh at you in their chat. Sorry, no. Hello, Avi. Hello, hello. Hello, ninjas. Hello, ninjas. Hello, ninjas. Hello, Avo. Hello, Avo. Hello. A Swedish tuber. Dang it, I don't speak Swedish. Do you? Wait, what do they speak? They don't speak Swedish. Is this another American moment? We rated them before. What? We did? I would remember. I don't remember any Swedish too. What? No, you're lying. You're lying. You're lying. Swedish people speak Swedish. Vari. About. Is it this person? It's not them. No, we never rated Varidetta. No, you're wrong. Fake fancy dog. I think you're thinking of someone else. We never raided them. Ever, ever, ever. Ever. I would remember. I remember every single raid. Every single one. Everyone. And we've never raided them before. Never. How do you mistake a streamer for another entirely different streamer? Yeah, Sea-Dog. How did you do that? Just say you hate them. It's okay to admit it. No, because I don't hate them. Why would I hate them? Stream till 3 p.m. my time so we can raid her. Yeah, she's European, so she's probably streaming at like crazy hours. Anyways. So, I've never rated them. Sea-Dog agreed. I got it confused. So, it's Sea-Dog's fault. Anyways, what were we saying? Yeah. What were we saying? Gerzounds. What is that face? I would remember. I would remember. You got the wrong person, Sea-Dog. Imagine getting baited. Nuh-uh, you're just saying that now. Look, you're switching it up now. Now you're all, haha. Avi doesn't remember. Actually, I messed up, but I'm not gonna admit that because I'm NCD and I'm stinky. Look at how fast I went through that room. That was so cool. She really hasn't rated them. Yeah! Twitch logs don't lie. Wait, we have Twitch logs for that? That's swag. There you go. Save for later. I don't think they actually save for later. Closest thing name-wise is Vesper. Yeah, and even then it's not close at all. What if I shoot here? No, don't do it. What's Potion of Gun Friendship? Vesper, huh? Yeah, the bug. Someone cut that I am stinky part so we can bully Avi with it. Oh, that's so silly. Can't believe Avi is trying to learn about Casino Royale. Oh god, I still need to plan out the movie nights. Alright guys, we're doing a donathon, but I do want to still have movie nights, but that's like 2 hours, right? Let me think about this. Yeah, that bug. Streamer reactions! That's what I was thinking. I'm like, we've done a watch-along like that before for, I believe, 12 Angry Men. Alright, it was probably a Vispa VT who raided them or something. I forgot what you call them. You're so silly. You're so silly, Sea-Dog. Got you! Ooh, a big chest. 666 bullets! Ooh, goopy! Alright, I should have done that chest. I think I already did, actually. I'm gonna find your first ever raid. Oh, it was probably Ash. Or... yeah. You could also stream your reaction but not display anything, keeping people watching in the Discord. Yeah! And then they'd have to chat in Twitch. Wait, hold on. Okay, I was actually thinking, okay. Actually, wait. I actually had an idea for a movie night. So, Discord channel overlay. So I was thinking this thing. Discord has an option to do like a chat overlay on text. Hold on, let me find it. Let me find it real quick. It's not that thing. It's not that thing. Stream kit overlay. Install for OBS. Select server. Avispas Hive. Not stream discussion. Let's choose Chill Buzz. White. Text color. Text outline. Copy. But I don't have a VCR. +2 joke. Okay, yeah, I thought about doing it like that. Okay, hold on. Add browser, and then Discord. First ever raid was from someone who first streamed 13 years ago. What? Okay, look. There, see? I don't think it's working. Cashel? Hmm. That's so weird. Few unknown users and then Ash. Yeah. I think it's Cash Pudding. Is it the person I'm thinking about? Okay, let me see if this feature works. Disable. And then hello Wasp. Hello Some. All right. Okay. So I have the Discord overlay right there, and then let me see if it works. Hi. No, it doesn't work. What the hell? Oh wait, that's status widget. My bad. There you go. Okay, there you go. Okay. And then let me copy paste. I did it wrong. Hello, Some. I hope you're doing okay. Today I am trying to do something silly. There you go. See, you can text in the chat right there. The overlay doesn't look as sexy. I can fix that though. Text size, I can make it bigger. It doesn't look as good, but I can make it bigger. Hi chat, read these. Okay. Background color, shadow color, width, heights. Oh shit. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's really cool. It's like a Twitch chat overlay, but for the Discord. Hold on, I can't make it bigger. Oh shit, I have way too much. Like that. See, oh my god, I hate you guys. I think I can fix the outline as well. You can make it bigger. I can. Oh, you can't see emotes though. So yeah, it'd be really funny to have like this thing in a movie night and then have a reaction as well. Well, I guess since you guys are there, I could like put it like here and the movie. Yeah, okay. Don't make it that big, bruv. That's fair. Let me turn it off. That's fair, but it's only like people in the Discord already in it. Maybe on movie night, but yeah, but goddamn. I mean, no one nefarious is gonna hop on Discord. Like, you guys are sharing reactions and stickers right now. Put chat in emote mode. Chat here now. No! Okay, back to this. Yeah! I see you guys messing around with it. You guys are so funny. It's 4 p.m. for you. It's 4 p.m.? It is 4 p.m. Feels like it's 3 p.m., dude. Oh my god, I can't wait for daylight savings. It's not weird to be excited about it. What is that? Oh, I'm planting something on them, but I don't know what it is yet. What is this? What does that thing do? Let me go look it up. It's 6 p.m. Just got to grandmama's. Oh, you visit your grandma a lot. That's so sweet. Can sever the enemy's soul. This pocked and swollen gun splits and renders spirit from the body. I don't know what that means. He's coming closer. Fuck. Fuck. I thought I could make it. I mean, I guess I could see him, which is really nice. What the hell are these floating things? Oh, I got him! What are those things? She's one of my jobs. Oh, I see. I think I don't see. But you know what? Sure. Yeah, okay, got you. Yippee, yippee. I thought you were just visiting her out of the goodness of your heart, but I see how it is. Just kidding. Oh, I got a singer! Wait, that's actually really cool. How does it work? There's even... Why did bees come out of that? I don't get that. Everyone always uses bees, but no one ever considers wasps. And it makes even more sense because they can sting multiple times. I don't get it. This is bullshit. Those floating things are his soul from the weapon, I think. I don't know what they do. Got you. So we just don't know what they do. They're just kind of chilling there. Got you. Thank you, kind. Those floating things deal a lot of damage when you run into them. Oh, okay. We'll see. This is bull bullshit. How come that item counted as a motion, but they do? God, I love that meme. It was a silly meme. Oh God, he blasted him. He killed him. I always feel kind of bad killing these smaller guys. They're just like early enemy guys. They don't know what's coming. Fuck. Oh, ignore me. There you go. There you go. Chatter really asked payment of from an old lady. The poor woman is being extorted in the retirement home. You know what? Good for Cinnamon getting that bag. Chatter really asked. Oh, I already read that. Those. I already read that one too. So what I was going on? Yeah, the new Parsnip guy game is literally having this mechanic. Wait, that's awesome. I love that. The state pays me. Oh, that's actually even cooler. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, oh, oh. I blinked and that thing was really close to me. Ooh, these guys are like 5 million of them. It's so annoying. Oh, I didn't dodge because I thought I would make it to the wall in time. Ooh. Ooh, this would have made me full health. Redeem check. Oh, wink, wink. Thank you for the redeem check. Nayu, and thank you, Gersounds, for the redeem. Wink. I'll do it again just for a free one. I'm so cute when I wink, except with that voice. Wink. I sound like a pig. Squeak. Not even a pig. Even a pig is adorable. Ooh, it's empty. What if I disrespect these these good grounds? Oh, I guess not. I like the little bell emote. Picky wasp. That feels insulting. Never mind, he's cool now. We love extorting money out of the state. I'm glad that my tax dollars are paying for him. Ooh. How much is it in tax? Actually, no. I was gonna ask, where do you live? To know the full benefits of it. Just out of curiosity, but maybe I shouldn't know everything. I don't need to know everything about a viewer. What the hell is this? I used the key! Have a shot, tough guy. Break the targets, win a prize. They call me Winchester, and for you, I have a simple game of skill. Would you like to know the rules? To play this game, you have to break the targets in a certain number of shots. Each shot will ricochet a few times before vanishing. Break more targets to get a better reward. Heh. Break the target to win a prize. Aim true, tough guy. Can I switch my gun? I'm not timed, right? It won't go in. Okay, let me not use this. Okay, you know what? I should have expected that much. Okay, now the hard part. Okay, I should have expected that much. I'm sorry! You'd think she'd realize after the first one. No! I can't even open it because I don't have keys! Oh, wait, I can. That's okay, I still got something. I got proof of participation in the democratic process. What? This doesn't even do anything. Gun range gotta ban her before she ends up hurting people. I didn't know! I'm so sad. I live in the border and in a state with guns, so anyone who approaches will get Maria'd legally or illegally. I like that attitude of yours. Got that I voted sticker, and it's useless. I was so excited. I thought she's American. I'm sorry. I think it's time Avi goes to a shooting range. I think it's time. I think I have to. I'm legally forced to. This was embarrassing. Isn't this the second floor, by the way? So, like, I'm kind of... Fuck! Winning. Guns partially refilled. Texans, they got guns? No way! That's my first time hearing about it. Anyways, oh god, I have such ass guns, and then I have the stinger. What the hell are you? Oh. Did I kill it? Yeah, I got it. That was scary. Anything else? No. Gun range is got. Oh, I read that. If you do go, tell me what state you're in so I could be in the farthest state. Yeah, I'm going to Florida, baby. Wow, bug on bug crime. Hit it. It was scary that she was really huge and I'm just a small little. I got an extra shield, but also I'm fucked. Where am I? Good. La. Fuck! Oh, what is that? What is that on me? I thought I had a chance because I got it. Oh, I keep running into bullets. That's fun. I should have done the timeout thing. I should have. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Hate. There you go. That's what you wanted to say. Got you. But that was cool. I got the little guy that was running. All right, don't kill me. I like that the game gives me these baby. Oh, Jesus Christ! There's still like a there you go. There you go. Fuck. I was waiting for the grenade so I could make it like kill the Tsar, but it wasn't meant to be. She streamed Toho on stream and still isn't able to get through this. Her gamer arc is long gone, I guess. No! I'm doing so good! Gross, why did you pronounce it like... Shut up. Shut up, you sheeple. You didn't have an issue with me before, now you showed up. Ooh, you want to impress Nayu so bad. Makes you look sick and deprived. Now she can only deal with games like Piglet's Cookie Collect. That game put me to sleep so many times. I think Doki played it to the fullest, but I couldn't. I fell asleep. What did I even do? You said, why did I pronounce it like that? Alright. Finally. A heart. Oh, that hurt me. I could have gotten an oiled cylinder. Ugh. What does that even do? An oiled cylinder. Got you. Oh, he's not dead. The rad gun could be huge. Yeah, if I had money. Yeah, because I'm very thoughtful about your pronunciation and wouldn't like you to get made fun. Oh. There's something on the other side of this room. I did it. Look. Ooh, what are you? A shock rifle. Okay, now just don't kill myself, and I'll be okay. You've been streaming for almost 4 hours, damn! Okay, hold on. Rat gun. I only have 78. I'm fucked. I gotta eat spaghetti because I only ate puffy holes today. What the hell are puffy holes? It's that thing that Fuamoko ate. Who is she? Why did I skip it? I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm fucked. Fuck! I was trying to do the. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. One more time. Donuts. Got you. Oh no, I hate when it's like the only thing you ate that day was donuts. Okay, Euro Bros, what do you think of donuts? Do you have donuts where you live? Do you have like that customary you go to the donut shop and say hello? And did I tell you guys, my dad, whenever we visit family, we always have to get donuts to offer to them when we visit them. Use your rocket propelled grenade. I tried, but I couldn't switch the control in time because I'm Phoenix stupid. Yeah. I just need a better gun. I just need a good stuff. Owie. There you go. Oh god, there's still people here. Are eclairs donuts? I don't know what eclairs are. You don't have any donut shops in your country? Damn. I do. It used to be like the thing you get like when you start a business. Though we do have donut-like pastry with jam here. That's interesting. What are you? Alright, I'm back. Shall I call 911? No. Oh, you know what you should also do? Not you for the panic button. An idea. This is just an idea I have. What if you make it so you can mute me? Sorry, Avispa, but I gotta be a lame adult. No worries. Have a good day. Ah, stupid little bird. Oh, fuck. Never mind, it's these guys. Well... yeah. Oh, you can't control OBS tracks. Oh, okay. That's good to know. I just thought it was like a fun little idea. I'm gonna die. If only I could throw bombs at these guys. Usually there's like chandeliers in these places, but not today. Do you edit videos for YouTube? No. I don't have that kind of money. Would you run an EXE set by me? Maybe. Possibly. Probably. Depends. You better do some cool shit on that. Would you run it the EXE sent by the Zam guy? No. I'm gonna kill myself. Not a virus.exe. Wrong answer. What? But you did cool stuff like all the time with Stream Elements. So I thought, okay, maybe. Unfortunately, I would. Because I want to see what cool shit you're cooking up. What do you mean, wrong answer? You never trust anyone with an EXE. Okay, you know what? That's fair. You know what? That's fair. I don't think you're that knowledgeable to run an EXE program. Ooh, that's cool. You're right. I need to go to take the stupid, like, security test. What do they call it? Like, those IT courses or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? What does this water do? Doesn't do anything. My job is literally to build specialized EXE. Shit! Alright, you might know some things about EXE. Ooh, a wind-up gun. Oh, that doesn't... Bro, really trusting strangers on the internet with things like these? I mean, he had the really cute emotes, so I didn't want to say no. Do you guys remember when there was a time where, like, I would do literally anything if someone asked really nicely with the Avi Please emote. Like, the Avi emote. Because you guys... Because I hate you guys. And it looked really cute. It's like saying no to a baby. I think you were there for that, Sea Dog. Avisos! Now Kaiten just cries. Ooh, okay, let me see if I went through everything. Can we play Parsnip Boy instead? I'll do it when I go off stream. I don't think I have the game for the sequel. But I did play through the first one and it was very fun. Alright, I would say no. I would say no to a baby and then basketball it. Oh my god. I actually recently watched a video last night when I was falling asleep about women that were, like, in jail for crimes. For petty crimes, of course. I mean, terrible crimes. The worst crimes, actually. And then one of them was, like, they killed their baby. And I was like, that's crazy, dude. Like, imagine that. Like, you'd so easily win against a baby. It wouldn't be that hard. Oh my god! And then there's this one thing about this one woman that's like, I don't know why I'm in here anyways. Like, I didn't shoot the guy. I'm charged for murder crimes, but I didn't murder him. My boyfriend did. I just gave him the gun. And then he was like, the court was saying that, like, she gave him the idea to kill him. And she's like, yeah, but, like, I just gave him the gun because he was a felon that couldn't buy a gun, and I was not a felon. Like, now. And I'm like, God. This is like the ultimate gaslighter gatekeeper boss. You know what I mean? That was so funny. She could be a really good politician. Okay. I don't want to kill both. I don't want to... Oh shit, I got the wrong brother. But yeah, I thought that crime was really funny. Like, she was right, she didn't kill the guy. Would you curb stomp an infant for 1,000,000 V-Bucks? I can't. Because, what if that baby grew up to cure cancer? And I killed it. Gaslighting level 100. It was really interesting. And that's how you get yourself killed, Avi. All people need to do is Avi or please, and it's over. I hate the uwu emote is that guy with big eyes. Hi, Paris. You keep saying, and you were there for X. Look, pal, I was there for everything. You could say anything, and I can name where and what I was doing at the time, excluding my 3-month hiatus. Okay, but when was your 3-month hiatus? But she made her be out to kill someone. Yeah, that's why she's in jail. But like if you ask her about it, she's like, I don't get it. Why I'm here. I am innocent. SMH, my head. Makarov, the people's gun. I don't really see the appeal of this gun. We'll see. Maybe it does like significant damage, but not a lot of ammo. Zam. But Mika's coming to Fortnite soon. Oh my gosh, she is. And I'm still excited. I heard it's not really confirmed. Wait, does my health restart when I have a new level? That's awesome. I knew it. There's always gotta be a hater on these floors. Oh! This gun isn't really that powerful. Also, this guy seems faster. Where was Avi on 9/11? I was, not even born. So you don't want to know where I was. Maybe this gun is good, but I keep missing my shot. Okay, this guy isn't... This gun is pretty bad. Fuck. But I'm worse. Ah! What were you born after? What the fuck? They still make... What? You were born after? What the fuck? They still make people? That's how I feel about people born in 2010 Oceanic. Because my cousin was born in 2010 and he's like 13, about to be... No, 14, about to be 15 this year. And I'm like, what the hell? Kill your past. You already damned your future. They were spitting what that line did. What the hell are you? Tax returns start soon. Can't wait for money. Oh my god, you guys, tax returns. What if we did a tax like sorting stream together? We'll be like, what bullshit did Avi spend money on now? And it's all gonna be like Avi stuff. Like, I wasn't born too far from it, but damn, that's still wild. Wait, how old were you? Like 3 years old? Oh, you're a 90s baby. Your birth year starts with 1900s. Just kidding, I don't really give a shit. Oh god. Come here, big guy. Right there. Let's take a picture. What the fuck? That doesn't do anything to him. Yeah, I was like 2 or 3. Oh, you're not that much younger or older. We're still like close to the same age. Oh, look, they kissed! So cute. I love these guys. I get double shield. Wait, when did I get the first shield? Are you guys excited for tax returns? Yippee, yippee, yippee. Are you guys excited? Are you guys gonna write me off as a tax write-off? Because you're not legally allowed to do that yet. You must be decaying if your birth year starts with 19. I think it's funny, like, actual Gen Alpha will be like, damn, 19! If it's obvious stuff, maybe you can have it as tax write-off. Yeah, I could. I legally could. And I've done it for the previous years. Otherwise, I'd have to pay a lot for taxes. Not even because I make money, just because I live in California. Just kidding, just kidding, just kidding. See, I'm 19. Oh. Alright, many bullets. Whoa! This thing goes through bullets fast! What do you call this? An auto... That's the wrong one. What do you call this gun? Automatic? Semi? I think next gen are called betas. Yeah, so we can laugh at them anyways. Imagine being born a beta. I can like imagine a news guy being like, this is the worst time to have babies. And they're like, why? Because of the economy? No, because your child would be called a beta. You wouldn't want that, do you? Also, I realized I have no other gun. What the hell happened? Oh yeah, this is my first run. I don't really like roguelites like that because, like in here, it's very randomized. With things like Balatro, actually, no, that's literally what roguelite kind of are. You know what? No, don't listen to me. I don't play video games that much to say anything about them. Because your child might think they're a yogurt male? Go back in that chest room and use a blank. This one? How do I know you're not gonna get me? Abby, what's your favorite number and food? Is this for Earthbound? My favorite food is spaghetti. My favorite number has gotta be... I don't want to say 5, 3. Trust. How did you know this? Oh, this is fucked. Abby, what's my freak level? None. Nah, it's for the spreadsheet. Alright, Nolenko. Looks like we're having competition. Oh, I'm alive! It may be stupid. No, that's it. I already lost everything I went to that room for. What would a burger be called by your bank credentials? What does that even mean? Anyways, where's the item I picked up? Where did it go? Anime, yeah, that wasn't the right decision for me. Where did the thing I picked up go? That white thing. It had like a benefit, but I guess not. You should play Cup of the Necrodancer or whatever it's called. Should help you with those things. Oh, you had yours for a year now. Is that a competition? Yeah, I know you had yours for oh, Jesus Christ. For a long while. Becca told me about it, like, for height thing. And I think that's really funny. Last bullet? It broke after you took damage. Fuck. It did? What did it do? What did it do? I'm never gonna see that again. Hiya! 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 But yeah, I can play roguelikes for a couple games, and then I'm like, this is bullshit. I have to rely on luck to get some really good loot or a really good gun. Bullshit. I hate the world. Because I'm a baby like that. But then like with Balatro, I'm kind of like, hey, this is kind of fun. I think I do like roguelites. So yeah, I what is roguelite anyways? Like, what is it as a concept? Is it just like you get random stuff, you go through levels, and that's it? Anyways, I still haven't seen the final boss. Balatro doesn't need hand-eye coordination. You say that, but there's been times where I fucked up by messing up the difference between a spade and a club. And also, sometimes I play 4 hands instead of 5 when the boss requires me to get 5 hands only. And then I cry. Never mind, you suck. See, you're just a beta gambler. Lady Luck comes over to my house like every day. Good, I'm happy for you, bro. Also, I realized I didn't pick this up. That's so funny. Now you're so funny. Okay, now it's just you and me, buddy. I'm sad. Does that heart actually do save for later? Ooh, let me switch my gun. Please, I'm tired of only going to first floor and then dying immediately in the second. Shut up. Fuck. Hate you. That was so much. I don't have any more blanks, but that's okay. He's almost dead. Oh, I almost died! No, don't worry. The real concept was originally that you keep resetting the game, getting a random dungeon every time, and getting better at it purely with player skills. Later games invented mechanical rewards for resetting prestige. Okay, because I was wondering, like, about the little mechanical rewards and stuff. Like, these are really fun, but oh. Whoa, that's so cool. But it doesn't look like I'll hit a lot of enemies if I do this one. All right, there is an ad pause. Nayu, I have a question. I guess anyone can answer this one. Nothing bad. Just curious. Yeah. Okay, you know what? You said yeah. Yes, queen.
Christ, parasocial.
Why did you do
need to
parasocial? I
laugh.
didn't even say my question. It isn't location based. Not this time. Okay. Who is like the gamer? Who is your gamer VTuber that you watch for gaming? I used to have one. And he played Apex Legend like every stream. I had to make sure ahead of time. Hush. None. Really? I used to have like one person that was really good at Apex, and I would like watch him instead of doing my chores. Because he was really good at it, and he was so humble about it. He was just like, I don't know, I just got good. There ain't no gamer VTubers. False. There's gotta be some. There is some. I'm just not one of them. You, but only when I have points for the start the game redeemed. None. I don't watch VTubers. Really? Whoever is on. It could have been you if you weren't cursed. What do you mean it could have been me? So you guys don't have like a gamer VTuber that like they're like the best ever at like this one video game, even if it's like a thing they play over and over again. I used to also watch this one VTuber back when I liked Apex as well. So like every single time I watch him, I would always crave for Apex as well. You can't multitask. That's true. If I want to watch gaming, I hop on YouTube because it's edited at least. Okay, that's fair. That is fair and true, Nayu. You're not wrong. I like watching live gaming content personally. Because usually I just watch and stare. I don't type in the chat. And maybe that's what you guys are doing too. You're just watching and staring at me. So who's really the parasocial? Yeah, I can't multitask. But who can? Smile. Hello, chatbot. How are you doing? I love your username. Actually, I kind of want to see what your first message was. Bro, I wasn't seeing your gameplay for an hour. Understandable. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to do that. Ooh, I didn't mean to. I'm just chatting. That's fair. I remember you said that, like, I remember every time you're late for Chia's stream, you're like, no, I missed Chia's chatting section. I remember because she had like an hour of yapping and it was really fun. And you weren't there. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say one more thing. Nope, don't remember. Okay, back to the gameplay. Let me go sip because I'm very dehydrated. You know what, chat? Next time, there's gonna be like a cool anime that's very hyped. Let's all like watch it. Not together, because that's parasocial, but we should have like a discussion about it. Why not? We need to be up to date with things. I have decided. I don't know. I just think about how like I miss so much media, music and all that stuff. I'm really bad with that. I've talked about this before. Okay, so it doesn't restart this thing. Interesting. Also, I'm gonna switch the gun because I don't like this gun, frankly. That was the wrong button. But you only watch furry content. No! If you watch VTubers, technically that's furry content as well. Or actually. Oh, I like these little sharks. Oh my fucking god. Oh, I'm scared. Did you finish Dungeon Meshi? I need to watch the last episode. Wait, no, I finished it. Yeah, I finished it. I did finish it. Yeah, I remember. I think it's been long enough we can talk about... Ooh, key. We can talk about Dungeon Meshi without spoilers. Right? Who here still needs to watch Dungeon Meshi? Who could it unlock? Ooh. Yeah, what happened in the first episode? The first episode was when, fuck, I don't know their names. The elf girl. No. I don't remember the first episode, actually. But I did watch it. I remember it because that's when you learn Fallon. Okay. Fuck, I already ran out of bullets. Helix. I'm so bad at this game. Ah! Fuck! Oh, the last episode. The last episode, they were like, we're gonna have to eat Fallen. That's what happened. Oh, I think I vaguely remember. Oh, it wasn't the first episode. Hopper, what is that emote? Yeah, that's when they realized. Also, they had like a switching body moment, and it was kind of a continuation. Oh my god, tiny baby dwarf. What's her name? That starts with an M. She's the sad elf girl. What's her name? It's a wave. Oh, okay. Hello. But I'm raising my hand. Oh, okay. You may ask a question, Hopper. Oh, you're saying that you... Oh, that... Marcel, yeah. Marcel. Oh, you're waving your hand that you haven't watched Dungeon Meshi. Wait, which one? Wait, fuck. Duh. Wait, what did I say, Hopper? I said like 5 things. Sorry, I'm streamer brained. Sip? Okay, I'll do another sip soon. Okay. 3 doors unlocked to be. We'll go down here. Fuck, this is the boss. I don't want to go to the boss. I'm scared. Okay. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. My psychiatrist asked me today because it's really important when like she's thinking of like what to not diagnose me, what to prescribe me with and stuff. She was like, so what do you do in your free time? And I was like, shit. I didn't say that. In my head I was like, damn it. So I just said, oh, I crochet actually. And like, does she know about us? No, she doesn't. She doesn't know about you guys. She's the most doesn't care like psychiatrist I've ever known. I told you guys about her. She's scary because she just doesn't... She doesn't seem curious or like friendly. She's just there to prescribe you and then dip. I talk with the voices on the internet. Not even voices, just text-based. So you guys could be bots. Next time, mention us. Ooh. I'll mention you guys. I'm usually not afraid to admit that I stream, but You know what? Maybe that'll break her out of her shell. Maybe she'll be like, oh my god, do you know Saikuno? And I'll be like, yes. Anyways, oh, okay, there's a heart. I'll leave the heart in the other room. Beep, permission to be bot recognized. What I was gonna say. Yeah, I like that you said, does she know about us? What the fuck? You're so strange. Anyways, I was gonna say, yeah. Leak the chat logs and she'll find the answer. Oh god. Leaking chat logs with no context. JK47. Okay, I like that name. That's really funny. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Yeah, she's gonna think we're cringe. I'm just thinking in my head, like, what's an acceptable hobby to tell a psychiatrist? Like, genuinely. Imagine she asks if you know La Vispa and just smiles at you knowingly. God, what the hell is this? What's a clown mask? What does this thing do? Imagine. Oh, hold on. Honestly, that's like a 1 in millionth chance of happening. Oh, it's a Payday 2 mask. Oh, that's actually really funny. You could have easily said that you play games on your computer. Yeah, and then she'll be like, I think you need to think about a lifestyle change before I diagnose you with more meds. And she... Oh my god. Oh, I want to give you that. How do I give you stuff? I know I like talking to you. Are we friends? Yes, we are friends. Did you bring something? Yes. I can pay you. Please just bring me things. What's that face? Okay, I think they're... I have so many bullets. Why don't you want them? Drop it in the inventory. I don't want to... Okay, fine. I'll do it. Does it count as free time, though? Yeah, you guys are kind of my full-time job. Just kidding. I gotta babysit you guys. Alright. Hopefully I dropped the right thing. Hold on, let me do a practice run. I don't know how to do that on controller. That's okay. Wait, why is my gun sad? I didn't mean to do that. Why is my gun sad? It looked floppy. Now you need to make the Toriso Lore real, Max. What? AK just showed me the clips of him lying on my name yesterday. Thank you for blindly believing him. Listen, man. I don't know what male friendships are like without a woman being there. So, you know what? I believed it. I hear really disgusting stories from other men about what happened to them, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ. So, when I heard the possibility that you might have shown your peen to AK, of course I believed him. Miss Avi, can I eat the wet crayon? Okay, fine. Y'all are not getting to it. What the fuck? I don't know. It happens. Male friendship is like a gay relationship, but somehow more gay. Yeah, I don't know. Like, you guys are weird to me. Men in general, I can talk to them fine. But they're such a weird species to me. I'll never understand it, and that's okay. Fuck. Why? Huh? Stop shooting, Mr. Birdman. Fuck. Oh, he's gonna corner me? Lying is Avi's hobby. Shut up! It is not. I am truthful. You guys are the sickos. You're scary. Oh, this is the oil cylinder. Locked in. I really was locked in. Increases the speed at which guns can be reloaded. Wait, that's kind of awesome. Well, we kiss each other passionately behind a pillow with the bros. Behind a pillow? Not like under the blanket, just behind a pillow? Also, I realized I saved this thing, so I should go grab it now. Good thing I didn't grab this earlier. Good thing there's like not that dungeon stealer. You guys know what I'm talking about? Locked in. I really was locked in because I didn't want to die. No, I won't lie. I did send them a picture of me wearing the Pippa socks and a hoodie. Okay, that's kind of funny. I mean, that's normal. Like, wearing merch and then showing the other guys, that's normal. It's everything else that I think is weird and strange, and I won't understand. But that's okay. I don't gotta understand everything. Some guys play geek chicken with their close friends when women aren't around. Others are normal. Yeah, so I'm just like, okay, which guys are the normal ones? Ugh. And which one are like the ones doing freaky shit? I need a better gun. Fuck this guy. Ah! Go! And not a single bullet was taken from me. Oh my god, did you see that? That was actually a good play. Just give us the cod peach first so we can show off. No, I'm not gonna do that. Ah! I'm sorry, I stumbled so bad on that guy because he's so scary. Ooh. My homies are the crazy type. Oh god. How are the runs been? This has been really bad. I see no issues being gay with you, bro. You're just being homophobic, Avi. Says you when you pulled out the stats to ladies for no reason, brother. My homies are the crazy ones. Not you though, right? All of a sudden, it's first of all, it was Avi's with Joshi, you're so gross and perverted, and then it's Avi's homophobic. She doesn't want to think about the grubbies' relationship with each other and other men. What is it? I can't win here. I thought that thing would protect me. I was like, this barrel will protect my soul. And then it didn't. Or is he? That was a bad play. Heart. To be fair, knowing too much about a chatter could be a bad thing. Dude, imagine being invited to a chatter's wedding. That would actually be kind of lit. So there's a line of going to a chatter's wedding, which is awesome sauce. And then something else. I don't know what else. There's a lot of homosexual tension in the VC and group chats, though. That is true. What was I gonna say? Table tech heat. Does this one like... What is this thing? Primer Premiere. Ooh, what are you? Walk away slowly. I might feed it this thing. This thing isn't really that good. Another gun? What the hell? Okay, fine. Oh, wait, this gun's so cool. Graduation after party. That would... No, I'm not inviting you guys to that. She has a dog slicks for chatters, so... Oh yeah, Nex, were you here for that? No, you were, because you told me that Cold Blood did not live, like, in San Francisco or something. What do you mean you're not invited? Okay, this gun isn't that good. It's pretty interesting, but it's not that good. I was the first one on the list. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot. What the fuck? Hi, Cold-Blooded Fi. Oh, yeah, you're on it, too. Docs my university, too. Why don't you? Oh, my God. Wait, did you not know about the list, Cold-Blood? I can show you real quick. Profile. Why did I search up QR Reader? Google Sheets. La, 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 la. I didn't say what city you're in, Floodify. Oh god, this looks really bad out of context. There you go. This is my viewer doxing list. This is all that's in it. Cold Blood is here. I know you work nights. Your Oshi is Doobie, and then that's it. Bro, my roles are so empty. Why was I parasocial for the past year? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, where's your role? Sorry, I got distracted. Okay, wait, am I on there? Would you like to be? Oh, yeah, you are on there, yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me do Nayu first since he's being a baby. He is in Euro, bro. East Euro, bro. I know his exact location, but I'm not gonna put that here. Does EXE programs for a living. Okay, Oshi graduated. Oh yeah, and then the bald list. I forgot about that. Fuck! I don't work nights anymore. Wait, you got an accounting job? Okay. Let me put that then. Accounting. Oh yeah, because you used to work at a hotel thing, right? Why the fuck is Sully there? What column is that? Don't worry about it. You can probably estimate. Okay, where do you work? Hopper, where do you work? Are your balls? That's so bad. I'm here to check on La Vieja. Oh, no worries. No, your back had to check on La Vieja. My bad. I'm a handyman. Alright. Handyman. Okay. Oh, wrong place. Where do you live, Hopper? EST. Wrong side. It can be for 1999. What's your job? Huh? What do you mean, huh? Answer the question. You don't have to. You don't have to. You legally cannot. You don't have to. I'm publicly broadcasting the Excel list I have. Everyone was saying, oh my god, Avi knows so much about us. She has a viewer doxing list. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. What was the question? Oh yeah, what's your job? That's the question. Oh, I wish I wasn't so boring. I wish I drank alcohol and had a liver problem. What are all the columns for? You literally just answered. Oh yeah, hugs! Do you need my SSN too? No, but would you like to share it to the class? I don't have enough information on KJ. I think I got this one wrong. Do you need my credit card info? Maybe. This is the column. Jesus Christ, dude. What's wrong? What's wrong? Don't Jesus Christ me. What happened to Alice? Yeah, I couldn't really think of much. Same with some of you guys. I just, like, wrote your guys' name down, and then I forgot. Like, Hexagon, I wrote if they, and then I realized I confused Hexagoner with Hopper again. Check your DMs. Just sending my entire info and life savings. Oh my god, he actually did it. The mad lad. Alright, guess I'm gonna get a new car today. Yo, we're getting doxed. Hello, Slimes. You're just in time. Can you tell me your location and your job? Still upset that Mel's is mentioned in my column. Oshi is inaccurate, by the way, but I'll let you keep it as it is. Wait, who's your Oshi then? I don't even know why I have the Oshi list. Like, 2 people have actual Oshis, and then everyone else is just whatever. All I know about Alice is he's a real one. That's funny. Don't worry about it. No, you had to tell me. Otherwise, I'm gonna... explode. What's your pronouns? Mine are asshole. I don't think that's a really... interesting... I mean, that's an interesting pronoun because you're gonna really mess that up in sentences. Alice is a loser! No, Hopper, you have to tell me. At least tell me who your Oshi is. You got 4 Oshis? Alright, which one are corpos and indies? You don't seem like you watch corpos, but maybe that's just me. Look at those chatters! Oh shit, you know what? Nolenka, where do you live? By the way, if you stream, you get off the list. I just have Eggies and Chias for fun. I'm gonna delete theirs though. There you go. What were we talking about? Oh yeah. I got 2 corpos and then you as my Oshi. That's amazing. It's the melee side of the EU. I'm sure that's not true. No link. Oh, I wrote his place. Fuck. I might actually have some sort of stupid dementia. Smelly side of EU. His words. CA and machine operator. Wait, what the fuck? Why are you in California? Ooh, what kind of machine do you operate? That's pretty cool. Are you bald? Actually, no, because you're young. California, blah! Yeah, you can join the list, it's fantastic. Where do you live? You live in EST, right? The EU is smelly. Some people say France is smelly. Oh god. What was I gonna say? My Corpo Oshi is Fuamoko. Oh yeah! Your indie Oshi is Eden. My once indie, now Corpo is Iron Mouse. And my parasocial Oshi, I'm keeping to myself. No! I want to know so bad! That's interesting. I've seen you in Solis a lot, so I don't see you in any other Twitch chat. So, you're on a different sphere of VTubers. Wait, how did you find us here? Of course, EST. It's all Ohio after all. Oh my god, I forgot about that. France is smelly because the people there never use deodorant. That's lovely. That's because you don't get around. No. You're right. I know of VTubers. But I'm very bad at... Oh. Hold on, let me do this real quick. Okay, there you go. Come on! That was dirty. That was disgusting. I got distracted, I'm sorry. Time to start networking. Okay. I'm not gonna... I know so many bug VTubers. Yeah, of course you do. Oh, fuck. You moved too far. You're right. I gotta get around now. It's that time. I don't want to die alone. I found you through TikTok, dude. You just happen to be in the select sphere of people that know each other through the grapevines. Oh, yeah, I got you. I got what you mean. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Got you. Job as warehouse worker, and much to some people's surprise last year at Offkai, I'm not bald. Oh, yeah, you're not bald. Wait, what do you mean? Surprise to people. Did they think you're bald because you're a Warhammer player? / Yu-Gi-Oh player? La, 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 la. They waited for me. They're so polite. Look. They just stand there. And then they shoot immediately. Also, I know I have 1 HP left. I know I do. I'm Garbo. I can name someone and you'll probably be like, oh, I've talked to them. Yeah. There's like VTubers that are roughly like connected to each other. It's so cool. Cool, Abby. Cool, Abby just violated TOS. I can send the report. What the fuck? No! They gave up information willingly, police. I mean, officer. You don't say police. Doxes viewers and then returns to being bad at games. Base tuber. Oh my god, I'm going to die here. Yes, I remember some people in chat when you were live on Becco's channel. Oh yeah! I keep forgetting that happened. Push that table into the hole. You're right, huh? What was I gonna say? Yeah! A lot of VTubers are interconnected, interlaced. I forgot about that, honestly. Not like that part, but... Die. You're still not dead. I see you. Imagine dying. That's embarrassing. I know! I almost ran into the red thing. What song are you singing, Wasp? I forgot. Imagine Dragons. Radioactive. No. No one knows that song anymore. Everyone knows the misery. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Me. Where am I? Okay, thank God. I drink so much honey with tea. I hope your next model is not gonna fuck with honey. Ah, shit. I had an idea to do like a... Actually, no, it's best I didn't do it. I'll tell you guys after the debut. All projectiles can be guided after they are fired. Nope, I shouldn't have that. I actually suck with that thing because I get distracted guiding them. Hold on. Like, I move... Oh, wait, no, it's with this thing, huh? Because, like, this gun moves way too fast for me to... maybe that's a good thing. Anyway. May I please get a good night? Alright, Philip. Good night, Philip. Have a good night. I hope you dream of good things. Parasocial. Fuck. Parasocial. You need to log off. Since you're asking nicely, screw you. What the hell? Thank you, Sam. Have a good night. It's like in that movie, Wanted. What movie? What movie are you talking about, Nolenka?
Jesus Christ, parasocial! You need to
Parasocial! I'm glad someone else besides me is being parasocial. About the guy curving bullets. Oh, pfft. I didn't know there was a movie about that. That sounds kind of awesome. Sounds kind of swag. I want to go down there, but that's a long walk. Let's just go there. Okay, I'm gonna... Oh, you know what? Maybe I should have went to get another gun. Off the top of my head, you probably know Rora, Amai, Lulu, or Nayu. Wait, Lulu. Do you mean the cowgirl? Oh god, you watched Lulu? Why don't I see you? Or you mean another Lulu? Yes? Oh, when did you find out about Lulu? The babies are here. Owie. Fuck. Oh my god! When she first started on Twitch. Oh, okay. Got you. It's no good on me. Don't watch it. Really? It's not good? Nolenka, is that true? Will we ever get past the first boss ever? We do get past the first boss. It's the second boss that You know what? You're right. I'm Garbo. Let's play another game. Let's play. I think she used to do YouTube only. Got you. You know what? Maybe we should play another game. You guys are sick of this. Sick of bad gameplay. What do I play instead? That I can download in like 20 seconds. Primordia. I know Lux played it, right? What's with all these bugs? I mean, bats. Ops everywhere. Nah, keep going. Why? So you can laugh at me? Just kidding. Thank you. I'll keep going. Not there. I was like 10 or 11 when it came out. I don't remember. I know it had a shitty tie-in game though. Dude, I love movies with really bad tie-in games. They're so fun. They're like... Oh, what game did I play as a kid? Oh my god. When I was in high school, we had a Dungeons and Dragons club, and this one girl, we went to their house. She had a Wii, and she also had the B-movie, the video game. It was great. It was so god-awful, and I hated it so much. We all hated it, but it was a special kind of really bad. I love that. I will cherish that night forever. So I have funny background noise when I have, when I play Marvel Rivals. Oh fuck, I still need to play Marvel Rivals, dude. I just think I'm gonna be dog water at it, dude. And you know what? I might be. B-movie video game? Yeah! And it was really bad. It's just about as bad as you think it is. I don't remember if it... I think it was one of those things where you, like, relive the movie. Well, like, I think the girl finished it so much that she, like, let us play the minigames. How the hell is it similar? Hold on. You are, because everyone is. Dude, nobody's good off the bat. That's true, but I'm also fighting against people that played Overwatch before that. Oh, I shouldn't have used that already. Surprisingly rare. Only Barnyard is the goated adaptation. One day we're gonna be able to we're gonna play Barnyard, and I'm gonna have the highest expectations for it. It'll be great. It is a retro. It would count as a retro game, huh? Hey guys, I have a question. I need to ask her. Is Luxa Fujoshi asking for a friend? Jimmy Neutron video game? I never heard about that. That sounds fun. Human gone robots beefing about shit. Got you. Dang it, it only killed one of them. Fuck. Oh, that was a close one. Lux isn't an Omnijol. What's that? Put up rivals, I'll carry you. At the risk of sounding like a fucking nerd, I'm Lord Proficiency Spider-Man. You know what? I might. It's like, in my head, I'm like, I gotta learn all the buttons. There's a tutorial, but none of it, like, stuck with me. Oh my god, but the mantis girl's skin is so pretty. She likes every kind of stuff. Oh yeah, she does. She mentioned that she liked that one game. What's it called? Billy and Mandy? No, Andy and... The one with the girl and the brother, and they killed their parents and stuff, and then they do like freaky shit. Randy? What's his name? I'm sure you got some mods that play better than me. Maybe play with them. Mods, is this true? Though Nolenka is right, it could be the series adapter. No! Is it Bill and... No, it's not Bill and Mandy. That's the one with the skull guy. Hello, Kina! Welcome! Whirl up a bowl with this dog. Hello! Today we're playing Enter the Dungeon. Welcome, Kina. My name is Libby Spanectadina. What have you guys been doing up to today? That's so fun. Oh god, I'm on the part where there is a big boss battle. So I'm a little bit rusty. I'm gonna be really bad at multitasking, but that's okay. Owie! How have you guys been doing? How have you been doing, Kita? It's nice to see ya. What is this, a crossover episode? I wish I got a better gun. Oh god. God gamer move. I hope you've been feeling okay. You've been streaming forever. I have been. I have to do multiple 10-hour streams. And somehow that'll add to 100-hour streams. Somehow. Get that bird. Where the fuck is he? I'm trying! I'm not the best at Enter the Gungeon, but I have heart, I have spirit, I have the tenacity. What does tenacity mean? I think I know what tenacity means. If you're looking for God Gamer plays, you're not gonna find it here. But that's okay. She got crit! Yeah. That means something. Uh-oh. Stop shooting at me! Ah! I'm dead. I'm dead, I'm dead. Okay, never mind, I might win. Oh no, I'm barely halfway through health and like one heart through mine. Ugh! Well, I tried. Hurry up and gets out of hand. This donathon is too. I reached my Kita in the same room? What is this? It's like some sort of crossover episode. It's hard with the starter gun. Yeah, I should have bought like another gun. I'm so silly. But that's okay. We'll do it again. We'll do it again. So far, the most I've made it is the second floor because I see no enemies and I'm like, what is that? And then I die. Are you interested in playing Andy and Lele? No, thank you. I'm good. I'm also really bad with visual novels too. I hate reading. I love games where they have their own voice acting. Or rather, I prefer games with their own voice acting. Because, yeah. And and again and again and again and again. Yeah, that's right. That's what makes games so cool. She only plays her favorite chatters, the end games. Yeah, like I can't think of a good one. Yeah, yeah. Oh god, hold on, they're combining. Yeah, like I was saying, play a lot of horror. I actually did just what the fuck where am I? I did just play a shit ton of Silent Hill 2 yesterday. We're doing a detox for now because we're gonna go hop onto it soon enough. Not tomorrow though. Tomorrow we're gonna play Monster Hunter. Rise. Die. See, these little things killed me in the second floor. On God. Oh, you're still alive. Wait, stream tomorrow? Yes. Why? Unfinished gun. Yeah, stream tomorrow. And then another day. And then also, by the way, thank you so much for the follow, you guys. We're getting a wasp week? Yes, we're getting a full wasp week. Because I haven't done those in about a week. 2 weeks in a row. And they're like eating up my donathon hours. I might also need a donathon in the weekends, like, and then end it as soon as I start them because I need to cut these hours. Why are you poo bearing? Dang it, it didn't kill him. I like how his eyes turned red. That's a very cool detail. I guess it's not a detail because you can very clearly see it. But it's cool. Avi is very bad at pattern recognition. And by Avi, I mean me. Yes, yes, I do mean me. Fuck. Okay, good. Ooh, that was a close one. Okay. Wait, there's the key in the other room and I missed it. Yippee, yippee, yippee. So if we lose this round, we're jumping games? Maybe. Maybe we're jumping games. Or I could set something up for another stream. All depends. Anyways, There you go. Watch this. There you go. So, what game should I play next? I do have Marvel Rivals, but I'm not the best, and it's gonna be really painful watching me go through the tutorial again. So I won't. I will spare you of that. Oh god, I will say I've seen so many good memes about Marvel Rivals, and I don't even go there. I'm not a comic reader, unfortunately. But and then I also heard Fantastic Four is gonna be there too soon, right? And that's all I know. And then there's like a vampire guy that's gonna be the villain. Ooh, T! Monocular Bastard. It's really cute. I like it. I didn't think it was a gun, but I welcome it. Okay, good. Yeah, Dracula. Just Dracula? Just like straight up that guy? That's funny. Ooh, honey! One for each of you. Call that a T-shot. Teehee. Temporarily doubles gun output. That doesn't seem really good if I only got temporary. I'm sleeping on it. I'm sorry. You may judge me for my opinion. That's okay. We all have different game styles. I'm just not doing it. But anyways, yeah. I don't know. When I play Enter the Gungeon, I'm like, damn, I can only buy one item in the shop. Let me see if I can buy another gun. This one was the incomplete, right? Ooh, and I can buy armor. Okay. Let me go see. I'm not too sure how good this is, but we'll see. We'll see, we'll see. Luckily, I got armor recall, so I can really call upon anyone I... God damn it! Ooh, I'm not gonna outrun them in time. Ah! I didn't know they could run it. Fuck! I'm not winning this run. I'm gonna rage quit this soon enough. Oh, I didn't mean to change it to my teapot. What the fuck's happening there? Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. We're good. We're good. No more Enter the Dungeon. What did I press? We're good. We're good. I'm rage quitting. I'm rage quitting so hard. Why am I so bad at games? Again. What do you mean again? What shall I play? This happened last time. I just can't handle it. I'm just not good at it. I cannot go past floor 2. I can barely go past floor 1. I got a little better, but not that much. Thanks for the stream! Hello, Scribs. No, we just closed down the game. I just rage quitted. Although a nap does sound good, so I'll stand Primordia. I don't know about your FPS skills. Where's Primordia? Valid. Yeah, I rage quitted. I used to play this game called Overboard, but it was I didn't. Never mind. I won't talk about it. Primordia. Primodi. Oh, 1.3 gigabytes. I was gifted Primordia, and it does look like Lux had a lot of fun. Okay, you know what? I give in. New games that are chatting for a bit. We'll play Primordia. So we'll switch to a new game. My frames are gonna drop though. It says downloading 104, so this could be a problem. You'll get used to it one day, Abby. That's the beauty of roguelikes and roguelites. You get better over time, and then suck again for another 100 rounds. But you get good after that too. True. Food break? I do need a food break. This is true. Devour keeps wanting to download. Also, meds. Thank you for the med check. Thank you. Also, okay, hold on. Okay. There you go. Alright. Where do I want to leave you off while I go get some food real quick because I am hungry. I don't want to leave you guys with a video. That feels so mean. Ooh, a stream. Sorry. Oh, I wish I could play Mountain of Faith. Abby hates us. I'm just gonna eat food. Duh. Oh my god, Mint is playing Toho. That's fun. Do not say a word on stream today. No, I'm not gonna say a word on stream. I wish there was some more games that chat can play though. Twitch chat games for Twitch chat. No, I think I gave you guys enough word on stream for these last 2 weeks. What do you mean Warhammer? Vermintide 2. 100 player Twitch chat party pack. Anyways, any games for the chat while I stream? The only thing I can think about is Kukuro. But I don't know what game I can leave you guys with that I don't have to touch at all. Give us the BRB stream. You know what? Sure. Let me just double check I don't have anything pulled up for BRB. Nope, nothing there. I'll run an ad early. It is almost the ad break, so I will go ahead and do that. Alright, guys. You're gonna have to be alone with your thoughts. BRB screen, nodders. Alright. Have fun with your thoughts, you guys. I will see you again soon. Give me like 20 minutes? I'll eat like a waffle. I'm really craving waffles. Hello. I'm back. I'm back now. I'm back for real. Hello. Not gonna lie, I debated having a little snack. I mean, not a little snack. I debated taking a nap. I was like, no way. If I eat this waffle in 10 seconds, if I devour this waffle, I get to take a 20-minute nap. And then I was like, no, I deserve something better. Let me get a peanut butter and jelly. Anyways, welcome everyone. What waffle? Eggo waffle. So the type of waffle where you heat it in the oven, microwave, and then you're like, wow, that's not gonna fulfill an entire day of your stomach rumbling. Yeah. Actually, I never tried any other kind of waffle. It was just plain waffle. I don't really like the ones with blueberry, but I did see that there was some with chocolates in them. That one looked really fun. Okay, let me go get my thing. Also, oh dang it, I think Hopper already left. When did Hopper say that? Did he say that like 10 minutes ago? I'm still here. Yeah, your throne gift came in. Yippee! Thank you, Hopper. I haven't opened it yet. But it's here. And I have it. And it's here. And I have it. What other waffles are there, not you? I'm interested. Kinda want to Google note waffles. I'm also too lazy to press the button to go to the other screen. I'll do it. You should open it and then say thank you again. Okay. What the? That's not the right one. I don't know. You said what kind, so I assumed you would know. Alright. Oh, I didn't move Avi. My bad. Oh, I'm still sweating. Whatever, have it. Whatever, take it. I just wanted to know the flavor. Oh, that's true. I had it with whipped cream. I'm not too sure that's any flavor. I'm opening up Hopper's gift, which honestly came in a package that was way too big for it. And the Amazon package still has the Christmas package. There it is. A gift for you. Enjoy your gift. Throne. Yippee! I wonder how they get Throne to put the... Oh well. And then that one's for if I want to return this and trade your gift for money. Which I'm not gonna do. You know, shipping was more than the actual item. Really? That is so dirty. I hate that. I hate that so much. This thing, like, isn't even available in retail. It's probably just only an online shop thing. And it dares to have the audacity to be expensive in shipping. What is this economy? Or maybe it's because I'm in California. I heard that in Germany they actually did raise up money if you want to ship things into Germany, which makes it really hard for someone in that area that wants to do online business. So I've heard. I don't know to what extent, because I'm not from there. But so I've heard. Bro, how do you open this box? I don't want to rip it open. Better finger release and tension adjust. That's what I'm trying to do. Hold on, let me turn on the cam. I need to pay $20 to receive Kiwi's merch. No, that sucks. Yeah, that's honestly what it's like getting anything in the States. If you're not from there, it's expensive, it's not worth it, and it's not fun. Well, I say not fun. I say not worth it. I don't mean it like that. I mean like it's expensive and you gotta think about whether you want it and maybe wait for another paycheck to come in. What did you get, Naive? Did you get the poster? I heard that the keychain sold out. Ooh. Okay, I'm thinking about whether I should open this on stream. Nah. I got this. I won't open it on stream. I'll try to open it off stream, off camera, and then show you guys in the camera. I don't know. Who knows? I have your game booted up. Downloaded, by the way, now the thing that starts with a P. I'll play it soon. Let me just open this thing again, if I can open it. It's stuck. But yeah, what did you get, Nayu? Yippee! Everything? Oh, that's dope. Everything Avi or everything? Everything. Like the Monster Hunter, the Guilty Gear stuff, all that stuff. Oh, oh, everything Avi. I figured it might be. You were able to snag the keychain. Hell yeah. I saw the keychain and it looks really cool. Oh shit. We need to unpause the timer. I think. Resume. There you go. Yippee! I don't know whether it was actually going or not, but I'll do it anyways. What did I miss? Birch? Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, but it was actually Kiwi. Are you on the Discord? Oh no, you're not on the Discord. Oh shit. Maybe I should have said something. No way. Yeah, you know, I am. Wait, you don't know about Kiwi's merch? Shit. Maybe I should have made a bigger stink about it. Positive. Oh, maybe it's because it just wanted in the one channel. Okay. Hold on. Let me see. Let me show you. So there's Kiwi, who is a lovely artist. Oh, I'm sorry. And he made a merch of Avi. Maybe he still has stuff. Maybe. There's me up there with the big bazonkas, and he ran out of the keychains. Whatever. I don't even like you. Damn, you switched up so fast. So fast on that. Wow. Link, if you don't care, why would I? But in case you do, here you go. What the? Oh, donate. Hello, Cuddle Blood. What are you gonna do? Oh, that link. Yeah, it's that link to the Kiwi shop. Hold on, let me look at it together with you guys. There it is. Okay, this one's the print right here. It's really dope. You could get it in either side. Kiwi has told us that let me close the. Kiwi has told us that there are some people when he was boothing for conventions, because he sells a lot more stuff. He sells like Guilty Gear stuff. He sells Monster Hunter stuff, all that kind of things. And oh my god, keychain. No, it says they're sold out, or you can get a sticker. That's pretty dope. Anyways, he would say that people will come up to them and they don't even know me, but they buy it anyways. And I feel very honored by that. It's really awesome. Oh my god, you can still get the sticker. Is that Kiwi's hand? Whoa. Oh, this one even flips. That's cool. I like that in this merch, Kiwi didn't change your hair. He's like, fuck you. Oh, I was covering it with my fat head. And that was really cool. I really like that. The poster is still really good. Poster, it's a print. It's a really small print. Well, size large, medium, and small. There it is. 11 by 17, 7.2 by 5, or 4. Fuck, I can't talk today. Anyways, what was I gonna say? Congratulations on the keychain being sold out. I wonder what else is sold out here. Availability. Out of stock. It says 1. Let's go! Oh, I'm covering it with my head again. Avi just can't stop being in the way of things. I swear to God. Anyways, I'm actually, since I'm gonna get a higher dose of my medicina, I have leftovers. How many days left over? I'm not saying it because you guys are gonna get really, really shocked. I'm gonna save your heart, alright? I got the keychain from the Kickstarter Kiwi ran a while back. Very happy with it. Yeah, it's so good. I love it so much. I don't know if we should get more keychains in that way, because, like, if I think about it, maybe all the Avi fans that would have gotten it already did. Unless there's, like, a new wave of Avi fans that will come in all of a sudden. How will they find me? See, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to my nearest 5G radio, and I'm gonna start emitting radio waves in there. that only show nothing but my broadcast at all times. The VOD channel will be played 24/7, and everyone will be subconsciously consuming Avi content. But those who don't know about it, soon they'll lose their mind. And those that find me, they're back to normal again. I don't know where I'm going with this. I think this would be insane, cool brainwashing method no one's done before. Wasn't there that thing called like MK Ultra or something about that? What is that about? Let me look that up. Also, I realized something. I had noodles in my desk I could have cooked up, but I didn't. Hello, Max. I'm talking about MK Ultra and also Kiwi's merch that ran out. It was the keychain, but there's still lots of other merch. Hold on, boom. Look, it's sold out. Oh, God. MK Ultra made 10 Kaczynski. Yeah, I remember that much about it, but what was it? Oh, yeah, they give them, drugs. Yeah, they give them mind control drugs. That was really funny. I can't believe they really did believe mind control works. That's funny. Merch praise. Yeah, I'm happy that Kiwi made merch. Abby, please, one sticker. I'll make it for the new Abby. Maybe. Yay, Snake. I love that. Hello, Snake. Welcome back. Anyways, okay, so during the early period of Cold War, the CIA became convinced that communists had discovered a drug or technique that would allow them to control human minds. In response, the CIA began its own secret project called MK Ultra, to search for a mind-controlled drug that could be weaponized against enemies. That's so funny. I love that for them. They're so dumb. I just wanted the cute JoJo poses, Avi. That's true. I do have one with a cute JoJo pose. I need to work out something with someone. Not Becca, it was someone else. About it. Oh, God. I'm so sad because the artist went dead. Yeah, it's called money. That's true. If you pay a high price, anyone can do anything that you want. The 5K? I'm gonna use that all to convince one chatter of something. I don't know what yet. Not only that, but the CIA used their research into the spirit world to spy on the Soviets. That's awesome. The CIA, like, in theory, they actually made it through. What the hell? What's that project called? MK Ultra, which operated from the 1950s until the early 60s, was created and run by a chemist named Sidney Gottlieb. Journalist Stephen Kinzer, who spent several years investigating the program, calls the operation the most sustained search in history for techniques of mind control. Okay, buddy. Since they genuinely managed to get some positive results. What? So the site isn't letting me buy? Oh God, what are you trying to buy, Hopper? Are you using American Express, Pay, Apple Pay, that one, Discover, Diners Club, GPay, MasterCard, PayPal, ShopPay, Venmo, or Visa? Dinner eaten. Hell yeah. Did you just eat that? Did you just finish eating, Nayu? Anyways. Yeah, hell yeah. I can't believe you ate dinner at like 4 a.m. Hell yeah. Oh God, it's 4 a.m. Kiwi might close order. Oh shit, you know what? That might be what happened. He did have a flash sale, and I don't know what that means for afterwards. The Soviets claimed similarly, however. However, it required hard drugs, whereas the US method did not need such. Wait, what's the project called so I can look it up? Some people died because of MK Ultra. That's so sad. You had to blast away the existing mine. Second, you had to find a way to insert a new mine into the resulting void. We didn't get too far in number 2, but he did a lot of work on number 1. Oh God. I'm trying to buy a large print, but I tried using PayPal and that wouldn't work. Then I tried ShopPay and that wouldn't work either. I don't really like using my direct card info to buy stuff online, so you should ask Kiwi about it. I think you can like straight up at him or DM him. I don't think he'll mind. He won't be like, go away, Hopper. How dare you try to conduct business into my shop? I forgot the name of it offhand, but it's what The Men Who Stare at Goats movie was based off in a very satire spin. If you can make a virtual card, that might work too. Ooh, I never heard of a virtual card. Or you can like buy a card on the gas station and then use that card online. I don't know if you want to go to that degree. Why is Dota still doing that? You're right, we have to kill her. Is that why you guys are doing the dance? I didn't even see her. I'm trying to open this goddamn box. Oh no, why isn't the boo working? That sucks. We need the licks and farts and stuff. Okay, fine. I don't know why, but even though I add the other stuff, it's only stuck doing the same 3 animations for the top 3 ones. Add files. I'm adding the directory, but it doesn't want to. Oh wait, no, that's because of... Oh, okay, got you. I can add the files, sir. It doesn't even do the lick. Did you guys know it can do lick? No, because it doesn't do that. I want a refund or have my food go. I didn't do that, I swear. Maybe I need to buy more than 1 item? Some shops do this where they won't ship if it's not over $30. You can ask Kiwi. I don't think you should be afraid. What, are you scared? Just kidding. Maybe you could ask Kiwi about it. Like munch. Hop. There's also hop. Wait, hop? I don't see you doing hop. Terrified. Copper! Kiwi's not gonna hurt you. He's not a VTuber yet. Maybe. Hopper, you're gonna be fine. Hopper, you're fine. Grown man. I swear, just kidding. I can't say that. Mott, can we refund MacLinky? I don't know why it's not going through. It should go through, but I think it's just lacking. Nah, you're right. See, you got this. It's just like talking to customer service. Kiwi's a nice dude. I think he likes you. Don't tell Kiwi, but I think he has a crush on you. If he asks nicely. Alright, MacLinky, you know what to do. Be nice to deny you. I don't know how to refund, so you're gonna have to be nice to deny you. What is that even, Macaroni King? Smug. Yeah. Grown ass man. Have you guys seen that one image? I love it so much. I think you might have, Hopper. Who does Kiwi like? Ew, don't... No, not that question. Ask Nayu politely to refund your ponies. Okay, this one. Oh god. What the hell is that anime thing? Anyways, so there's this image of like this person going meow, and then the guy going meow. Grown ass man, bitch. That's so funny. I love that so much. It is so silly. The utter betrayal is amazing. Oh, what was I gonna say? But yeah, I just wanted to show you that one. May I please have a refund? Yay! I'm glad you asked nicely. Now you, be nice. Do what he says. Do as he say, please. What else was I gonna say? I saw that Hopper, I think it was Hopper that said that better be a bomb-ass sandwich. And I'm sorry, but it was, bomb-ass meal. And I'm sorry, but it was just waffles and a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Kiwi likes me. That's true. Kiwi does like you. Because you play Fort. And I think you might play Monster Hunter. I comped art from him once. Really? What was it of? You gotta let me know. That sounds swag. Unless you don't want to tell me. Unless it's a private commission. PB&J on waffles slap. No, not on waffles. No, I ate a peanut butter jelly sandwich separately and then waffles. I've never tried that before. I don't like Monster Hunter. RIP. Monster Hunter is everything to Kiwi. Oh yeah. Or oh yeah. I don't know how to read your message. That's okay, Max. You can have opinions. Why is there one of Tigress and the villain from the first movie? Actually, I don't want to know. I think I'm good with not knowing. I don't need to know anything. LMAO? Hello, Brushfire. Yes, you do. No, I don't need to know it. My curiosity is not that big. No, I'm good. Hello, Brushfire. We were just talking about MK Ultra for a second. Do you like Monster Hunter? Asking. I just wanted to get a general basis. Okay, I DM'd them. Watch me get cursed out, blocked, and my payment docs. Thanks, Avi. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. Dude, imagine Kiwi's gonna show up in chat and see that Hopper was talking about him. The con was of an old logo that my old units made when I was in the military. Wait, that's kind of swag, Max. That's really good. You'll have 2 refunds for this year. You can complain at the Wasp about things being broken. No! Not you, please! I don't know, the sound alert didn't work. Usually when sound alert doesn't work, that's on sound alert's end this time. I'm innocent. I know that's hard to believe after everything, but I'm innocent this time. Why would he care? I just think it'd be funny. Kiwi shows up like a specimen. I have Monster Hunter World and Rise, but I've never played them. Not once. Oh, I see. No, that's the same thing with me with the Marvel Rivals and Monster Hunter World. I have Monster Hunter World, but I just don't touch it. I need someone to carry me. I feel that. I'm not the person that can carry you, Brush. The controls are really hard for me sometimes. Rivals is so much fun. Plus, Squirrel Girl is hot. Everyone says this to me. This is so funny. The opinion of Squirrel Girl went a whole 180 degrees. No, 360. No, 180. It's crazy. It's crazy seeing it like happening live. It's amazing. Not amazing. It's interesting because you have people that have defended Squirrel Girl day one that are utterly disgusted. It's great. How long has the Fujothon been going on? Milkmonger, thank you so much for coming in. Yeah, people were like, Squirrel Girl? Yeah. When she was first introduced ever, people were angry. And then now everyone likes Squirrel Girl. For reasons. Because they make the one joke. Oh my god, Squirrel Girl, nuts. Whoa, sexual. And it's like, okay. That's great. Anyways, what was I talking about? Yeah. Not just that. She's thick. Yeah, that's exactly that. It's exactly both. Thick. Dude, she's huge. She's great. I love it. Anyways, I do like how she looks though, I will say. She's beautiful. What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, Fujoing. Alright, I thought about watching Brokeback Mountain. Man, I can make a joke, but I would lose my sword that way. I'm glad you had restraint. Also, Luna Snow and her tiny, tiny hot pants. Let me look at Luna Snow. I never got a good look at her. Oh yeah, she's the one with the shorts. Her hair is really cute. I like the split hair. I don't love it. It's not like a thing I love. But hers is really cute. I like it. I like her hairstyle too. It looks awesome and swag. I like that you call them hot pants. That's so silly. Oh, I'm trying to open the stupid box. Girl, I don't want to grab the scissors. And Venom's cake. Oh yeah, Venom's huge. Nayu, fall on your sword right now. What the hell? That's what we call them in England. Oh yeah, huh. I figured it might have been the dialogue. She says that as she has split hair. God! You're right. I do have split hair. Oh my god. I mean, I love split hair. I think it is so awesome and cool. And like, people that have it are kind of swag. And I'm like only one of 5 people that have it because I'm actually the main character perceived. I am being perceived. Whoops. I mean, that's awesome. It's original design, not cringe. Never cringe. Also, I like the little details of some of the yellow tips on some of the black parts. It's great. I still have 95 hours of being responsible. Avi, have you even attempted to take care of your hair? My solution has been chopping it off. Also, the shampoo you recommended, I did buy them. I did use them for a while. I'm still oily. I need to use something else, but that's okay. I can survive it. You will be free soon. Get head and shoulders. Yeah, I think that's what I use, my folks use anyways. Lol, do you just hack at it with scissors? I used to. No, not I used to. I don't give myself haircuts. I did make myself bald. I just pay other people to do the haircuts for me. I grew out my hair for like almost 2 years, and I was like, you know what? I try to do the long hair again. I look ugly as hell. Do you wet your hair every time you hop in the shower? Oh shit! I do need to buy that thing you told me to buy. You're right. I forgot about that. You told me to do that one as well. I keep forgetting to buy it. Oh my god. I would pull up Amazon right now, but my luck honestly has shown me a lot of things. Is that a stop sign? Lil, you need a shower cap. Do you guys wear shower caps? How many of you guys use them? I'm gonna fight you. I'm sorry, I just forgot. Next showering in a shower cap. I'm sorry, I just forgot. I forgot that was a thing. Yeah. Me too. What was I gonna say? Mex told me I should use that, and like I put the shampoo and conditioner on Amazon and bought it right away. And then the shower cap, I was just like, but it's such a small purchase. I should wait until I get other stuff too to buy it. And then I forgot. I do wear shower caps sometimes. Yeah. So how do you do it, Max? Do you just like shower some days and shower not other days? Oh, sorry, your hair? I've had a side-shaved hair for years, all cyberpunky and bright red. Now I'm growing it out. I look like a female group to the band Oasis. Let me Google Oasis band. I actually don't know what they look like, but I know who they are. For greasy hair types, if it gets wet, it gets greasy easily. I see. It's a mop. Okay, yeah, I'm looking at the images now. Mine used to look like a tongue. My hair. An unstable mop. Look, if you Google women's short hair, I talked about this earlier, but you're here, so I get to talk about it again. If you get women's short hair in America, this is usually what you get. Hold on, let me pull up the tongue images. I call them tongue. Hold on. Let me look at a good one. Not a good one. An example of what I'm talking about. Something like this. Even then, this is shorter than what I got. Where is it? It looks very Karen-y. That still looks too good. Something, no. Kind of like this. Not this thin. But something like that. There it is, like this. It's like a tongue. I don't like it. I don't like it. I shower every day. I just style my hair with pomade most days, so I have to wet it pretty frequently to wash it out. I like that Mex takes care of himself. Get the Dora cut or the girl from Lazy Town. No! I'm not getting the Dora cut. What the hell? You wash and condition two times a week. That's good. I'm glad that works for you. Yeah, I had that, but shaved the other side entirely and dyed it red. Hell yeah, dude. I had a buzz cut too, and I also had a low taper fade. But your model almost has it right now. Yeah, my model looks adorable and cute, and I am hoarse. My hair is manageable at short to mid lengths, but once it hits a certain point, it just does as it pleases. I never want long hair ever again. I figured it out. My hair is my pride and joy, so I take tremendous care of it. I can't wait until the other boys see how luscious and lavishful your hair is. I love long hair. I love my short hair. I don't know how to take care of long hair. I barely know how to take care of my short hair. I get a lot of cowlicks, and it's rough. I just had growth issues. No! I wish I can give you my growth, because my hair grows not too fast, but still, they've seen my hair already. Whoa! But they get to touch it, feel it, sniff it at Offkai. I don't know if they're all going to Offkai. Cold Blood is approximately closest to the area. AK, maybe. Now they just gotta run their fingers through it under the covers. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. That's freaky. You're freaky. But I went on a hormone and now it's all back and bushy. Hell yeah. I'm happy for you. I'm glad that was a relatively clean fix. I'll say that much because I don't know. What if hormones mess you up? Does anyone want my spare medicines? I got Wellbutrin, but it's only 100 mg, so I don't know how good it'll do for you guys. Grows an arm. It's fine. I don't know if hormones can do that to you. Where would the arm even grow? It's funny to grow like a Dude, do you know there's some people out there in the world that have 3 nipples? That's so weird to me. And it looks like a mole most of the time. The 3rd nipple. I don't like it. Does it have sensitivity as well? My homie growed his hair till his ass and only his head in showers, and it was always in top-notch condition. I hate that homie, dude. I hate him so much because that's the case for so many men when women have to work so hard, and it pisses me off. 3 nipples are awesome. I just heard about it. I've never seen it, but I hear about it, and I'm just so curious. Now I kind of want to Google it, but I don't really want to Google it. No. No, Avi, you don't want to see it. There's also going to be an ad in 4 minutes. I'm so sorry. My hair is just built different. How's your hair, T-Snake? Please, I just want to open this stupid box. Almost at my ass. And curly. Whoa, you also have long hair? Why? I'm not judging you, I'm just curious. How do you style it? My hair already grows pretty fast, and with all the care I do to it, it grows ridiculously fast. That's really good. I mean, that just means you're young and that you're not going to be thinning anytime soon. Hey, homie, I'm back. Welcome, we're talking about hair. I just use shampoo, conditioner. Pfft, that's funny. And me staring at my Wolverine arc, not even hitting 30. I mean, that dude's pretty hairy. That's not a bad thing. Oh, actually, I'm interested. How are you guys about your facial hair for the men in the chat? Or just anyone with facial hair in the chat, honestly. As a woman that doesn't have that situation, what is it like for you guys? How often do you guys have to shave? Because I know that, like, you guys talk about, I hear the phrase, like, 5 o'clock shadow or whatever. Like, you shave it in the morning, it comes back. Bro has a Vegeta hairline.
Just subscribed for 7 months. It's Avi Wavy Yippee.
Vojnudge, thank you so much for subscribing. Yes, it's Avi Wavi Yippee. I have a full beard. That's crazy. Do you guys remember the EXE that we talked about earlier? I was given one. Holy shit. Fuzzy, you actually did it? Holy shit. Check DMs, bud. Me too. We were just talking about EXE files, Fuzzy. This is extremely funny timing. Mine is growing out right now, looking like Lennon. That's funny. I trim my beard once a week and use a straight razor to line it up twice a week. You guys have beards. That's crazy. Anyways. The code execution cannot proceed because Lua 51 download was not found. Fuzzy, bad news. Oh, you do a thing. Do I extract it? Okay, it still doesn't work. Open the ballot show folder. Got you. I 100% probably look homeless. I know that I do. And copy that version. Got you. Wait, copy it and then what do I do? I prefer to be shaved. My facial hair grows weirdly and gets itchy after a while. Also fun seeing the look on a bartender's face when they ID me. I look a lot younger when clean shaven. Yeah, you look pretty young, honestly. It's great. Not as great, but I'm just like, good for you. I'm glad that even, like, however old you are, you're the youngest looking lad at a bar. The itch is normal, don't worry. Yeah, I figured. I heard that it's really itchy when you shave. I wouldn't know, because I don't have facial hair to shave. Or eyebrows. I actually get my eyebrows threaded when I really want to get it well done. I go style it as a Van Dyke if I shave. First day is clear. Second is stubble. All the way up until the end of the week. I need to shave again. Otherwise I get itchy. Interesting. I don't like my facial hair. Aww. Is it that you can't grow it out? It stops itching when you have it for a long time. And also, like, you gotta use, like, some sort of facial cream, right? It goes away after a while, but it is very itchy. Yeah, I see. Okay, copy of that version. From library on Steam. Good. Okay. Steam. It looks like we're playing one more game of Balatro. It grows in patches, so I'd rather not have it. Yeah, that's kind of the same for a lot of men in my, genetic pool? Sorry to sound like an alien for a second. Manage. Browse local file. No, not you trust, but there's something really epic about Balatro. Trust. Okay, copy it from there. Alright, and then, okay. Mexicans, yep, lol, yeah. I see, it's really uncommon for me to see a Mexican with, like, a very nice cut. Paste. So, okay. Fuzzy, you're gonna have to write clear instructions. I'm one of the rare Mexicans that just have a full beard. Still no? I don't know what you mean by copy that version into it. Oh! I got it. Okay, copy. Paste. I got it. Okay, not you. I wouldn't ordinarily play Balatro, but there's something really cool that Fuzzy did that I want to show you guys. Really, really cool stuff. Can I get a pause, champ? As you guys know, Fuzzy is very, very cool and has done a lot of things related to video games and cool stuff. Hold on, there's an ad, so we will wait. It's especially funny since I have a friend who looks older than me. Than he is. Same age as me, and we've been asked if he's my father multiple times. That's a nightmare. I have a little sibling, and I look young enough with the braces that I probably look like a sister. But my older sister, she gets asked if she's the mom a lot. I just look too homeless to be responsible for a child full time. Granted, there are irresponsible mothers, but still. I'm just so mature. I'm just so immature. I just have the vibe of child. Pause champ. I love the chatting game. We're waiting for the ad break for something really cool happening. I'm at least 6 years older than Avi, and I still get carded. Wait, that's awesome, Fuzzy. That's such a flex. You're only 28 years old. That's not too young. I mean, that's not too old. That's not old. He's played along with it once. Oh my god, that's so funny. I actually love that for both of you. Ooh, the thing that, Balatro, that Hopper got me came in a really nice bag. I'm sorry I confused your name, Hopper. Hold on, I want to see what else you guys said about youthfulness and stuff. Oh, okay, I got you. Mine is growing out right now looking like Fennin. Lennon, I have to trim it every month or so, or it'll double in length. That's so hard to have, man. Facial hair you have to think about all the time. Just any hair with growth. I don't deal with that. I'm like, you know what? I'm lucky that I'm born a woman. I think I would look like a gross man. I never get carded once. They just think I'm old. Well, yeah, because you have a luscious beard. Do you know any 16-year-olds with luscious beards? I want a Gandalf beard. Fuck trimming it. Trimming it's so funny. You just get scissors. It happens. Teehee. Yeah, but we pee standing up. Don't remind me. You guys are such bastards. I hate that you could just do that. You guys are selfish. Selfish. You ever thought about that? Anyways. It's such a funny vendetta to have. My beard didn't fully come in until I was like 21. Oh! I mean, when did it like start happening? Were you just about to say, did you just like skip a patch shaving day and then boom? Before that, I had a sick goatee. Whoa! That means you started producing way more testosterone now that you're older. Nope, not once. You ever seen that MTV skit of the virtual band Gorillaz MTV Cribs? I feel like I have, but it's such a long time ago I don't remember it. Maybe that's why I could watch it again. Anyways, for the first time, please use thicker or single skein yarn, worsted medium for cotton nylon blend. Too bad. Before crocheting, please prevent the yarn from tangling. It is recommended for beginners to watch the video and instructed to as a backup. Thank you, Fuzzy. I will get that. Okay. You guys, Alright. Alright. I think you guys are gonna like this. This will be the last time I play Balatro on stream, and I promise it won't take 20 years. One segment, the bass player starts pissing in one of the parts, and each time it cuts to him again, he's in a different spot. Is it Murdoch? That green motherfucker. I also didn't even notice I could grow a beard because we're required to shave every day in the military. Oh yeah, huh, I forgot about that. Huh, how long have you been out of duty for? And then I went home on vacation and decided not to shave, and it just showed up. That's really cool. I'm excited for your new hair growth. I'm sure that your beard along with your hair is luscious. You got the double combo. And it's really jarring and funny. Yeah. Where'd all this hair come from? Rick Steiger, you! Who are you? Also, I swear your name had a U. Where's the U? You unfollow me and follow me again every single day. I know you do. I know you do. Unless you can get approved because it's for faith reasons to not have it. Oh yeah, huh? See, we saw him yesterday. We saw him yesterday night. Oh my god. This will be my last time playing Balatro on stream. It will be because I have restraint. Let me go to the full screen. Okay, there you go. Let me go press play. Oh, sorry. Let me go stream it first. Okay, you guys. I need a pause champs in the chat right now. I mean, you guys already did that, so... the pause champs in the chat that I had you guys do earlier is for a special reason. Fuzzy saw that I was obsessed with Balatro. There's also a really cool thing you can do in Balatro that you guys have seen earlier. That we played with a little bit. Pog. Alright. I promise this will be the last time. And then we're done. Forever with Balatro after this one round. Second way to install. Got you. Alright, let's see if it'll happen. Watch this. Okay, let's see if it'll work. Small bind. Select. Options. Customize deck. Diamonds. No, I don't see it. Okay. Okay. It didn't show up. Okay, hold on. Oh, try method 2. Okay, thank you, Fuzzy. Fuck! No! Thank you for the 30 bits, Macaroni King. I'm sorry. Okay, as a backup, second way to install. Right-click Balatro, 7-zip, open archive, resources, paste texture. Got you. I know I'm reading all this out loud. Let me go extract this file first. Hold on, guys. I promise. I'm not gonna fumble this one. Okay, pause champ for real. It'll happen. It'll be really cool, and you guys will be like, wow, Fuzzy, you're so cool and awesome, because it's true. He is. You got this, bud. Okay. Right-click, 7-zip, open archive. Right-click, 7-zip, open archive. Also, do you have 7-zip? I believe I do. Yeah, I have 7-zip. Of course I do. I don't know why I said it like that. Resources. Textures. Okay, there we go. Alright, pause on standby. Okay, yes. Copy files to archive. Yes. There you go. 2025, okay. I think I did it. Okay. And now, let's launch Balatro again. Okay. Options. Customize. Diamonds. No! We got this. Send me a picture to check. Okay, hold on. My bad. I barely saw that. Okay, open archives. Crying. No, don't worry. It'll happen. Okay, oh, resources. Nope, I made the spades green as a check. Got you. Okay, textures. Wait a minute. Is it the texture inside textures? Wait, what did I do? Hmm. um. Wait, I opened the texture spot. Hold on. Oh, okay. I see what I did wrong. Copied my textures into the folder. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. And then let me see Pilatro again. We're gonna fix this. Okay, let's see. Options. Customize deck. Diamonds. Fuck! Okay, hold on. We got this. We got this. Okay, I think I know what I did wrong. Let me delete this. Delete textures. Put on the file textures. Did you close the game? I did, and then I opened it again. Textures? Okay, this might be it. This might be the run. This might be the run. Keep gambling! Okay. Customize deck. Diamonds. No! What did I do wrong? Oh my god, wait, I see what else you add in the textures thing. Oh my god, this is amazing, Fuzzy. Too bad this son of a bitch game won't let me do it. Oh my god. I do close the game. Don't worry, Nayu. Oh my god. Son of a bitch. Okay, hold on. Guys, when we figure out what's wrong with it and fix it, it's gonna be so epic. You guys are gonna have your minds blown. It's not happening right now. Step 1, extract the file. Yep, I extracted the file. Okay, I extracted the file. Check. Yep, it's in textures. Yep. And then, yep, I have that. Wait a minute. Just move the extracted files here. Yes. Hold on. I think I might know why. I think maybe I needed to close the extract open archive. Options. Customize deck. Okay, one more time. Pilatro. I did copy it in there. Open archive. I don't know why it doesn't like me. Hold on, let me send you a screenshot. Like, I have it here. You can clearly see, not clearly see that I modified it. This is the greatest thing ever. Hold on. Copy. Son of a bitch. Okay, paste. There you go. So I copied it there, and it should have worked, but it doesn't. One time, 2 times. One times, 2 times. Fudge nuts. Open textures. Okay. So, like, the first time I did it, I saw that there was, like, another textures inside that folder and open 8-bit deck. Okay. 8-bit deck. Okay. The endurance stream arc. The endurance stream of where I try to see, not I try to see. 8-bit deck. PNG. Okay, where's Fuzzy? Okay. Open 8-bit deck. I have 8-bit deck as a PNG. Oh god, 8-bit deck. That should be correct. Something silly happened here, and I don't know what. I see the collabs. I see the PNG, and oh, I'm so mad. Oh my god, this guy made the. Oh my god, never mind. Let me try to paste it into textures one more time. Did you completely close out of Bellagio? Yes. It's completely closed out. It has the play button again. I'll open it one more time. I'll send you the individual files. Ooh. Okay, I have this. Options. Customize deck. It only has the default ones. Mogus! Sorry. I wish there was a way to make everything. Ooh, oh, disable hard contrast. Oh. That might be why, actually. Uncheck high contrast? Okay, diamonds. No. Maybe if I restart the game and then open Bellagio again. I have everything of the file. Oh, wait a minute. Customize diamonds. No, it does not let me. Hold on. Let me close it one more time. Open the file again. I don't know what it is about me. Okay. Let's go gambling! Oh, I want to make sure I have... Download this and replace 8-bit deck. You know what? Sure. Why the heck not? Okay. Close Bellagio. We're gonna do this. We're gonna figure out what's wrong. Manage. Upload collab DT. Okay. God, I love this so much. You guys are not ready for what the heck Fuzzy just created. It's amazing. Wait, that one's really good. Okay, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything because, oh my god, it's so precious. TW1. Download this and replace it 8-bit deck. Oh, that's so hard to say. Try to say 8-bit deck 5 times. Okay, hold on. We're gonna figure this out. Textures. Of these, open the collab folders and replace the file. Okay. Is this just one image? Yeah, okay. Got it. One image. Downloads. So then it should just be textures. Yep. And then just real quick. There. Wait, so there's 1 times and 2 times fuzzy. Do you want me to copy and paste into both of those files? They go into 1x. Okay. Replace the files. And then let me find the collab. Replace the file. Okay, and then download texture, Steam setting, manage, browse. You know, this reminds me of how like someone said that there was a symptom for something, and I don't remember what it was, where I narrate. Like obviously I'm narrating now because of tech support. But in my daily life, especially at my work, I have to, and I mean like I have to, wait a minute. Narrate what I do. Music makes me lose control. Okay. Okay, I did that. And then let me close the game. Open up Steam. Oh, sorry. Close the Steam file. Okay. It looks like I have everything closed. Options. Grr! It's not happening! Ugh. Okay. Something's wrong. Do you think it was because I copied the Balatro? We can do it off stream. Okay. Okay, we can do that. Okay, okay. It's gonna happen at a later date. Oh, it's so perfect. I'm looking at it again. It's so good. I love it so much. I even love this thing. It's all so precious. Oh my god. I am in awe. It looks like I have hair. Maybe uninstall Balatro and reinstall. Alright, you know what? That might be a good idea. Manage, uninstall. It should take only 20 seconds. Yeah. Install. What's another 85 frames lost? Okay, there you go. Stop trying to update Devour! Stop! Stop! Devour! Okay, sorry. Okay, add, manage, browse local files. Should I do it again? Kill Devour. I'm still waiting on that second collab. Yep, okay, I'll do it again. Open archive. Okay. Hello, Daniel. I hope you're doing good. Textures. Okay. Are you sure you want to copy the files to the archive? Yes. Okay. I got 420 channel points, so we're doing swell. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh my god. Is that the Mogus deck? May I ask why you sent me the Mogus deck? Okay, you did okay, hold on. Okay. Let me close all the files there. Okay, Balatro, let me close that file. Steam. Play. It is. I changed the reds to be more legible. Oh, that's nice. Nope. The game hates me. See, this is the thing with me. Every single thing I touch, tech support, somehow I'm like, I break something. I don't do nothing, but I break it. I break things. You send me something, it's not gonna come out the same at the other end. It's so weird. It's so weird. I don't know why. I see Fuzzy is booting up Balatro. I'm so pissed. I could actually... Grr! Oh my god. Chicken scored 1,000,000 chips in a single hand on January 3rd. It literally works on mine, and that's all I did. Let me re-download your text file again. Texture file. I don't know what I did wrong. It's probably because of the something with... Okay, hold on. Continue to download. Yeah. Give me a virus. Just do it. Okay, let me do it again. But, like, with your download. Maybe something got crazy. Extract all. Extract. It takes, like, 10 seconds to load. And then there... Maybe it's a setting thing? I don't think so. 6... Just enter the Balatro EXE with your textures repackaged into it. That's what we did, the first method. And it didn't work. Maybe it's that thing, actually. Let's see. Okay. Game speed. What did it say? Play, discard button, screen shake. What do you think I should press? I think I have about the same settings. Game why? Game, play, discard, screen shake, display stickers during run. Is it that thing? I'm just showing what I have. Okay, got you. I don't have anything different. Do you think it's CT? I don't think this is the reason. Well, oh yeah, I forgot you have a fat ultra wide monitor. How's that looking? Okay, I don't know if I have VSync on. La 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 la. I have it on window mode. I know, sue me. But it's just fun having, like, the ability to just do other things as well. Okay, manage, browse local files. Balatro, subzip, open archives. Let me see if I can do it again. Resources, texture. I'm gonna delete this and then drag your texture file just to see what would happen. Extract all. Oh, I think I got it. Okay. Whoops. Yours does like a double texture thing, and I know to like remove it. I forgot to do it again. Delete. Turn off pixel art smoothing. Oh, okay. That might be it. Okay. La 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 la. Okay, one more time. Options. Settings. Turn off pixel art smoothing. And then? It worked! We did it! You did it! Oh my god. Okay. We did it. We did it. Finally. Oh my god. Oh my god, it worked. Okay, everyone. Everyone, you're gonna want to take a Warframe! My deck! You took off Warframe! No! Just kidding. That was the one mod I had with the sexy boss. That's okay. We got something replaced with something even sexier. We got Chia. Yippee! We did it. It was all worth it. And it's not just Chia. We got me! And not just me. We got... Okay, wrong one. We got Becco! Look! It's so good! I love it. I asked Fuzzy that we don't replace the Among Us. Yo, it's really cool! I love it so much. Look, this is her on her bike. This is her right there. This is Chia and the Amigos. And this is me. That Fuzzy actually created this thing as well. This thing as well. And this! I like this because it has a little smirk down. That's awesome. Shall we play? Hold on, I want to see what else. It's so fun. It's so cute. I like the little antennas. This thing makes me look like I have what do you call it? A nerve ending sticking out of my head. It's so cute. I love it. I love it so much. Thank you so much, Fuzzy. Fuzzy did all this hard work. It's really cool. Thank you so much, Fuzzy, for creating a banger again. Jax!
Soul Steel Jax just subscribed for 31 months. 31 months sub to you, Avispa, and I couldn't be happier about it.
Oh,
how
thank
goes your
you!
Jonathan? I hope you and chat are doing okay. I'm home from a very long shift at work today.
Yay! Long shift at work! I'm glad to see you here, dude. Fuzzy just made a modded version of Balatro with the ABC group in it. And we finally figured out how to break that, how to solve it, because it was a little funky. Thank you so much for 31 subscribe, Jax. Honestly, this donathon has gone amazing. Also, is it just me or did this donathon go 94? Holy fuck, you're so based for that. It is really cool. Oh god, I haven't played Balatro in so long. I'm just like, you guys might think I'm lying, but I'm not. You know what this means? I'm gonna do an all king queen deck face. Right after I get rid of this. Oh, dang it. I shouldn't have done that. Fuzzy the motherfucking goat. He is so cool. He does so much cool stuff. Okay, I'll do two pair. I know I'm not getting a lot of points now. 6-6. Kiwi got back to me. Said it might be something on my end, but just in case they're checking things on their end too. Hopefully we can figure something out. If not, I'll bite the bullet and try paying directly with my card info. You can trust Kiwi with it, always. Kiwi is a good guy. Trust. And even if he does scam you, so what? I think Kiwi would be the best person to be scammed by. When did you guys... That's me! Look at me! Oh, you got the game mute. Oh, fuck. I got the game muted. Of course I did. That's me! God, I look so cool. What the? Why is it? Huh. Now the music's funky. That's funny. Oh my god, it actually is broken. That's funny. Oh, it's because... Is it Explorer? It is. Anyways, well that's good. I am finally at my new job at the recreational center. Let's go! And even though I'm only 2 days in, I am already in love with it more than my last job. The staff has made it all the more better. Yay! I'm so glad, Jax. That actually sounds really fun. I'm glad. Becca's the king and I'm the queen. That's so cute. Oh my god, wait, hold on. And then let me see the, hold on. Oh my god. Oh, pff, wrong button. You know what? Sure, why not? Oh my god, this game is amazing. It's so beautiful. Oh, I love this so much. This is like one of the best videos she has made because her delivery is so good. This one's so funny. The Hamikos are the little babies. Fuzzy, you showed, have you shown the ABC group this before? Oh my god, because it's really good. I love it so much. Okay, but yeah, Jax, I'm happy to hear you got a new job. I'm glad. I'm really glad that the new year's turning out very bueno. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Get rid of these. Also, I have no more hands to run. Okay, good. Not yet. Okay. I don't know whether Chia has played Balatro or not, actually. Now that I think about it. Of course I'll buy this one! And this one too. It's a city job, so it's already better pay. Oh my god, wait, that's actually good. So I'm very happy, Avi. How did you land yourself that job? It sounds really nice. I've thought about a recreational center that's near my area, even though I don't really speak that much Spanish, so I might have trouble with it. Look, it's the Hamikos! Wait, hold on. Look at that. A perfect family. Beckel, Chia, Avi, and Mogus. What was I gonna say? It's amazing. It's amazing. Also, my eyes are like crying because I'm like, oh god, my addiction is so strong. I made a small goof and kept the face diamonds orange, but the number diamonds yellow. I just turned off my... Oh my god. It's okay. It's small enough you can hardly notice it. I'm glad that you changed the clubs to be blue because and Becca's to be green. Because I was thinking about like how when these two were black, it was very frustrating. But now it's beautiful. Thank you so much, Fuzzy. La 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 la. Oh my god, I just want to stare at this. You know what? Let's just stare at this. Fuck it. Hold on. Yeah, I confused them too. Oh my god, dude. When I play this at like 5 a.m. and then I stupidly play the spade and the diamonds, and the clubs. I like how the Avi cards are whatever form of derp we have seen her as, but I don't see any of the arsonist chibi versions yet. Oh yeah, the hold on. Is it the like this one? Nayu, I had a compliment from this emote from another channel. They were like, that's very cute. I love that one. It's so chaotic. And I agree. I fell in love with that emote when I first saw it. I know Nayu made that one. Oh god, I'm still yapping today. Oh, it's so good. The Becca one, I like that you added a little crown. There's also a little X in the back too. I also like that there's a stripper pole right here. I know it's not supposed to be, but that's all my brain thinks about. It's so cute! Thank you, Fuzzy. Thank you. I want to look at like Chia's card. Chia's card, I would say, looks so delicious from even from a distance. Hold on, actually, you sent me the file, so I can't look at it closer. They're really tiny files. Lol, I'll add stripper poles to all of them. Okay. What emote is that for Chia? Diamonds should have turned into hexagons. You're kind of cooking, Nayu. That's an interesting proposition. I can do that. That'd actually be kind of awesome. It might be a little frustrating to do that with the with these guys. Ugh. But this is a perfect deck. Thank you so much, Fuzzy. I'm gonna stare at this. I don't even want to play it. I just want to stare at it. Stare at them. I don't want to get rid of these guys. I don't want to get rid of anything. Fuck. Okay, I'll play a little bit. Oh god, there they are. Mogus. I love how Beckel looks in this one. Sorry, Avibro snoring. Oh my god, I got mostly an Becco deck. That's so funny. Get away from us, Mogus. Get away from us. Dang it, no more Avi cards. You're so perfect. Play at 3 of the kind so we can post it. You're right. Hold on. I already got rid of the cards. Remember, you can just make flushes now. You're right, I could. Okay, there it is. Screenshot that. Boom. Oh, 420! Oh my god, look how cute these are! I'm so happy. I love this so much. I don't even want to play the game. This is so precious. This is the best thing ever. Oh, I don't have a jack. 10, 9, 8. Everything looks so good. Oh fuck, that didn't make to 450 like I thought. Cursed deck. What's cursed about this? It's beautiful. Hold on, Frank. Oh, wait a minute. Because I'm Mogus, because of my Joker, I'm only able to match with the Mogus and me, not Chia. And then Chia and Becco have each other. That's so funny. I never thought of it that way. It's not a cursed deck. It's beautiful. I love it so much. Alright, oh, this is so precious. I like that I'm not even the queen. Wait, I am the queen. This is the king. But if you don't play it, you will never be able to beat the evil card handler with your friends. You're gonna send me back into my addiction. This is great. God. Okay, let's see how far out this Avi Becco Chia deck can go. Oh god, I don't have any money. I wasted it all on the last round. Dang it, I was hoping to get I was gonna say. Oh my god, they even used us as an example. Look at that, that's so perfect. You can discard the other ones. That's so funny. Oh my god. Look at that. That's amazing. Wait, 4 of a kind. That's so good. But if you don't... Oh, I realized that. Look at this. Straight flush. Amazing. Can you move to the other side? You're blocking the numbers. Oh yeah, I am, huh? Also, hello. Sea Dog, look at this. Look, Sea Dog, look what they did. Look what Fuzzy did. Look. Fuzzy. I don't know when you're gonna announce this to the other ABC groups. Would you make this a free way to do it? Jupiter might be good for this run. We're gonna use Flash. I don't even care about the game anymore. I just want to Uh-oh. They don't have me on the face cards. It's alright. It's alright, I guess. Could have been better. Sea Dog, we don't even know what you look like. Ooh. Flash. We're gonna play everything but the face cards. The diamonds look kind of cringe-obby. Shut up! They're perfect! My fucking face is amazing. Also, I really like the use of the Hemigo here. Finger job, Fuzzy. Yeah! Okay, hearts. Let's get rid of everything but the face cards. Oh, fuck. I won already. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just too good at Balatro. I said I would move, but I'm too lazy to. Hold on, I'll adjust myself. La 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 la. So does that mean there exists a VOD? I mean, a VOD. This is the best mod ever. I love this mod. The only Balatro mod I need. And to think I was gonna install the boob mod and not tell anyone about it. I'll upload it soon so I can make small edits. Hell yeah! No pressure to do anything fast or slow or anything. So is there a way for the Joker cards to be edited? Oh, wait a minute. I mean, you could, but that would be $1 billion. The what mod? This is a card game! Wait, you don't know about the boob mod? I just found out about it through Damon. You can install both, should be compatible. Oh my god. Wait, you're right, because it's the Joker ones. Here she goes again with the Gooner thoughts. No, let me show you. Let me show you what Damon showed me last night. Scroll, 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 scroll. Scroll, 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 scroll. I really enjoyed watching you play this hobby. It's nice to see you be good at the game. Thank you, Spastastic. Even the bananas have boobs. My favorite one is the to-do list. Where they're just like, to do. Jugs. I like that. That one's a good one. Hold on. I bet the person's so proud of themselves. Hold on. While trapped in bed with a migraine, I had this horrible idea for a Balatro mod called Jimbo Big Naturals. And it's great. Let's gamba! Oh god. Oh my goodness. But yeah, you can clearly see what's going on here. Even this thing works way too well. I hate everything about this sentence. But there's more. This one? Hold on, I don't know if you guys can really see it. We love giving me and big men big naturals. Something about it is... Oh my god, they did it for all these cards. Oh, they didn't do it for this one. This one couldn't do anything about it, thank god. Oh my god, they actually did this for a lot. And I mean a lot of Jokers. I don't know if I like where this is going. They could be grabbing it today. Ooh, the way they're grabbing it would hurt. This is the one. Instead of jog, it's jugs. This looks like a Goomba. It does look like a Goomba. That just looks like his balls. Oh no, it's Jax. He has balls on his chin. Those are his big naturals. Alright, so yeah, this is one of the mods I saw. It would be compatible with this mod. It's a little scary. Yeah, this one. This one. How dare you? My chin balls are way bigger. I don't like this one because this is Queso card to me, who is a streamer. So this is Queso with big naturals. Double D's. Oh god. There it is. Jugs. It's so silly. You can even see the boobs on this one a little bit. But yeah, I just saw this and I was like, god. Damon sent it to me. It's terrible. Hold on. DNA better have them balls too. They do. They do. Wait, did someone just add boobs to all the cards? Yeah, it's a mod you can do. Oh wait, Jex! Look at this. Look at this. Hold on, hold on. Shit, this is a really good one. I don't have any money though. Yes, I do. Next round. Let me show you. Jex, let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you. There's something better than boobs in this card. In this game. Way better than boobs. Yes, game. No. You don't understand, Jex. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. Oh, I'm too good at this game, actually. Look. Look at this. This is what Fuzzy did as a mod. Aww, it's cute, right? There's me, there's Chia, and there's Becco. I like that. I know. Fuzzy did a really good job at it. I love it. It's great. I love it. I love it so much. I love this so much. It's great. Fuzzy also made the waggle here. So it's a really fun callback. I love this one from Chia's. I just can't stop looking at this. I love Becco's because it's so cute. And then she got a stripper pole right here. It's great. I want mine to have a stripper pole too. I want the Mogas to have one. That's what I want. That's sick. Wicked sick. It is. Thank you, Fuzzy, for doing all this work for us and also trying to help me download it as well. But yeah. So that's what's been going on. So right now we're trying to see how far we can get in this Balatro route. I can convert the left card to the right card. Or I can make one... Okay, hold on. Convert. This card? No, what's the lowest one? This one. I'll make the Amoguses even sussier. Wait, that sounds like a horrible threat. I love it. Among Us boobs in production. As a hell of a gambler, this game is my affliction for a while. Really? Me too. I didn't think I would love this because I have no idea how to play poker. But with this handy dandy guide, I get it now. There's this one review that was like, now I see why my dad left us for gambling. Thank you, Dev. And it was so funny. Shit, I don't have enough to make this flush. Okay, let me just discard the 3 of the diamonds. LMAO, it's silly. I admire anyone who can get into the game. This is not my thing at all, and I'll never play it, but watching it is another thing. I like that, Jax. I respect that, because I've put hours into this game on my phone alone. And I deleted it because it got really bad. I was staying up way too long for it. So, I respect your restraint. But I'm glad you still enjoy watching it. Alright, you know what to do, baby. It's gonna be really fucked when I have that boss that's gonna let me, like... Wait, wait. I want to make this into this thing. Gambling's fun. Put your entire life savings into it. Wait, I should have jumped the dollar one. I just saw it, and then oh god damn it. Bingle is the roulette version of this kind of thing. Yeah, ever since like we have a viewer that's like, ooh, there's another game you should play, and another one that's also gambling. And it's so funny to me. That was a painful play. Anyways, I'll discard these ones. Oh shoot, the multipliers are half. Good thing I didn't upgrade anything. Ooh, and I love the Mogus too. It's so funny. But since they're not ABC group, I'm going to play them. But yeah, always go for face card deck. You're slacking off right now. I'm trying. I don't have money. Oh shit, I don't have enough. I don't want to get rid of the face cards. I want to hold on to them as long as possible. They're so silly. Thank you, Fuzzy. Anyways, I was gonna play the other game, Nayu. If you want, I could play the game tomorrow. Or, sorry, Friday. Thursday. Tomorrow? Wait, no, tomorrow. I can do it tomorrow morning. But I do want to do a collab with David on Monster Hunter World. Rise. So it'll be cut short, but it'll be fun. Adds a sell value of all others' own jokers to multiplier. Buy and use. Anyways, next round. Nodders. Okay, I won't stick to this for long. I just want to see how far I can go into this run. I promise. I'm not addicted. Shit. Okay, discard. No! 1, 2. I'll do high card. Trust me, Avi. It's not really a restraint on gambling for me. I already fell down since I played gacha games like Dragon Ball Legends. Oh my god, wait, that's kind of funny. My condolences to you, Jack. Okay, hold on. King. Queen. Fuck. Queen. I got a full house. Hold on. King. I finally did it. I finally got the full house play. I also like that Becco is in here. King. Queen. And the obscenity. The obscenely disgusting amount of money I spent on every Nessa in Pokemon Masters EX. What is a Nessa? You're gonna have to explain that one to me. Oh, I could also make this a... Shamer, do you want my seed? Why? What run is it? Is it gonna be a face card run, or are you gonna troll me and have it be a no face card run the first time? You would set me up for failure. Anyways, A dark-skinned water trainer from Pokemon British. Oh, wait, I remember now. So now you had like either an art or a stand of her, Jax. You're still alive, yippee yippee! Yes, oh my god, ladies, look what Fuzzy did! You can't really see it right now because I played the card, but look! I'm too good at this game. Still lost at anti-11. No! It was a cool run, pretty fun when I played it. Oh, I'm so sorry. Chia! Yes, that is true, Avi. I posted the 2 outfits that she has in the game in stream discussion. Hold on, I want to see it. I didn't know Pokemon had a gacha game. I should have known. But I didn't know they had gacha of the human parts. Oh, yeah, her. I remember her. She's the blue one. Oh my god, she's actually really gorgeous. I remember this. Are you there too? I'm still 160 feet. Oh, yes. I am. Ladies, I'm right here. Yes, she's the best. Goated. You're talking about Nest. Anyways. That's funny. That's funny, Jax. Hold on. Okay, ladies, can you see it now? I like that you can see Chia a mile away. Look, I can't tap it. No judgment here. I'm also a freak about things I like. Immediately when I booted up Balatro, I want to go to sleep. I programmed myself to want to go to sleep. Oh, Becca's there too! Yeah! I love it so much. Thank you so much. But yeah, Fuzzy, what else do you need to tinker with if you have any ideas for it? The ABC is here in Mogus. I said not to change the Mogus, but it feels so empty. Like, it feels funny having the Mogus in there. She already discarded all these cards so she can have the most face cards shown. Also, Chia has a stench. I smelled her before I saw her. I love that. Hamsters do smell. Hexagon diamond color correction. Got you. Anything else? Just out of curiosity. Hamster musk. Hamsters like roll around in their pee and poop and stuff, so I'm not surprised she has musk. I'm just gonna stare at this, and I could make every face as detailed as King Chia. I would love that because I'm just like I'm looking at Chia's and I'm just like, it's so detailed. I can't stop staring at it. I want a higher quality version. Oh my god, imagine having this as like actual playing cards for the ABC group. I know Balatro, I think they have an official deck. Sniff. That would actually be pretty funny. Like, you're going poker night and you would just have these enemy girls. It wouldn't be the first time. What was gonna say? Oh yeah. You should also add me too. I'd be a top-rated mod for sure. I simplified a lot because I was using Balatro cards as refs. Got you. Yeah, no worries. No pressure at all, Fuzzy. I was just like, whoa. It's all amazing and I love it all so much. Okay. Before crocheting, please prevent the yarn from tingling. It is recommended to watch a video and instruction. Whatever. Turn the knob to change the yard tension. If you still feel like the stitch is too tight. I'm trying to do the thing that Hopper gave me. I mentioned Dragon Ball Legends and just remembered I gotta do my dailies. See ya. Okay, without the crochet helper. But with the crochet helper, yarn is wrapped around the tool and the tension is adjusted with the knob. This is gonna help so much. Okay, I'm so worn out. I did so much today. I gotta get ready for bed. It's like time. No worries. Thank you so much for hanging out, ladies. I know it's a lot to handle with Avi Donathon. How to hold the tool. Hold the yarn in your left finger and the hook. Okay, I gotta stop being distracted. Alright, anyways. I just wanna have this in the background while we're discussing anything. Hold on. Let me put a text. This was so worth it. Let me put a text. Donathon is the easy part if I'm honest. Text. I have like at least 3 hours left. I could have sworn the clock said 90 earlier. I don't know how it went up 4 hours, but I guess it did. Hold on, let me see if I can type something. Avi Beko Chia deck. Oh, there's an ad about to start in like whatchamacallit, 5 minutes. Letting you guys know as a warning. Now that you know what it looks like, is this your you've played this up before, but this is awesome. I'm gonna play like this forever. But extra fuzzy. Just gonna put it on screen because I want to see if I could Okay, there's a way to make it so that this thing slides left and right. I don't remember how though. 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Why did you say that so— oh! Why did you say that so ominously? Okay, 20 is the most I can do it. Filters, add, scroll. There you go, I did it. Oh god, this is way too much. Wait, no, okay, no, that's it. Oh boy, she doesn't know about the bomb being launched at her house in 4 minutes. Ha ha, so funny, Fuzzy. Oh, the countdown. Yeah, the countdown is 4 minutes. Yeah, you're right, thank you. My bad. I was just like, what do you mean 4 minutes? Sorry, I blinked out because I was multitasking. If the Japanese use cubes to make square watermelons— oh god, I forgot they have square watermelons. Can we do that with our balls? The answer to that is you'd have to have very malleable forms, and also you'd have to be okay with not having children for the rest of your life. It'd be like the worst kind of a sterilization, if you will. Oh? Nah, they'll come out to little Minecraft Steves. How are you doing? Hello! We're just experiencing the amazing mod that Fuzzy made for us. Oh god, I'm so sleepy already. There is gonna be an ad in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Yeah, okay. Oh god, I gotta plan out the— I'll do a movie night Friday. I want to watch Casino Royale. Ads? Yeah, I have ads. Wait. You're gonna be looking at them and I'm gonna profit off of you. I just learned how to subtract. Dumb. Usually you learn how to add first and then subtract. What time? I like to do them at 3 p.m. as well. We'll do like a watch along with that. Oh god, I gotta get a lot of things set up before stream too. Not just for the watch along, but just in general for other streaming stuff for the Donathon. I haven't been able to touch anything on my computer because I've been waking up at 10 p.m. I mean, 10 a.m. Don't tell me how to learn math major. Actually, even though I'm a math major, I don't have an education minor degree yet, so I don't know how pedagogy works with math. So who knows? Maybe you're learning the right way. You're the one with the NASA job. Avi, how far can you run? Why do you want to know? What do you mean how far? I can jog a pretty far case. The time? Don't know if I'll be working. Oh shit, yeah. We could do it earlier too, or later, because I know you have D&D nights Friday. How fast can you run? I don't know. Man. Are you alone in your house? No, I got my big dog. How many escape routes are there? Technically 5. May not have D&D Friday nights. Got you. Casino Royale 1967 or 2006? That's a good question. What's your opinion, Zombie Fox? Okay, so unscrew the knob and wrap the yarn tail between A and B. Okay. Don't ask what I'm doing. I'm doing something. You should add yourself to the dog sheet. It would be helpful for that chatter. Lee, how are you doing? Don't mind the other chatters. They're just silly. They're just being silly right now. Okay. That's good enough. 2006 for the babies. Got you. Do you have opinions about it, Zombie Fox? Like 1967 in particular? Wrap between A and B from the front to back. I just like hearing other people's movie opinions. It's really fun. Tighten the knob until the yarn tail can be pulled smoothly. The yarn tension can be adjusted by adjusting the knob. Got you. Lee, don't mind the streamer. She was kind of born like this. What are you on about? Okay, hold on. I just want to stare at the cards all day. That's it. The art is delicious. I need this. So how many of you guys gamble? If I learn how to play poker, where is a way where I can play poker with my viewers so we can bet fake chips? Because actually no. I don't know how regular poker goes, because I know you have to like lie to people. That's what I know about poker. It's different from Balatro for sure. Casino Royale 1967 is a non-Eon or at least broccoli made Bond with a comedy feel. Oh, that one's the Bond launch, right? Speaking of movies, I watched the second Die Hard movie and it is way harder to truly get what's going on. Not a bad movie, but you really gotta pay attention to it more than the first one. Got you. Because it's like, what do you think that is, Jax? Is it because like it goes like a faster pace story-wise? Story beat? Or would you say because like the action can get you lost? What do you think? Why do you think that is? I mean, there is a Discord poker and there is a tabletop simulator. You're right. How do you play multiplayer with tabletop sim? Don't care for both. I'd want to go to a real casino and gamble. Tabletop sim is the best. I love playing that. Okay. What's the max cap on tabletop sim? Dude, what if we get a bunch of streamers that never played poker but played Balatro to get them to do poker? No, it's not. It isn't self-contained compared to the first movie. Everything happened in Nakatomi Plaza, and it was about stealing money / bonds in the first movie. You also clearly understood who the bad guys were. None of this is true for the second movie, and I think it hurts. Oh, God. They, like, moved around in cities, huh? Like, it. Oh, God. I think, like, 6 or 8. Okay, that's not too bad. How to crochet chain stitch. Oh, wait, is it different from... Okay, got you. Since it's an ad break, I'm gonna go ahead and... Oh, wait, no, this is just how to do it. Okay. Pass the yarn, through the yarn. Uh-oh. There's like 4 different locations where everything happens in Die Hard 2. Got you. I see where the problem could lie in. Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. Never mind. Die Hard 2 is basically just a remake of the first, from an airport novel where they slapped from Die Hard character's name on it. Is it actually from like an airport novel? And which one? Are the same characters there? Also remember, if you hate ads, you can pop out the Avi in the top right, mute the ads, and turn on Avi's audio until the ad ends. So true, Jax. But I would never, ever advocate for that because I want Twitch to have so much money. Almost every Die Hard movie was another script that they retooled into Die Hard. That's so sad. That is so sad to learn scripts. That hurts me. Okay, I go there. Oh, the tail goes somewhere else. Got you. Oh. The third Die Hard with a Vengeance is actually more of a sequel to the first and was made from a Lethal Weapon spec script. I guess I can see why people would say like they don't like the other movies compared to that one. That's so sad. I'm sad for the Die Hard franchise. But you know, they had a good thing going. Well, it lasted anyways. Becco, oh my god, Becco! Wait, you're just the right person to see this! Hello, Becco! Welcome! Becco, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Becco, what were you doing today? You were playing Minicle's Night Market. I've never heard of that game ever. Hi again, Avi. Hi, Becco. Hi. Becco, look at those Becco cards. Look at the Chia cards. Look at the Among Us cards. And most importantly, look at Avi cards at the bottom. Let me move the text. Fuzzy told me that he wanted to make a deck of the ABC group. And I was like, sure. And he did it. Scooter! Yeah, your scooter and a stripper pole. I keep calling it a stripper pole. It's not. But I think it's funnier that way. And you have a little crowd. It's so cute. I love it so much. It's the best thing ever. But do you love it? I love it too. I love it so much. It's so amazing. I also like that you have the 2 different eye colors too. Scoot, Scoot is the best. I just tuned back in. Can I get Obby cards too? You're gonna have to wait until the patched version, Kaiten. Do you also play Balatro? My card should be purple though. This was the base color for Balatro that Fuzzy worked off on. Fuzzy. Would you like to rework all of the spades to be purple? Or at least a slight pink purple / blue purple to not collide with the purple purple? Those look epic. They do. Fuzzy was just about fixing everything. In the normal Balatro, the stuff is blue. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Do it, Fuzzy. Oh, that sounds so aggressive. Anyways, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, it's amazing. It's really amazing, and I love it so much. Uh-oh, my tension's a little bit tight. There you go. Yeah! We won today. But yeah, I just have it up on screen. How was your stream, by the way, Becco? I hope you had a lot of fun. I hope you had a lot of fun today, Becco. This thing is really fun. Have you ever played Balatro? You might be leaving to eat, but that's okay. It was a comfy stream. Fuck yeah. We love that for you, Becco. I'm not familiar with this game. Basically, it uses the rules of poker and, like, uses the... Hold on. And if you go like, oh, I don't know the rules of poker, they tell you. They tell you how to do it. They do straight flush. They tell you how to play straight flush. How to play 4 of a kind. Full house. Flush and straights. I just think it's really funny that they use our cards as an example. I adore it so much. It's so cute. I love it so much. They're just like, boom. Wait, hold on. Boom. Full house. Look, that's Chia and me. That's Becco. Among Us, Chia and me. That's Becco. I love that. But yeah, it is a very cool game that I got addicted to so hard. If you ever want to play tabletop, I'd be down. That's a good idea. I also know someone else who's really into poker, but like the real poker game. Oh god, do I want to inflict gambling upon my chatters? Yeah, they're like above 18. We're all above 18. You gambling? Yeah, it's kind of like Gamba. You'll learn the rules of Gamba, but you just draw the hands, and then you see if it makes the points to pass. It's a really simple premise, but it's very addicting. Yeah, Gamba. I'm literally playing the game right now. You know what? That's fair. And if I already have, we might as well learn the rules together, chat. I think this is a good road. Super addictive Mega Gamba. Love it when the numbers explode. Yeah! If you like numbers go up game, that's the game. If you don't like numbers go up, you're normal. She betted all the donut on money on this game. She's in the negatives, I think. No, I'm a winner. Don't listen to Sea-Dog. He lies about everything, because he's jealous. He's jealous because he lost everything, and he doesn't want to face his wife about the mortgage payment. But also, hello, Dragon3316. There you go. Please. But yeah. I'm just staring at the hard work that Fuzzy has done. He loves to do cool things, and I appreciate him so much, because I'm just like, wow. We're having a casino themed month. Bro said his whole last name too. You never know. Maybe they like to be referred to as either Dragon or Six. You never know. So I say the full name always. Even if it's a little clunky. I wonder if Chia's also into Balatro. I'm gonna ask her. I'm gonna DM her. I say DM, I mean the group. Casino Royale Friday then. Yeah! We'll do it at 3 p.m. I'll make sure to leave a message in the Discord about it. Okay, Nayu made a clip about it. That's amazing. Thank you, Nayu. Where is it? Chia. Captain Chia, get your ass in here. Actually, she might be asleep. Fuck. Oh wait, that's General. At Captain Chia. Do you play Balacho? She's probably asleep. That's okay. I'll still bug her. Wake up! You're not gonna make her wake up from her slumber. She's already napping. I bug her. I get it. Cause you're a bug. I didn't even think of it like that, bro. That's so funny. I mean, not funny at all. Didn't laugh. -2. Can we -2 this guy? Okay, good. Sea Dog was already... Wait, what the fuck? Why do I have 62? -62. That's so funny. Alright. We're coming into the night hours. I don't want to play Balacho. But I'm gonna stare at this card. I'm not gonna play Balacho at night. That's always a bad idea. I know I'm also gonna win this round, so I'm not gonna play it. So. I can't believe we spent the whole day playing Enter the Gungeon. I feel like a loser. Oh god. I already have a loser. I know someone's gonna be like, but Avi, you already are. Like, shut up. Marvel Rivals has consumed my game time. Oh god, Marvel Rivals. I haven't touched that game. So fun. I haven't touched that game because I never played Overwatch, and everyone who's played Overwatch was like, yeah, this is just Overwatch, and I'm like, damn it. I'm glad you're having fun with it though. It's not. Overwatch was bad in comparison. Oh, okay, I see. That reminds me of how there's like this meme in Squid Game where the guy's like, I've played these games before. I don't even watch the show, but I've seen it so much. Still have yet to play it, but I want to. Yeah, it looks really good. What was I gonna say? Overwatch wishes it could be. It's hella casual too, unless you ranked it. You're ranked. Ooh, do you play ranked? Avi has a rival? Where? No one, because I make no enemies. Ever. Speaking of which. Okay. My goal for today is to last 1 more hour in streaming. No ending early. Actually, I think I can end early. I think I want to end early. Oh, I hit Diamond in Ranked. I play only that because it loads everyone in the game start. Plus, I'm a sweaty boy. Oh god, I've never played Ranked. I don't know if you guys can believe that. I'm so doo-doo at it that I'm just like, you know what? What's the point of it? I'm gonna get destroyed. And everyone who plays Ranked is like a champion at it. I don't know what the rank is between Diamond and Bronze and Silver and Gold and... What's the top? Time is Avi's rival, or sleep. Squirrel Girl is the sweetest thing in the world. You know, Jax, I respect you for not going the Gooner route. I think every woman in my chat that's spoken about Squirrel Girl is so unhinged. It's so funny. I played a ranked game for the first time recently. How was it, ladies? And yes, Squirrel Girl is so adorable. I love her. I love her hair. Including me, I've also said things about her. It's so funny. Squirrel Girl brings out things out of women. It's so funny. Avi, you say that, but I played a lot of Marvel Rivals, and the number of times I've seen actual Squirrel Girl players, I can count on one hand. Oh, really? People don't really play her a lot. It's really overblown. Got you. So it's just a sub-selection of Twitter. Got you. I got demolished as soon as I touched the ground. No! Well, it depends. Who was your main? Were you Jeff? Chonky, Squirrel, Heart. Agreed. Ooh, so excited. Venom is where it's at. Boo, Squirrel Girl. Let me get them 19 inches. She's Squirrel on my girl. I wasn't playing Rivals. Oh, what was it then? I like that. She's Squirrel on my girl. That reminds me of how like every rapper that's like a weeb and into anime is always like, I make her Squirtle, T, bars, banger. Luna Snow though. Oh god. Oh my god. I'm gonna say the same thing I said earlier. I was talking to Chad earlier about Luna Snow. I googled her and I saw that she had split hair and I was like, split hair is okay. Until Hopper called me out and said that I also had split hair. I actually think split hair is awesome. I do mean Squirrel Girl though. She's my favorite hero of all time. Fuck yeah! Something nuts. Damn, you got them, Scribs. What was I gonna say? I want to play more Fortnite. I need to get good before Hatsune Miku arrives. Otherwise, I'm gonna get targeted and then that's it. Iron Man is my main. That's interesting. Anyone else want to say their mains in the Marvel Rivals? Since you guys are the real gamers. She low on my key until I'm high key. Eat nuts and kick butts. Hell yeah, ladies. Squirrel Girl is so adorable. I love her. I love her. Wait, Jax, who do you main if you're still here? He's probably eeping. I'm just crocheting on my yarn at this point. We're just babbling about. My goal is to stream for 1 more hour. At least 1 more hour of yap. 1 more. I'm strong. I'm strong, boy. La 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 la. Anyways, I was gonna say something else. I wonder what else is a very anticipated game for 2025, or just movies in general. Wait, actually, I want to look that up. Movies released in 2025. Oh, I'll be planning to stream for much longer. Maybe like an hour or 30 minutes longer. 30 minutes longer. 2025, not 2024. Maybe like 30 minutes. If you need to head out, I understand. Okay. Hopefully I don't get anything that'll dox me. Oh, there's no images in them, so I'm not gonna look at them. 32 movies we can't wait to... Is that Paddington? Okay. Oh my god. Okay, let's look at the movies next year, or this year. That are gonna come out. Don't think Beyond the Spider-Verse is gonna be here. It won't. Okay, let's just look at the images. January is a movie called Wolfman, which is really funny. And you know what? I might check it out. Presents. Ocean 11 assembler Steven Soderbergh at last tries his hand at a horror movie. Huh. Wolfman! Okay, fine. I'll read the synopsis. The Elizabeth Moss thriller, which reinvented the translucent villain in a top tech bro stalker. Now that movie's writer-director... with poor things... Okay, sorry. I'm just like, long text. It's from the director of The Invisible Man, which was a great retelling. Really? Is it based on the book by Ralph? The effect team is said to have studied a lot of lycanthropic landmarks in pursuit of the proper werewolf design. Alright, but this werewolf better be good. I'm gonna mute this because it might be copyrighted, but this must be a banger. We're looking at movie trailers. Oh, he was there for 1 frame! Damn it, did you guys see it? Did you see? Okay, you know what? Maybe I should try to see the audio for the trailer, actually. You know what? Why not? There he is. Oh, literally 1 frame of this man. He doesn't even sound like a real wolf. He sounds like a lion. I don't know. I'm not excited to see human-sized dogs. Whatever, loser. Oh, it comes out in 10 days. Oh god, a week has passed by. Anyways, that's okay. Also premiering is a bunch of movies I've never heard, which is okay. Captain America Brave New World, it's Marvel. Okay, Paddington is going to Peru, you guys. Oh, this movie. I was offered to go see it for free because I subscribed to some newsletter. I don't know if I'll go see it. It's okay, you don't gotta. I just think it's really funny because it's right up my... it just mentioned Wolfman and I was like, whoa. Go see it. Paddington in Peru? Let me cover my Google just in case they're gonna dox me. Oh, it's the one with the poster where he's going in the ocean and stuff. It's this trailer. Okay. Okay, the monkey. Oh, from the director of... Wait, from the director of Longlegs, the author of The Shining, and the producer of the Conjuring series, comes a right reason to get rid of that box of stuffed animals in the attic. Ooh! It's a story about a toy that kills everyone when it bangs. Oh my god, it's the fucking monkey with the symbols again. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? The monkey with the symbols? Sadly, it seems like Paddington in Peru won't be the 100% rotting tomato that hit that Paddington 2 was, but still good. I missed out on the Paddington hype. When did Paddington 2 release? Wait, so you don't like it when I annoy you to add something all the time? Wabi, give NCD some TV access. No, because he's gonna replace his name. He's gonna delete your blabbering emotes you have for NCD. Oh wait, great trailer here. Wait, is that... Who's this guy? Robert Pattinson. Predator sequel? Wait. From Bong Joon-ho, the writer and director of Parasite. Wait, this actually looks like a good movie. And the music should be okay. Okay, got you. I ain't that much of a sore loser. I don't know. He can do what he wants. He's a grown-ass man. I don't know. This will be the first time a viewer got access to something that the mods do. I don't know. Also, C-Dog, what did you want to add? Add a contemplating wolf image. Okay, that's kind of funny. Okay, fine. She really hates you, C-Dog. Movie Cowboy literally has axes. Oh, but that's because he knows a really good one. That's because he knows so many really good ones, and yeah. He added, like, I think at least 5, or I have my DP, just kidding. Out of everyone from the Twilight movies, he's the only one who has literally proven his worth, and he's a fucking fantastic Batman / Bruce Wayne. I never watched any movie that featured him afterwards, just because I'm not a movie guy, but you know what, maybe this year I'll be a movie guy. Why not? Why not? That's like a fun little resolution to have that's doable. What is this overlay? What the hell am I pressing out here? Anyways, wrong! What about Bella's dad's mustache? I've never watched, Twilight. This thing? Oh, it's Bellatrix. Okay, got you. Let me fit it into screen. That is true. He is a pretty good actor. Actually, Kristen Stewart's done some work in Spencer and Love Lies Bleeding. Yeah, I know Kristen Stewart, who's the actress, has done some work herself. I just don't know enough to keep talking about her. But everyone knows Robert Pattinson for sure. Mickey 17, our Timeline B-Ray debut? I was joking about it. I just saw that it was happening in March, and I was like, oh, that's when my debut will probably be. So many decisions that day. Oh my god. No, I'm not gonna debut that exact date. Don't worry. It'll be in March. What else? What else is happening this year? Night of the Zoopocalypse. Opus Novocaine is coming out. Oh my god. Do you guys remember that Snow White, the Disney movies, coming out in March 21st? I mean, no. Why must your debut be in my birth month? What? Ew. I don't want to match with you. That's disgusting. I don't know if you have mentioned it before. I've vaguely hinted at it. Watching Robert shirtless whole month. Screw your debut. You know what? That's there. After all I put you through, that's there. Sinners. Huh, interesting. I wish they showed, like, the trailers for straight up everyone, but that's okay. A Depression era movie. Whoa. Okay, it's under wraps. Huh. His mustache looks dope. You and Enya CDs will be like brothers, but closer. Gross! I don't like that, AK. I don't want him to be a brother. He already joked about being my mom once before. Don't make me vomit. The Passion of the Christ. Oh my god. Wait, Mel Gibson is in a Jesus movie. What the fuck? This article hates him. We of course mean... Hold on. He has risen. And by he, we of course mean Mel Gibson. Disgraced Hollywood star and director who has survived his habit of saying the worst shit you've ever heard to somehow continue making movies. Flight Risk, his delayed Mark Wahlberg's vehicle, opens this month, but that is but an appetizer to The Last Supper, a sequel to his 2004 evangelical super hit. Wait, Mel Gibson made a movie? Your dad, actually. And by he, I mean... It appears to be a sequel to The Passion of Christ he directed in 2000s. He directed a movie about Jesus? I don't know anything about Mel Gibson. Because I wasn't an adult when he made bad stuff or something like that. Oh, The Passion of the Christ. I've seen this before. Where is it? I've seen this before. This looks pretty familiar, but I never watched it. I don't know. How peak could this be? I mean, nothing will top Prince of Egypt for me as a Christian movie. Boring. Next. Even though that was the Old Testament and this was the New Testament. You know what I mean. Wait, Mel Gibson made movies? Hey, Avi, did you know that he made a movie? It's news to me. Okay, oh my god, a Minecraft movie is premiering. And it's just a small little text here. I forgot about that. Are you guys excited for the Minecraft movie? Are you guys ready? The children yearn for the mines. They reference that Twitter. The Prince of Egypt is fucking goated. Holy shit. I'm agnostic and I fuck with that movie. I watched it last night actually because it's back on YouTube for... Holy shit, cancel my midnight plans. Kingdom of Heaven director's cut is still my top Christian movie. What era of the Bible is that part? Because like Prince of Egypt, you could be like, okay, that's Moses one. The Passion of Christ, obviously Jesus. So what's the Kingdom of Heaven about? Is there anyone that cares about the Minecraft movie? Not me. It looks so bad. It doesn't even look good. And then Mission Impossible is having another movie with Tom Cruise. You guys like Tom Cruise, right? Also, if you want a Christian movie, you can get better ones from Martin Scorsese, from Silence or The Temptation of Christ. Oh. Interesting. I could, huh? I yearn to keep in the mines instead and see Jack Black run out of it as fast as he can. Oh god. It's funny that like the Minecraft movie was announced when Jack Black started to get a little bit of heat from the audience. When Christ is played by William Dafoe? Okay, that sounds awesome. No one likes Tom Cruise. Yeah, I heard that the guy who played the man in what's his name? In American Psycho. What's his name? Patrick Bateman? Yeah. Who's played by Christian Wales? Someone remind me of names. Christian Bale? Christian Bale. Okay. So in American Psycho, fun fact, the actor Christian Bale based his performance of Patrick Bateman, a psycho, obviously, on Tom Cruise. Because of the way he acts is just so weird. Like, not even acts like in a movie, just acts in interviews and stuff. I love how you can clearly see the main characters are on a green screen when they're running away from a creeper and the background is going faster than they're running. Yeah, literally, it just doesn't look good. It looks really garbage. Like, they have to CGI everything. Everything's a green screen. Even the table and props they use don't look natural. It's disgusting. The movie is where we're getting the meme, silence, pothead. An alcoholic is speaking. Oh my god, is it actually? That's funny. I mean, the funny thing is that Tom Cruise, despite all the oddity, you can't deny he appreciates film and film print itself, physical and safe stunts, practical effects, and putting his money into the work too as a producer. That's good then. At least he's not a terrible person in the movie industry. He's just, strange. Anyways, if nothing else, this 8th installment will offer yet another chance to see Cruise nearly obliterate his aging, but somehow ageless physique performing some insanely dangerous new stunts. I actually never saw the original Mission Impossible. Ignore the Scientology bit. Oh yeah, huh? I forgot about that. Yeah. But I'm glad he wants to keep things safe though. I guess. Yeah, that character is King Baldwin the something. Hold on, let me Google that actually. Okay, good thing I didn't. That's a character? Okay, I'm gonna have to open this in an iFunny watermark. Forgive me, okay? That's a character? Oh, I thought this was a statue! Oh my god! I didn't realize this was a man. I thought this was a statue. I'm not alone on this, right? You guys thought it was like a historical statue with colors and realistic looking drapes? Bro, shut up. I'll be going back to watch the original Mission Impossible. It's just about as jarring as trying to watch the first Doctor in Doctor Who. Really? I actually did watch the first Doctor. The guy with the shaved head, right? Get off the stage with the eye funny. Oh my god! No, I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'll scroll up until the bookmark is there. Please take me out of prison! I'm in the corner again. Yeah. Yeah, because last time I accidentally leaked information, now you made sure there was a nice little panic button. But then he realized he could use this for really funny shit. No, that's, what, the 9th one? Oh, shit. Okay, got you. I can't believe my Oshi is this dummy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to show the bookmark. Oh, watermark. Oh, there you go. But yeah, I didn't know this was a character. I didn't even know this was a movie reference. I just saw this image and I'm just like, oh my god. Silence be. A real pollinator is talking. No, that wouldn't be funny. And then it's just me doing that. No. Anyways. It's not as funny as Silence Pothead. It's so good. The Life of Chuck. Oh, it's another, oh, it's a novella of Stephen King. It's more Green Mile than Shining. It's Tom Hiddleston. That's cool. Oh, okay, Pixar. Maybe. I'm not watching that. I'm sorry. I will with my family, but I just don't want to watch it. I'm sad this one's coming out later. It looks fun. Wait! What is it? I actually... Wait, hold on. 28 Days Later trailer. Oh my god, wait. Superman's coming in July. I forgot. Hold on. Let me go look at this 28 years later. You guys. 28 years later. Oh my god, wait. Hold on, this is kind of funny. Look at his face. Whoa, Pog! That's so funny. Ralph Fiennes is in this. He looks familiar. Cillian Murphy looks really... Oh, that's why. Why does he have that face? I mean, nothing wrong with his face. You know what I mean. You guys have heard of 28 Years Later? I've never heard of this thing at all. Oh, it's a horror/thriller movie. Trailer? Okay, I'll play the trailer for you guys. The Superman movie teaser gave me chills. It made me feel like I was watching the old Christopher Reeves era movies. I'm so excited. Every single Superman fan oh my god, is that Teletubbies? I feel like I've heard this song before. Guys. Where have I heard that song before? 6/20/2025. Then it's over. Yay! I feel like I've heard that song before. That da 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 da, but I can't put my finger on how. What the fuck? I don't know what happened. Cillian Movie is best known for his performance in Peaky Blinders, where we all got the meme. Don't even joke, lad. Really? That's where it's from. I like that AK is also a really big movie guy. I don't know if you call yourself a movie guy, AK. You know way more movies than me. Also, this is a Rudyard Kipling poem being read in 1915, which is actually used to help soldiers train against psychological torture. Oh, really? I like zombie movies. Zombie movies are really fun. We watched Train to Busan and what was the movie before that one? The ice train, the snow train, the train that goes through winter. Avi, did anyone say you're cool? They would never say I'm cool. There's no discharge in the war. Hold on. Oh wait, there's someone that wrote a little thesis about it. Oh yeah, Snowpiercer. That was an awesome movie. That's not a zombie movie, but it had something to do with trains. Probably not as much as text or squares, but I like me a good flick every so often. That's good! Hello, Otter Time.
Otter Time just cheered 100 bits. Go sleep, AVI.
Hee, that's the joke, Otter Time. It's 8 p.m. where I live. You should go to sleep, though. Are you awake in the morning? I can't. Wait, Otter Time. Hold on, let me move the timer. Otter Time, I need to show you something. I need your information now. Hi? I need your information. Where do you live? And, what do you work at? Huh? Run, Otter. Otter Time. She's trying to dox you. I'm not trying to dox you. I'm just trying to ask for public information. Ignore the list, by the way. I'm getting off track here. But I did see an article written about the poem in the trailer. I've never watched this trailer ever, but I heard that audio. The nameless is viewer doxing list. Would chat eat the Delta airline food block if it had Obby's face on it? No, but they would probably eat it if they knew wasp were like crumbled to dust for that. It's a list. I say this crap to people openly. That's so silly. Okay, hold on. I never had an experience quite like watching the trailer for 28 years later. Of the trailer for the film, the third in the 28th franchise, first brought to life by Danny Boyle and Alex Garland in 2002, the effects of the poem is so immediately disturbing that it took me a few watches to actually pay attention to the visuals. What poem? And why is it so disturbing? You'll have to watch it for yourself. Volume up, I beg of you. I'm sorry, I'm bad at listening to things if it doesn't have subtitles. And it had really bad subtitles. You need what info now? Tell me your location, your job, and yeah. It's wasp! The main ingredient is wasp! And then everyone's like, yummy! Two sizes. Shut up! Don't say sizes. What was I saying? What do you mean sizes? Anyways, the haunting text being read, screamed, and wailed in the above trailer is Rudyard Kipling's poem Boots. On the page, the poem's deep, rhythmic thudding and march-like cadence can be sensed through its M dashes and anaphora, but nothing, and I mean nothing, can prepare you for hearing the poem read out loud or for hearing the particular rendition offered in the recording used in the trailer. The poem's real-life history is even scarier. Ooh, I love myself a good poem. Everyone in economy, the collectively sus yummers. P.A. and masochist. Alright, thank you. P.A. masochist. Thank you. Ooh, spooky. I know, right? It sounds really exciting. How the hell are you making the crochet clothing if you don't even have the sizes? What? Machinist, but close enough. I know, I'm being silly. Being a masochist job now? Well, perhaps. England's almost lured. Why ain't I getting paid? 'Cause you gotta enjoy it. It's hard to overstate how well known and well regarded he was. He's British? Okay. He wrote prose and poetry for both children and adults. He turned down the knighthood? Knighthood? How old is this guy? Kipling also famously turned down the knighthood and British poet of the British poet laureateship. He was kind of killing it back then. As I noticed, history has majorly cooled on this guy due to improved understanding of racism and colonialism and how it upheld oppressive paradigms and structures. Read his work, as you must read most work produced by white men prior to the 21st century with a sailing ship-sized grain of salt. Oh, got you. Anyway, sleep. Thank you, Otter Time. Have a good night. NCDs and massacres were fun and actively goes to locals. He does this for a living. He does. He really does. What was I gonna say? You might assume that Kipling had military experience for yourself, but you're wrong. That's so funny. But he did spend time with soldiers. He wrote what he knew. The aspect of killing war poems have caused some controversy among... Whatever. Hold on. So the recording you heard in the trailer is the voice actor of Taylor Holmes reciting the Kipling poem in 1915. God damn, this poem's old. Hold Holmes was best known for his performance in Broadway plays and silent film, but his recitation made him better known again in our time, because of his emotions and that's been used in media and military training camps. So boots have been used in survival, evasion, resistance, and escape. Who want to go to the brink of their abilities to see if they can come out on the other side. The psychological effect of the recording, the creep factor, the bizarre of it all, was used to try to break down subjects mentally as a kind of preparation for mental torture. Oh, that might be inflicted on them. I don't know how this poem could do it. Okay, there's the poem. Huh. I think it's one of those poems I need to read over and over again. I'm sure it's really good. It's not something that I could do as a streamer for you guys. Anyways, so why was this poem used for the trailer? That's a good question. It's a zombie property, so we can certainly understand the war motif as a comment on the struggle between humans and zombies. But the repetition of "there's no discharge in war" points to something even more sinister at the heart of the film. Similar effect to watching Avi for 9 hours. I'm preparing you guys for mental torture in war, you guys. You will thank me later when you're forced to watch my VODs. You'll be like, I already lived through these. It'll be considered one of the punishments. Banned. I think it's the repetition, the voice getting louder and sounding more stressed in the subject matter. Yeah, the way the man read the poem was so good. Just give me the death punishment. I'm surprised Avi read all of this, saying as how she hates visual novels. I did read all of this and I got bored. Not bored. I hate how bored. Not bored. I wish they had a transcript of the poem. Because they just reference a poem. Oh, he missed. Oh, okay. But the poem in the trailer was really good, but we're getting distracted. Oh, F1 is having a movie. That's awesome. That's gonna be based on the Top Gun series. We went really off track for this, but the poem sounds awesome. How to Train Your Dragon is coming out. Megan 2.0. At this point, play in game. What are you talking about? And then July is gonna be Superman. Have you guys seen the new Superman trailer? I'm excited for it. I want to watch it. Hello, Tex. Welcome. We were just talking about movies coming out this year. Are you ready for Paddington in Peru? It's coming out this year. Superman! I promised my friend I would. Actually, no, I shouldn't be the first one to watch movies with them because I'm not a comics book person. There's another Paddington? Yeah, in Peru. Hold on, we're gonna watch the Paddington trailer. Sorry, no, Superman. Just because I'm like, you know what, this year or that? I'm excited for Superman. My friends are excited for it. My friend is also a comic book reader, I think. I'm not. But I'm excited for it. I didn't know the dog is gonna be there. I was like making a funny joke. When did this trailer drop, actually? Let me look that up. Because I remember the 30-second trailer dropped. Oh, 2 weeks ago. December 19th. Okay. So, oh wait, what the fuck? That's 3 weeks ago. I'm still hyped for Crypto. I remember that dog from my childhood. Oh, that's so sweet, Tex. I'm glad you get to see Crypto again. Dad, you don't have to die in a tornado even when I can save you. Oh? But yeah, blows up squares with my mind. I'll always remember someone saying that when they show off a superhero movie or a movie about something cool, it's always a slow version of the song and an epic at the same time. They do that. It's always like the slow version. It's never like the fast version of it. I'm more excited for the new Robert Pattinson movie, but that's probably not for another 2 to 3 years from now. Oh, the Batman Robert Pattinson, yeah. And it depends on if he's feeling it or not. Or was it already talked about that they're gonna make it? What was I gonna say? Okay. Oh my god. Are you guys ready for Fantastic Four? Space/clone trailer we watched. That's the March last April, unless you mean Batman. Oh no, that's the Batman one. Yeah, he meant Batman. Yeah. Oh, oh, this F4. Okay. Oh, there's also the Smurfs movie coming out. I Know What You Did Last Summer, and Jurassic World. Pedro Pascal is gonna be in Fantastic Four. Oh my god, it's just say right there. And the bears. Wait, the bear? Wait, isn't this the guy that... Hold on, let me dox it in case they're like, let's see where you can meet up, Eben. Oh wait, never mind, it's the other guy, the bear. I thought it was the other guy. The curly hair guy. I don't know who the heck Ebon is. He looks... Actually, I don't want to say it because Tex looks excited to see him. The best guy in the bear. I never watched the show. I know about the... I know about the bear from that one meme. Fuck, someone walked into my restaurant. We had to make actual food. Fuck. Skip all these fuck-ass lame movies, Roaster. Scroll to the Smurfs. The movie roster. Scroll to the Smurfs movie. Okay, actually, I'm kind of interested in the Smurfs movie because the first time I saw it, it looked ugly as fuck. Oh, it doesn't look too bad. Oh wait, Rihanna's gonna be it. I don't know why this image is so funny to me. Good for Rihanna, I guess. I don't know why. Well, at least they don't look ugly as fuck this time. You're missing out. Really solid series. I heard. So I've heard. It's really cool. Well, there have been a few. I mean, I do need Hulu, though. Some animated live-action mixes, then a full animated one. Yeah, I remember the ugly one. Where they have pores and skin, and there's a girl and stuff, and there's another girl, but she's like the gray version of them. The highlight being Gargamel, played by Hank Azaria. He was a very good one. I liked him. Gargamel scenes were the best one. When I was a kid, I just liked him because I didn't have to deal with looking at those ugly-ass Smurfs. I want Rihanna in the next Mario Bros. So she can say, Super fucking Mario! You know what? You might be cooking there, AK. She should be like a toad. The Naked Gun. That's scary. I don't want to think about that. She would be casted as Daisy. Oh god. She doesn't like movies where they include girls. Okay, thanks for that extra lore. No, I just mean like, I don't know. Oh my god, The Bad Guys 2 is coming in August 1st. That's amazing. The Conjuring, The Bride. Downtown Abbey 3. Okay, brother. Naked Gun is gonna be interesting. Why do you say that? Also, why do you use that emote? What is it about? The spoofery of Abraham Zucker gets a 21st century makeover with Liam Neeson as Frank Drebin, and possibly the son of the inept detective Leslie Nielsen, played in the short-lived Play Squad and its three big screen spin-offs. The creator of Family Guy? Also, why does this guy hate the scary movie series? That was fun. Okay, remember your Columbo incident way back? And I had mentioned that thing you showed me that had... Oh yeah, Leslie Nielsen! I remember! Oh my god, yeah, it had that guy! Oh, I don't think I know this guy. Oh wait, no, I do know this guy. I know this guy, but this guy came to me in a dream. This guy. Oh my god, he looks really different when he was young. Oh, interesting. Okay, hold on. Script sent me the link for the Naked Gun. Oh fuck. She's talking about older men again. No. No. Oh! Oh, the movie... Wait. The Naked Gun from 1988. Oh! Old Manny Alley! Okay, I'm clicking.
Panamanian ship.
Oh, he's the straight man in
Right, when
movies. Got you.
Nordberg said, I love you, he was telling you the name of the ship.
I realize that. Now.
You want to take a dinghy?
No, I took care of that at the press conference. Lieutenant, the feeling is mutual.
Cuban?
No. Dutch Irish. My father was from Wales.
Oh.
Oh God! Hold on, Chad is covering his face.
Yes, he's in the intensive care ward at Our Lady of the Worthless Miracle.
Her hair was the color of gold in old paintings. She had a full set of curves.
Oh God!
And the kind of legs you'd like to suck on for a day.
What? Okay, mosquito.
Giving me a look I could feel in my hip pocket.
Oh no!
Beaver.
Oh no! That's too much for me. That's a leg you can suck on all day. Oh God. Okay, that's a really good line. We're gonna stop there. Why are we watching a Leslie Nielsen compilation? Wait, let the beaver joke play out. No, I'm not gonna get it. I'm sure it's really funny in context. Okay, hold on. Now you also put a really good emote in that.
I could feel in my hip pocket.
Nice beaver.
Thank you. I just had it stuffed.
Let me help you with that.
Oh,
I've heard
oh my
this work is
God.
dangerous.
It is.
Stop. That's Chat's monologue looking at the 3.0. That's true. Oh my God, there was an actual beaver. I'm gonna cry. Okay, they got me there. They got me there. Also, by the way, there's gonna be an ad that's gonna show up in like 12 seconds. What were you thinking? Nothing. I thought he was talking about a ceiling. Just kidding, no. Obviously, they were both looking up. God, that was terrible. That was a terrible bit. I hate that. I hate that. I just was entertained. Alright. Now it's 8:30. I think it's about time we ended after the ad break, obviously. I still need to fish out money out of you guys. Leslie Nelson's comedy is so peak. That one was... It got me. It got me. Hold on. Leslie Nelson made a name for himself in parody movies. He has a signature way of playing goofy things so seriously. It just made you laugh. But his role from the OG Naked Gun is being played in this remake by Liam Neeson. That's good. I'm glad he's alive long enough to play as Leslie Nelson. Nelson. That's the kind of humor that they should hope to recreate. A mixture of deadpan wordplay and playing a joke very straight. Yeah! It's that dry humor that's gonna be really hard. Also, I don't know how the Zoomer audience will react to that. I liked it. Wink! Wink! There you go. There's your wink of the day. I'm sorry. God, I also loved him in Scary Movie 3. He was in Scary Movie 3? I never watched that far, so it makes sense I didn't know that. I think I missed a stitch. No, I think it's fine. Dude, Zoomer audience are gonna love it. What do you mean? I didn't know text. I don't know if you're really a good litmus test. 3 is the one with the finger fisting aliens? I don't know. I don't know, brother. Yes. I don't know what you're saying yes to, and I'm terrified. What was I gonna say? Nice beaver. Thanks. You laughed at the beaver. I did. I did laugh at the beaver. Okay, the beaver got me. The leg thing was also funny too. Okay. Fuck, that EP was so funny. Oh God. Anyways, you're right. I can't say anything. I laughed at Beaver. Nice Beaver. I like his voice delivery too. We should watch Scary Movie. We're not gonna watch Scary Movie 3. We're not gonna watch Scary Movie 3. I only watched up to 2. Also, I don't watch horror movies, so I'm not gonna get the jokes in Scary Movie. Like, it'll be a reference to a horror movie, and I'll be like, what's Freddy Cougar? Yeah, what's Freddy Cougar? I thought that was Jason. Which one's like, the Blob? When's the Blob gonna show up? I want the Blob. Anyways, yeah. Do they reference Killer Clowns? No, not peak. Say what were you gonna say? I know what you are. Yeah, I was gonna say Freddy Fazbear, but I wasn't trying to do that intentionally this time, I swear. What else was I gonna say? Okay. We should watch the first 3 scary movies in one shot. No pee breaks, weak bladder havers. LMAO making a reference to the Blob. Man, this little tuber literally has nothing she's interested in. Shut up! I'm interested in some things. It's just that movies are like the worst things for me. I don't know movies. That's why I want to watch them with you guys. Except Scary Movie 3. I'm not a Scary Movie fan myself, since Scream was already a horror/comedy franchise. That's fair. See that chatter gets it. We do a marathon right now. Oh god. Yeah, Nayu. I was kind of locked in a cage for like 12 years. Anyways, I am about to end stream soon. I'm very excited. I'm very excited to go to bed. Relatively early. But yeah, anyways, I was just like, I do need to watch more things with Leslie Nielsen. Not surprised. Obvious interest. Breathing air. Rare. I'm not even good at that. Crocheting. Math. Nerd. Woman. You're making me sound like a boy written in the sitcom shows. Like, every time they say a woman, they're like, wow. Check out her beaver. Want any targets? I think, hold on, let me check first. I didn't open Twitch page yet. Instead of some rock, it was some fucking boulder at the edge of some volcano. What? Wait, what are you talking about, Sea Dog? She's pulling out her beaver. Oh god, is this gonna be a term? Okay, I do want to watch Naked Gun, though. You're living under a rock? Avi Wonder Woman. I like how the eyes staring out. Ooh-wee. I can't believe you're a Big Bang Theory character. So I'm gonna shank you. I'm gonna shank you real hard. I am going to make you explode in my mind. I hate that you said that. What the hell? I. That hurt me. That hurt me so bad. I'm gonna make you explode in my mind. I don't know how, but I'll do it. Is that you, Sheldon? It's not Sheldon. He was a physicist. Oh my god, that's so cute. What was I gonna do? Alright. Okay. I do have a couple of targets I would like. These ones I've never raided before. Let me check. I've never raided before because I never stay up this long. That one's in a collab, so probably not them. Thank you for the 30 bits. I didn't know what that emote was from a farther view. Thank you. Just because I have someone playing Metal Gear Solid. Ooh, so do I. But I think they've been going on for way too long. 5 hours. Oh my god, they're on the scene where like... Oh god, they're on the scene. Lena is on the scene where... Oh. Well, they're on the scene where before that, the call was like, mine's going for 3 hours. Okay, we'll do yours. But where he's butt-ass naked. Okay, I'm gonna stop reacting now. Knock her up. No! Wait, it does show me the little, chat that says knock. Hold on. Knock. Oh god, it's going away. That bug doodles. Alright, thank you. Okay. Lena's almost to the end. So Lena's at the part where they're gonna like crash. There you go. I got that bug. Anyways. Oh, yes, those are all my socials. If you would like to follow me there, that is my Discord as well. I'll vote fish. We're not voting. Thanks for the stream. Thank you guys for coming in. Thank you, Naya, for coming in and babysitting the chat for a couple hours. I appreciate that a lot. See you guys tomorrow. We're gonna go play a video game, Monster Hunter Rise with David, and at 2 p.m. It'll be in the middle of the donathon, and then, you know what that means? Fish. Oh my god. Wait, what? No, actually, no. I don't know what that means. Text. Go on, finish the sentence. Thanks for the stream, Audie. Enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you. Hope your beaver is safe in your pants. I hate this. Where the fuck can I watch Naked Gun? 2 p.m. because she hates Kiwi. No, I don't hate Kiwi. Actually, that's probably the best time. I forgot how the rest goes. Oh, well, I guess we'll never know. Because I don't know it either. Were you gonna say fish sex? Fish sex. Because if you did, I would kill you. Yeah, don't let Naked Gun see your precious... God, so why is it called Naked Gun anyways? Is it fish sex? I don't know. You're the one that started the reference. I just assumed. I don't know what you're referencing. I just assume whatever it is. Or it could be that one too. Joel Pride. Avi's being freaky again. I'm not being freaky. Wait, you don't know? I don't know. What are you referencing? You're scaring me. All right. Anyways, the raid is going to be what's the raid message? How dare you make Joel think of those impure thoughts? He may be Joel Pride. Hashtag stream discussions I go then. Alright. Keep your secrets. The raid message is going to be we'll do Wasp raid. This is our first time raiding. Joel is a freak too. You just ain't know his lore yet. No, we're not doing half sex. Wasp raid. Alright, that'll be the message. It'll be a new raider that we're raid target that we're gonna have, of course. WAP. I love that game so much. It's so fast. I still can't get over the slow version that we saw. The original version with no speed. It's freaky. Bat, bug, doodles. There you go. There's a Wasp raid. Everyone be nice to Bat Bug. They're playing Metal Gear Solid. 2. I don't know what part they're playing though. Let's go raid. Ooh, what if we played Metal Gear Solid 1? It is Year of the Snake. And I never played Metal Gear Solid 1. I only watched it. I never played. No. Yes. I'm getting mixed messages here. Alright, we'll consider. Anyways, listen to stream. There you go. Flip a coin, bozo. I'm gonna... I might as well do that. What the heck? Anyways, have a good night, everyone. Happy New Year's. It's been a week since New Year's. Fire up that NES. Not Metal Gear. Actually, I don't know. That was on the Metal Gear was on the original console, not a PlayStation. What was it? Bye, Wasp. Adios, Wasp. I've never seen that emoji. Bye. Goon Cube. No, it's not that. It's not that. Get away from me. There was a port to the NES, but it wasn't accurate. But what was the original concert? MX, right? MX? Something. M something. I guess we'll never know.